Chapter 101 The Inheritance of the Divine Position. The only one who could be related to him was the evil god king. Apart from that, Gu Yi couldn't think of any other gods who were related to him. Could it be that Bibi Dong mistook the aura of the evil god Pearl as the inheritance of the divine position? But he knew that he definitely didn't get any divine position inheritance, but if he really had the opportunity to get the divine position inheritance, it would be the best. After all, the inheritance of the throne is equivalent to having a guarantee, and there is no need to worry about life safety. It's a pity that no god really came to find him. Your Excellency the Pope, you see that I am full of evil energy, don't you know it? Gu Yi is not stupid. Since Bibi Dong misunderstood, he directly admitted it. The brief confrontation just now made Gu Yi realize that he is not Bibi Dong's opponent now, especially after Bibi Dong used divine power. It can only be regarded as an expedient measure to pull the tiger skin and pull the banner. However, he did not say it very clearly. God knows whether the gods in this world have the ability to find out his real name. If the evil god king is really provoked, his current strength is not enough to fill the gap in his teeth. Now Bibi Dong needs to think about it herself, and Gu Yi believes that there is another person who heard his words. No, it should not be a person, but a god. Gu Yi was not wrong. The Rakshasa god far away in the god realm turned his attention to Bibi Dong when she lost control. Although gods have restrictions and cannot interfere with the lower world, they can do things beyond their authority through their heirs. This can be regarded as a tacit understanding between gods. As long as they don't go too far, they will not be exposed. Of course, Luosha god also heard what Gu Yi said. The evil power on Gu Yi is indeed too strong, and it also faintly reveals the breath of the evil god king, and even contains a trace of divine power. But he is not the heir of the evil god king. She sees this very clearly and understands it very well. He is just a lucky person who has obtained a ray of divine power. No, he can't be called a lucky person. Divine power is not something that everyone can bear, let alone the divine power of the Supreme God, which is even more difficult. Sooner or later, this kid will be infected by this ray of divine power and become a killing machine. Instead of waiting for this kid to be infected by divine power and die, it is better to kill him now and let him suffer less. I can also take this evil divine power into my pocket and study it carefully, especially the beat in the spiritual sea of a this human kid, which is somewhat magical. However, she cannot do this personally. Just when she was about to give Bibi Dong the news, Luosha god opened his mouth wide. Damn, what's going on? Luosha god looked at the mark that suddenly appeared on Gu Yi's forehead and the divine aura that suddenly emanated from his body, all of which proved that Gu Yi was the one chosen by God. Luosha god was almost confused by this huge change, and even began to doubt whether he had seen it wrong just now. Gu Yi himself was also in a very confused state. Originally, he was just pulling the tiger skin and pulling the banner, but he didn't expect that his words would come true, which was simply outrageous. Just after saying that sentence, Gu Yi heard an extremely majestic voice coming out of thin air in the spiritual sea. Gu Yi, I am the Supreme God King of the God Realm, the evil God King. Today I choose you as my successor. Are you willing? The good God King, who was far away in the God Realm, looked at the evil God King who was showing his majestic momentum and teased, it's rare that you can still make such a majestic voice. Isn't this choosing a successor? Naturally, you must have the majesty of God. Gu Yi was stunned for a few seconds, and then replied, I am willing. This is a good opportunity to hold the thigh of the evil God King, which is the thickest thigh in the Douluo world. Rizai is teachable. Gu Yi can even hear a sense of relief from these 4 words. After so many years, he can finally get rid of this boring God realm. The evil God King even felt that the air around him became fragrant. The good God King beside him left with an anxious face, wanting to leave with the evil, but until now he has not found a suitable successor. 9 tests of evil. The first test is to develop the evil realm to perfection, with a time limit of 1 year. Gu Yi listened to the information coming from her mind, and she didn't expect the test to start so soon. And it was such a test. The 6th soul ring of the Meridian martial soul is not a simple soul ring, but a soul ring that can become stronger by absorbing evil power. But even now, Gu Yi is still a long way from cultivating the evil realm to perfection. I1/2 trademark AEC AE degree pound C degree A with diaresis 1/2. Bibi Dong received the news sent to her by the Rakshasa god and was a little shocked for a while. She never thought that Gu Yi's luck would be so. Of course, he is so high that the Supreme God King of the God Realm has taken a fancy to him. This person must be under her command. Bibi Dong made a decision in her heart. If Gu Yi becomes an enemy, he will definitely be her biggest enemy in the future. She must seize the initiative while she is now stronger than Gu Yi. Gu Yi understands what Bibi Dong is thinking now. He has a good impression of the Spirit Hall. It can be regarded as the most conscientious force in Douluo continent, and it is also the force that is easiest to realize what he wants. But it would be best if Bibi Dong, the crazy woman, could be eliminated. Excellent. Bibi Dong asked again, what do you think of the Spirit Hall led by me? It is more majestic, but also more noble, giving people a sense of conquest, especially since Gu Yi was previously shocked by a large number of obscene pictures, and was even more uneasy. Bibi Dong is indeed a perfect woman. Of course it is also very good. Gu Yi is not talking nonsense. Everything she has done so far is good and beneficial to the world. Maybe it is a deep hatred for a certain rabbit, but if it is placed in the whole world, it is definitely a great contributor to the world. Why don't you join the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong raised another fatal question. Since you think the Spirit Hall is so good, why not join it? Don't look at what he says, but what he does. Obviously, what Gu Yi does is completely different from what he says. He even had an affair with that woman. Gu Yi doesn't know how to answer now. Whatever he says is wrong. I have an idea and think it's good, but I just don't join. Isn't this just talking nonsense with open eyes? You go, I will stay in Tiandu for the next few days. Come here at this time every night to help me absorb the evil power. After Bibi Dong's evil power was absorbed by Gu Yi, she became much more relaxed, and even the previously difficult to suppress Rakshasa power became much more relaxed, and her strength was able to be released. Of course, she didn't want to give up such a good tool. What a thing! Gu Yi could only agree, otherwise what could he do? Would he fight with Bibi Dong? Chapter 102 Tang Yuehua becomes a real lady. After leaving the Tiandu Wuhan branch hall, Gu Yi did not return to the academy, but quietly came to Yuexuan. It was already late at night, and the bustling streets during the day were also silent at this moment. Gu Yi touched the top floor of Yuexuan and quietly walked into Tang Yuehua's boudoir. Gu Yi thought Tang Yuehua had already fallen asleep, but she didn't expect that she was still practicing. You know, it's midnight now, and others have already fallen asleep. Gu Yi's footsteps were very light, almost without any sound, and Tang Yuehua, who was practicing, could not feel it at all. It was not until he walked to the bed and looked at her beautiful face that she felt something. You little thief, you dare to break into a woman's boudoir late at night, you are so brave. Tang Yuehua made an angry expression. Isn't it natural for me to enter my own woman's room? Gu Yi pounced on Tang Yuehua, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and felt her plump figure, which made his mind fluctuate even more. Tonight was too exciting. God knows how much improper knowledge he gained tonight alone. It was considered a good endurance to be able to endure until now. What are you going to do? Tang Yuehua didn't expect Gu Yi to be so fierce tonight. She thought he came here to let her use the noble domain. A panicked look appeared on her face. She felt threatened and dared not move. What are you doing? Don't you know what I'm going to do? Gu Yi propped himself up and looked at Tang Yuehua, who was shy and a little panicked. Her weak appearance made him feel even more excited. Go down quickly, it's not too late. Help the monster servant early, so I can prepare to rest. Tang Yuehua tried to get rid of the fate that followed. But she didn't know that it was all in vain. No, I want to change a method today. It's better to release than to block. The effect of releasing is better. Gu Yi showed a wicked smile. The evil god bead plus the magic skill is indeed a powerful combination. Otherwise, how could he, a novice in emotions, know what to do next? What method? Tang Yuehua was a little puzzled. In addition to using her own will to suppress the evil power these days, she only had her own noble domain left. She had never heard of any other methods. Gu Yi leaned down and whispered in Tang Yuehua's ear, of course, do something happy to offset it. Before Tang Yuehua could respond, Gu Yi kissed her soft lips. Woo woo. Tang Yuehua widened her eyes, not expecting it to happen so suddenly. Although it was not the first time she had such close contact with Gu Yi, she was still very shy, not as experienced as Gu Yi. She was completely led by Gu Yi throughout the whole process and lost her autonomy. Gu Yi was like a teacher, guiding her and making her understand a new knowledge. It was very novel. Gu Yi finally put the images and memories in his mind into practice. Just when he was about to take the next step, Tang Yuehua, who was immersed in it, stubbornly stopped Gu Yi. Can't go on, anymore. Tang Yuehua calmed her breathing. She really felt like she was suffocating just now, but the feeling was so beautiful. She was completely unaware of the passage of time. What? Gu Yi looked at Tang Yuehua, not understanding why. He could feel that Tang Yuehua had feelings for him, otherwise she wouldn't have cooperated with him so easily. The gap between us is too big. You are like the sun in the sky, and I am just a part of the sun. The distance between us is too far. And I am so much older than you. In a dozen years, I will be old and yellow, and you will only become more mature and handsome. I can't keep up with you, and we will separate sooner or later. Tang Yuehua was a little sad. Her cultivation was not high enough, and she couldn't last for a few years even if she took care of herself every day. Youth forever is just a synonym for the strong. She didn't want to be abandoned and live alone. You are my woman, and you can only be my woman in this life. Gu Yi said very firmly, and at the same time, he kissed Tang Yuehua's slightly swollen soft lips again. Everything that followed was a natural outcome. A painful and happy scream from Yu Yuan proved that Madame Yuehua really became a real lady. The spring love in Yu Yuan lasted all night, and the clean and tidy boudoir became a little messy. Clothes were scattered on the floor, and the stockings that were originally placed were tattered. I don't know who is so cruel. Obviously, they can't be worn anymore. There was a slight movement in the room. Gu Yi woke up. The nap just now was the most comfortable sleep he had in this period of time. He opened his eyes and looked at the person lying in his arms, with a tired face and 2 tears on his cheeks. Gently brushing away the hair blocking his forehead, Gu Yi kissed him, and then carefully pulled out his arm. It was still early, so Gu Yi was not in a hurry to go to the academy. He walked out of the room and didn't know what to do. Half an hour later, Tang Yuehua woke up, mainly because the people around her were gone, which made her feel insecure and a little empty when she slept. Where did Gu Yi go? Tang Yuehua was not an ordinary woman. She would be suspicious when her man was not around when she woke up. It was just a little strange. Just when she was about to get out of bed to drink some water, she felt so sore after a slight movement. She felt like she was falling apart. It was totally unbearable. Do all high-level soul masters have this characteristic? Beast. Tang Yuehua put a label on Gu Yi, but she remembered that Gu Yi was only 15 years old now. When he became stronger in a few years, she would be even more unbearable. The owner of Yu Yuan, Madame Yuehua, who was known for her nobility and etiquette, also began to think about these things that she once disdained. Click. The door opened. Tang Yuehua was startled. Although she knew that it was impossible for outsiders to come here, she subconsciously pulled up the bed sheet to cover the exposed whiteness. Wake up, my lady Yuehua. Gu Yi brought a bowl of medicinal porridge that he had carefully prepared. It could not only replenish qi and blood, nourish yin and yang, but also relax muscles and tendons, which was most suitable for her current state. Tang Yuehua blushed when she heard Gu Yi's address. Even if she had heard it all night, she couldn't help being shy. You are not allowed to come in through the window in the future. Tang Yuehua, who only showed her head, glanced at the window not far away, and was already thinking about whether to seal it. Okay, you must be hungry after exercising for so long. This is the medicinal porridge that I cooked for half an hour. It is the best tonic for you who have just become a woman. Gu Yi brought the medicinal porridge and walked to the bed and sat down. Only then did he realize that there were countless maps drawn on the bed sheet. He really didn't know how he slept so comfortably. Chapter 103 Domineering Declaration. It was the first time that Tang Yuehua was fed like this, just like taking care of a child. The key point is that she is still naked now, and she dare not let go, and only dare to show her head. After all, Gu Yi now looks no different from last night. If he does it again, he will really die. Rest well in the room today and take good care of your body. I will come to check in the evening. Gu Yi put the bowl on the bed and said with concern. Got it. Tang Yuehua nodded timidly. The stimulation to her last night was too great. She completely saw another side of Gu Yi. He is completely different from usual. No. Tang Yuehua suddenly remembered the common point between Gu Yi's 2 faces, both of which are unprecedentedly powerful and gifted. You should leave quickly. The enrollment of the college has just started, and you as the dean cannot be missing. Tang Yuehua is very considerate and understands that Gu Yi will not be able to stay with her today. Besides, she was also a spirit master. It was just that the battle yesterday was too intense. Plus, it was her first battle. It is a little hard to adapt. With this bowl of medicinal porridge, you will be fine after resting for half a day. Gu Yi smiled at Tang Yuehua. Such a considerate woman is rare. Gently brushing the hair on her face, he said domineeringly, "You are my woman. You don't need to worry about strength. I will take care of everything. You can't escape from this life." Even if he didn't get the inheritance of the evil god king yesterday, he was sure that Tang Yuehua would grow up, not to mention that he got the inheritance of the god king now, which is even more out of the question. In the future, when he becomes a god, he can take Tang Yuehua to heaven. The so-called age anxiety is the least worrying thing in the Douluo continent with extraordinary power. Let alone the gap of more than 10 or 20 years, even if it is a gap of hundreds of years, what's the problem? What's more, they are in love for tens of thousands of years, so what's a dozen years? Yet. Tang Yuehua nodded with a sweet expression on her face. I have become his shape, who else can I follow if not him? Gu Yi left. At this time, the outside of the Astronomy Academy was already crowded with people. Yesterday's words from Bibi Dong were more useful than any promise. In the eyes of these civilian soul masters, the spirit hall is sacred and inviolable, and being able to become one of them is simply a blessing. When Gu Yi first saw so many people, he was shocked. The so-called star effect is just like this. I wonder how many people can succeed today. Gu Yi still released the evil field at the entrance of the academy like yesterday. With yesterday's demonstration, everyone also knew that there was a mysterious power in the place they could not see, which could affect people's minds and arouse the darkest and dirtiest desires in their hearts. No one waited, and they rushed into the evil field in a swarm. 3 days passed quickly, and the enrollment of Tianwen Academy was finally over. He was temporarily busy with the students' affairs, and it was time to do a series of assessments for teachers. Students can only have one assessment, but teacher Gu Yi prepared another test for them. Everyone, the way Tianwen Academy selects teachers may be different from other academies. It is roughly divided into liberal arts and martial arts. The dozens of people standing in the academy playground were a little confused. What are liberal arts and martial arts? They have never heard of it. Gu Yi simply introduced some differences between the two to them. Okay, make your choice. Soon the teams were divided. The martial arts side occupied 3/4 of the people, while the liberal arts side had only a few people. And most of them were auxiliary soul masters brought by the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Since the decision has been made, the second assessment will begin. Gu Yi distributed the test papers that had been prepared in the soul guide to several people in the liberal arts, and then said to the dozen people in the martial arts, "Come with me, I will comprehensively evaluate your combat effectiveness." Speaking of fighting, these people's emotions were mobilized. After all, in their view, soul masters are used for fighting. Who will talk to you nicely outside? But they soon regretted it. The young dean in front of him was so powerful that there was no flaw in him. But it was not a big deal. After all, among this group of people, the strongest one was only a soul emperor, whose soul power was not as high as Gu Yi. The rest were basically around level 50. Naturally, they could not defeat Gu Yi, who was extremely powerful. Gu Yi was disappointed with the fighting style of this world again, and finally only left 7 people with the strongest adaptability and practical ability. Feng Fen, Zhao Xiang, Yang Yigan Xingmao and the other 6 welcome you to join Tianwen Academy. The rest of you, sorry, you did not meet the requirements of the academy, you can leave. The failed few did not go crazy and make a big fuss. It was not only because the power behind this academy was terrifying, but more importantly, the strength of this dean was unfathomable. If they dared to make trouble, they would probably come in vertically and go out horizontally. Okay, let's go and see how they did in the exam. We have been fighting for so long just now, and those who can do it have done it, and those who can't do it will be useless no matter how long they think about it. However, Gu Yi was very satisfied with the 6 people who chose liberal arts. They all did very well in the exams and had a wide range of knowledge. Even Oscar, who had been trained by him for a long time, was not as knowledgeable as these people. The big forces are really good. Very good, in the next 4 days I will teach you a new method and a set of cultivation theory. All you have to do is to follow my teaching and give it to the students as it is. In their surprised eyes, Gu Yi became the teacher of these people and taught them the Meridian theory. As for whether it would be exposed, he had already prepared for this matter. The pure Yuan Gong has been handed over to Bibi Dong. I think it won't be long before everyone in the whole Douluo continent knows about it. However, the pure Yuan Gong taught to Bibi Dong is a castrated version, which cannot generate soul power through self-cultivation. Yes, in this world, internal skills can also be cultivated without generating soul power. He didn't tell anyone this secret. If there is help from someone who is very powerful and has strong control over soul power, then people who do not have soul power can generate soul power, or to be more precise, internal force. He didn't plan to tell anyone now. It's not the right time yet. But it's enough to make soul masters with inferior spirits progress faster and have a chance to surpass high-level spirits. After all, internal skills still rely on comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the stronger the control of soul power, and the faster the practice speed. Take Tang San for example. If he didn't have the experience of practicing Xiantian Gong in his previous life, it would be basically impossible for him to practice Xiantian Gong to the first level before the age of 6. High-level skills are more difficult to practice than low-level skills. Chapter 104 Willingly Tang Yuehua. At night, Gu Yi flew into Yuexuan skillfully. Since that night, Gu Yi has never slept in the academy again. After all, there are no pillows in the academy's beds, and there are no delicacies for him to taste. Tang Yuehua was a little puzzled by Gu Yi's behavior of climbing through the window. He had left the door open for him, but he had to climb through the window. But now he is becoming more and more inseparable from Gu Yi, and has completely become like Gu Yi. Madam, you are going to become a husband-waiting stone. Gu Yi came in through the window and saw Tang Yuehua looking at the window all the time, and teased. When Tang Yuehua saw Gu Yi, joy flashed in her eyes, and then she suppressed it forcefully. Women should still be more reserved. Some things cannot be done at once, otherwise it is easy to lose passion and interest. It's just that she really can't bear Gu Yi's nourishment. She is full of energy every day, and there is no fatigue at all. This is simply the best effect for men, but things will turn against each other when they reach the extreme. Tang Yuehua believes that her ability to bear is quite good, and she can only raise the white flag and surrender in front of Gu Yi. It seems that Madam misses me too much. Gu Yi quickly jumped onto the bed, hugged the more perfect waist, and sniffed the blue hair. No matter when, Tang Yuehua has a fragrance on her body, which is very comfortable to smell and very stimulating. No, I don't feel well today. Tang Yuehua said softly with her back to Gu Yi. Gu Yi is no longer a pure man. Tang Yuehua said she was not feeling well at this time, so it must be her period. Although Gu Yi had seen many scenes of running red lights in his evil memory, he did not have any hobbies in this regard. The only one who would be hurt would be his woman. Gu Yi stopped immediately, from bottom to top, and finally stopped at her belly. Tang Yuehua did not expect Gu Yi to really stop because of her words, and she could not suppress the happy smile on her lips. She had always been a little worried, whether Gu Yi was just like this because of her appearance, identity, and martial spirit. Today she was relieved. Gu Yi loved her. A man could stop for you when he was burning with desire. If he did not love her, could he do this? Tang Yuehua turned around in Gu Yi's arms, looking at the man who had occupied her many times in the moonlight. Even now she could feel the hot body temperature coming from Gu Yi. Does it hurt? Tang Yuehua's voice was originally a queen's voice, with a hint of tenderness. Gu Yi believed that no man could bear it. The beauty in his arms, he could only look but not touch. Gu Yi could only use a stable martial arts heart to deal with the complicated emotions. It's okay, go to sleep. Gu Yi kissed Tang Yuehua, hugged her tighter, closed his eyes and prepared to resist with sleep. Having seen through wealth and power, Gu Yi could not see through lust. People are sometimes so strange. When they want to sleep, they can't sleep, and when they don't want to sleep, they fall asleep unconsciously. Tang Yuehua also felt something and moved her body slightly. After all, it's not comfortable to be threatened all the time. Gu Yi opened his eyes because of her movement. It was simply adding fuel to the fire. Tang Yuehua seemed to know that she seemed to have made a mistake. Looking at each other, Tang Yuehua, who knew she was in the wrong, finally satisfied Gu Yi's wish a few days ago. Disappeared in front of Gu Yi. Gu Yi lay flat with satisfaction. Sure enough, if you love a woman, you will be loved, and today he felt it. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Yuehua jumped off the bed and ran away in a hurry, so fast that even Gu Yi couldn't see his current strength. It was mainly because his eyes were blurry now, and his soul had ascended to heaven long ago. It seemed that he had a deeper understanding of lust. Not long after, Tang Yuehua returned to the room, but her cheeks were still slightly red, and there were some water stains on her face. Obviously she went out to wash her face. She probably rinsed her mouth. Tang Yuehua threw herself into Gu Yi's arms again and rolled her eyes at him. Are you satisfied? Gu Yi hugged Tang Yuehua and said nothing. A noble and dignified woman can willingly help you relieve stress, and her efforts are not small. Silence is better than words. They fell asleep while leaning against each other. Gu Yi got up early again and made a bowl of medicinal porridge to replenish qi and blood. Although Tang Yuehua didn't feel any pain when she had her period, she would lose a lot of qi and blood after all, and she had to replenish it. Tang Yuehua also enjoyed Gu Yi's care with a face full of enjoyment and obedience. In fact, she didn't ask for much, this was the best. A euro spirit hall. Bibi Dong sat on her own pope chair, holding a thick book in her hand. Ghost. With an order, Ghost stood up respectfully. Send this book to be printed immediately and distributed everywhere. Bibi Dong threw the book in her hand to Ghost, but she was thinking about the nights a few days ago. These were the most comfortable and most comfortable nights since that day. If Gu Yi was not the inheritor of the divine throne, and his strength was not bad, more importantly, he himself was not willing to follow her to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong really wanted to bring Gu Yi here to help her fall asleep every night and relieve stress. Pope, how do you introduce this person? Ghost pointed to the 5 big words author, Gu Yi on the book, and was a little unsure. He already knew the content of this book, and understood how much it contained and how valuable it was to the spirit hall. If Gu Yi was not a member of their spirit hall, he might be a wedding dress for others. Elder of the spirit hall, you don't have to bow to me. Bibi Dong gave Gu Yi an extremely honorable position, which can be said to be below 1 person and above 10,000 people. Only by completely tying Gu Yi to her side can the next plan continue. In fact, even Bibi Dong herself did not notice that after Gu Yi absorbed the evil power in the past few days, her mentality has become somewhat stable. Of course, this is useless. If the knot in her heart is not resolved, the evil thoughts will still grow, and the Rakshasa power that interferes all the time makes it even more difficult for her to escape from the abyss. Gu Yi left Yuexuan in Tang Yuehua's reluctant eyes and continued today's teaching. Fortunately, these people have a foundation of cultivation, and they can learn the pure Yuan Gong very quickly, but they still have some confusion about the Meridian theory. However, it is more than enough to teach some students without a foundation. With free time, Gu Yi finally had time to look at the student files. In 3 days, a total of 79 students were recruited, of which only 1/5 were nobles, and some were children of various forces. However, their cultivation levels were generally not very high. The strongest one was only level 35 at the age of 18, which was only considered average. In fact, the girl who first passed through the evil domain was what interested Gu Yi the most. She left a deep impression on Gu Yi, as if the evil domain had no effect on her at all. She looked even more relaxed than Tang Yuehua when she strolled in the garden. Wang Yanran, martial soul, eyes. Innate soul power, level 3. You don't Euro trademark T know until you see it, and you Euro trademark LL be shocked. The son of destiny 10,000 years later actually has the same martial soul, and the innate soul power is even stronger than Huo Yu Hao. What a treasure! Wang Yanran was also very lucky to meet the only person in the world who knew that the original martial soul could be awakened a second time. Sure enough, the great waves wash away the sand. Even if the original martial soul is rare, there are still some. Chapter 105 Accepting Wang Yanran as a disciple. Tianwen Academy. The day of school soon arrived. Gu Yi was also dressed very formally under the service of Tang Yuehua. Gu Yi also divided Zhu Zuqing and others into the 2nd grade, and as for this group of freshmen, they were naturally the 1st graders. The 79 students were divided into 3 classes, with 26 students in each class and 27 students in the last class. He did not divide the classes into different levels like in his previous life, such as rocket class and sprint class. It is not that the model is bad, but it is not suitable for this world. After an impassioned speech, Gu Yi asked the class leaders to go to their respective classrooms. The next step is to let them teach. The importance of basic knowledge is self-evident. It must be laid firmly. After school, Gu Yi also found Wang Yanran alone. As a body martial soul like him, Gu Yi has a good impression of her, and her heart is even purer, like a delicate heart. It is rare. He also has a heart of love for talent. Let me see your martial soul. Wang Yanran's admission introduction only said that the martial soul is eyes. He has never seen it before, so he naturally wants to see what her martial soul is like. Yes, Dean. Wang Yanran was still a little timid, obviously she didn't expect that such a big figure as Gu Yi would meet her. She also had to look at her martial soul. Could it be that because her martial soul was too weak, the Dean regretted recruiting her and wanted to kick her out? Wang Yanran raised her head. At one glance, Gu Yi was stunned. What kind of eyes were these? The blue pupils were like a bright galaxy, shining. So beautiful. Gu Yi really couldn't imagine that a person's eyes could be so beautiful. They were completely works of art. No, works of art were a bit of a downgrade of these eyes. What is the use of these eyes? Hearing Gu Yi's voice, Wang Yanran said, when releasing the martial soul, it feels like everyone's movements have slowed down, and they can see more clearly. Wang Yanran is now 12 years old, but she looks no different from an 8 or 9-year-old child. She is even thinner and looks a little malnourished. The soul power has just reached level 17. Gu Yi could feel Wang Yanran releasing her martial spirit's spiritual power was radiating, and the effect was definitely not as simple as she said. It's just that no one has ever understood the use of this martial soul, and even the spiritual power, people on Douluo continent know very little. In addition, Wang Yanran's martial soul is weaker than ordinary martial souls, and it has no ability to improve physical fitness, so it is completely ignored. What is the effect of the soul ring? A pale yellow soul ring appeared on Wang Yanran's body, and it was estimated that it had just reached 100 years. The first soul ring, the effect is to copy the actions seen by the eyes. Wang Yanran lowered her head again after speaking. She also understood that this ability was simply too useless and had almost no effect on her strength. Even if she could imitate the actions, if her body couldn't do it, it would not only be easy to hurt herself, but her body was too weak, so even if it was copied, it would be useless. Gu Yi's eyes lit up, this ability was very good. Try it. Gu Yi performed a very simple set of boxing in front of her. Wang Yanran also raised her head, her eyes gleaming with azure light, and her body followed Gu Yi's movements. A closer look showed that they were exactly the same. Good effect. Gu Yi felt that Wang Yanran was really suitable for practicing martial arts. Are you willing to become my disciple? Gu Yi also told her the purpose of calling her this time. Really? Wang Yanran couldn't believe that such a great opportunity would fall on her. She was the most humble one since she was born. Are you willing? Yes, yes, but my martial spirit is too weak, and I will embarrass you, the Dean, in the future. Wang Yanran reacted and said yes twice, but then lowered her head, worried that she would make Gu Yi a joke because of her. No, your martial spirit is very powerful. Gu Yi looked at the self-abased Wang Yanran and said seriously. Wang Yanran looked up suddenly, really? But my martial soul is useless. I don't have a strong physical fitness, nor a weapon with strong attack power. It's just an martial soul that everyone has. Even the soul master who awakened her martial soul said that her martial soul was useless, just better than the blue-silver grass. My martial soul is just like you said. It didn't give me a strong physical fitness, nor did it give me a weapon with strong attack power. But now I am still the head of the academy. Gu Yi used his soul power to reflect his own meridians for Wang Yanran to see. Really, Dean, your martial soul is the meridians you taught today. Wang Yanran looked at the glittering meridians and was a little excited. I didn't expect that the Dean's martial soul was the same as hers, without attack power. So, don't be self-abased. Your martial soul is very strong, very good. Gu Yi rubbed Wang Yanran's head. If you are too self-abased on the path of cultivation, you won't go far on this path. Okay, go back and have a good rest today. Wait for me in the second grade classroom tomorrow morning. Since Wang Yanran has become his student, Gu Yi will naturally teach her in person. Besides, the teachers he recruited cannot teach the body martial spirit. Yes, teacher, you should have a good rest too. Wang Yanran walked away with brisk steps. From today on, she is no longer alone, and she also has a master. From now on, she is no longer helpless. Gu Yi looked at Wang Yanran who was happy to leave, and smiled. With such a student who is easily satisfied, even his spirit has become active. But he will be busy next. Since Wang Yanran has been accepted as a disciple, he must teach her well. Not to mention reaching the level of a certain hanger in the future, but also showing the strength of the martial spirit. When he came to Yuexuan, Gu Yi did not find Tang Yuehua immediately, but fell into thinking. The eyes are the window of the soul, and the mental power is naturally strong. It is not a simple matter to increase mental power. Even he himself has only practiced a set of magic skills that can be regarded as magic skills to increase his mental power. However, with the continuous understanding of mental power over the years, coupled with his strength and vision, it should not be difficult to create a mental power method. After washing, Tang Yuehua was only wearing a thin nightgown, and her legs were wrapped in azure stockings. She looked seductive, but no one was watching. Gu Yi didn't notice Tang Yuehua coming in at this moment. Tang Yuehua was a little surprised when she entered the room. Gu Yi would have pressed her on the bed at this time before, but he was indifferent today. Is he bored? Chapter 106 The Act of Tang Yuehua. After Tang Yuehua approached, Gu Yi also smelled the familiar fragrance and looked up at Tang Yuehua, who was only one step away from him. He temporarily gave up the idea in his mind and raised his hand to suck Tang Yuehua in. Ah! Tang Yuehua felt a force pulling her towards Gu Yi, and she screamed subconsciously, then fell into Gu Yi's arms. Why are you wearing so sexy today? Gu Yi hugged Tang Yuehua, who was becoming more and more tender, especially her skin, which was so tender that water could be squeezed out. Her pink lips were fuller and more attractive, and her eyes, which were full of spring and seemed to be full of resentment, were even more colorful. The smooth dress was even softer. Even if you are dressed like this, someone still won't even look at you. Tang Yuehua pouted in dissatisfaction, with a little cuteness in her charm. Little fairy, aren't you worried that you won't be able to speak tomorrow? Gu Yi was holding a beauty in his arms. He was comfortable during this period, but Tang Yuehua was uncomfortable. According to her own complaints, her throat was about to burst into flames. If it weren't for the protection and repair of soul power, her voice would have been hoarse long ago. You still say that it's all your fault. Tang Yuehua shyly knocked on Gu Yi's chest, but with her strength not much greater than that of a cat, it's not an exaggeration to say that it was a massage. Okay, take a good rest today, just in time for me to think about something. Gu Yi put Tang Yuehua down, not wanting to torture her. After all, her physical fitness was there, how could she surrender so easily? Besides, Tang Yuehua was still a little reluctant to let go. Tang Yuehua really didn't expect that Gu Yi would actually let her go. Seeing him thinking hard, it seemed that he really had something to think about. She did not bother him anymore, but picked up the harp and played it with her dirty white jade hands in coordination with the noble domain. This was the only way she could help Gu Yi. Gu Yi, who had frowned, relaxed after hearing the sound of the harp. His thoughts slowly opened up. The spirit is not illusory, but has traces to follow. Just like the sound of the harp played by Tang Yuehua now, it contains spiritual power. The answer is there. With this idea, Gu Yi's thoughts became broader, and a simple method of spiritual cultivation slowly took shape. A method of cultivating the spirit that resonates with the energy of heaven and earth with one's own spiritual power, treating the sea of a euro spirit as a sea of a euro stars and introducing the energy of heaven and earth. Achieve the effect of improving spiritual power. If it were not for the fact that he had become more and more clear about his control over spiritual power over the years, and if there was not a Tang Yuehua beside him, it would just be the right time to emit the spirit in the form of a domain and in the form of sound waves. Otherwise, such a method would be unimaginable. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Tang Yuehua, who was sitting beside him with a harp beside her. She was really his lucky star. He took 2 steps forward and hugged her in his arms. Great, it's great. Tang Yuehua was still a little confused. What happened to Gu Yi? He was so surprised. You are really my lucky star. Gu Yi held Tang Yuehua's head and kissed her deeply. Tang Yuehua couldn't stand such stimulation and also threw herself into it. She had been more tired than Gu Yi these days. After all, Gu Yi still had her to help him relieve stress, but she was completely empty for several days. 40 is like a wolf, 50 is like a tiger. Even for her noble woman, the same is true. The feeling of the unity of body and soul is really too wonderful. Gu Yi forced himself to stop it all. If he really continued, I'm afraid Tang Yuehua would have to go to class with a hoarse voice tomorrow. Tang Yuehua saw through Gu Yi's thoughts, and her love for him became stronger. She looked up and whispered something in Gu Yi's ear. When they separated, Tang Yuehua's earlobes had already turned red, and she lowered her head and dared not look at Gu Yi. Gu Yi was ecstatic to see the beautiful woman, and he did not expect that Tang Yuehua would be so proactive after falling in love with him. He immediately understood what she meant, and finally understood why Tang Yuehua was dressed so seductively today. The reason turned out to be here. However, Tang Yuehua still had too little experience. How could she only wear a hollow nightgown and stockings? She took out a pair of high heels from the shoe cabinet. These three things together are the real complete attack speed outfit. If one is missing, it is incomplete. Tang Yuehua did not understand why she had to wear shoes at this time, but she still wore them obediently. The whole person suddenly became taller, and her figure looked more perfect. Gu Yi was not Lu Ziwei. In this case, he could only output fiercely. After all, the attack speed outfit was fully stacked. Don't, this is a me last piece. Don't worry, I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Climbed mountains and waded through water. Gu Yi, who was exhausted and vomited, finally woke up. Looking at the messy room, he had to say that trekking through mountains and rivers was indeed a waste of money. It was unknown how much it would cost to buy all the equipment. However, it was all for hobbies, so this little money was nothing. Hobbies, however, were far more important than money. It was also the most critical thing for the continuation of human society. Tang Yuehua finally understood that she could never resist Gu Yi's gun skills alone, especially after adding the attack speed equipment, which was simply a bombardment. She could only run away with her head in her arms, without any resistance. Have a good rest, and wait for me to come back in the evening to teach you a technique. Gu Yi withdrew and left. Although the gentle land made people nostalgic, people could not stay in it all the time, and people could not bear it. At this time, in the second-grade classroom of Tianwen Academy, 6 people all set their eyes on Wang Yanran, who suddenly entered the classroom. Did Gu Yi really accept you as his disciple? Du Yan asked curiously. The others also looked at her curiously. It was the first time that Wang Yanran was stared at closely by so many people. She lowered her head shyly. But when talking about Gu Yi, she raised her head and said, "Yes, I am the teacher's apprentice. Your martial soul must be very powerful to be favored by Brother Yi, right?" Ning Rongrong was very curious about Wang Yanran's martial soul. After all, in her impression, Gu Yi was simply invincible. "My martial soul is my eyes. The teacher said it is very powerful." Wang Yanran raised her head and revealed her martial soul. The pair of blue eyes as bright as stars attracted everyone's attention. These eyes are too beautiful, and they are the same martial soul as Brother Yi. I don't know what ability his martial soul has. Everyone is obviously very interested in Wang Yanran's martial soul. After all, this is the only one with a martial soul. It would be strange if they were not curious. It's time for class. What are you doing? Gu Yi's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone sat down quickly, and Wang Yanran also sat next to Zhu Zuqing. Wang Yanran, I believe you all know her. She is my disciple and will receive my training with you. Chapter 107, Cultivating Soul Power with Tang Yuehua. Gu Yi also plans to carry out the next step of training. But there is still one person who has not reached his standard. Since Daimyo Bai came to him last time, he has been drowsy every day and he doesn't know what he is thinking. Even Ma Hongjun with evil fire can't resist the evil field. It seems that she is completely useless without the martial soul fusion technique. When the evil field trial that everyone is most familiar with is over, everyone is shocked to see Wang Yanran who has no pressure in it. It's simply outrageous. Sure enough. Daimyo Bai's eyes are red with envy, and he can feel that the soul power of this girl is not strong. The evil field has no effect on her at all. This will is too strong. Daimyo Bai is still the bottom among all people, and now even Ma Hongjun with evil fire can't compare with her. Consciousness is completely depressed. Now he has no idea how to fight against his talented elder brother. Without the martial soul fusion skill with Zhu Zuqing, how can he win and seize the throne of Xingluo Empire? The only thing that is still persisting now is the soul power that he practices seriously every day. In front of Wang Yanran, who has a natural exquisite heart, both Oscar and Du Yan, who are determined, are just so-so. In the following time, Gu Yi taught them some soul skills and tested their progress in practicing internal skills. The one with the fastest progress is not Oscar, nor Zhu Zuqing, but Ma Hongjun, a fat boy with an unremarkable appearance. Now he has opened up the Yanggui Meridian. Although the evil fire of the martial soul made him suffer, it also brought some unexpected changes to Ma Hongjun's practice progress. For example, it can help him open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, and as Ma Hongjun has a more refined grasp of the evil fire, the speed will be accelerated. The second is Oscar, who is only a little short of opening up the Yanggui meridian. Zhu Zoking's cultivation time was too short, even if she was practicing the sword-walking technique. It was also impossible to open the first meridian in such a short time. After everything was over, Gu Yi took Wang Yanran to his office. Her current situation was somewhat similar to that of the Son of Destiny 10,000 years later. The same eye spirit, the same weak body, and the same miserable origin. But Wang Yanran did not have Huo Yuhao's luck. She did not have a million-year soul beast to come to her, nor did she have the alien demigod Alex to teach magic and give her spirit. Sit cross-legged on the ground, and your master will help you nourish your meridians. Gu Yi could completely use a medicinal bath to help her widen her meridians, but if he did so, it would take at least a few months to achieve the desired effect. And he didn't want to wait for this time. However, Wang Yanran's meridians were narrower than he imagined, even narrower than when he had just awakened his spirit at the age of 6. If there is no special opportunity, Wang Yanran will hardly achieve much success even if she practices internal skills. This situation is equivalent to being a waste in the martial arts world. Despite this, Gu Yi is very optimistic about Wang Yanran's future. Those eyes may become the nightmare of the Soul Master world. Use the pure Yuan Gong you learned to follow my soul power. Wang Yanran did not understand what Gu Yi wanted to do, but she trusted him very much and followed Gu Yi while practicing the not very proficient pure Yuan Gong. During the soul power operation, she could feel that a force was constantly expanding her meridians, and the soul power operation became smoother and smoother. After half an hour, she took back her soul power. At this time, Wang Yanran entered the deep meditation that all soul masters dream of, which is also called the state of unity between man and nature. Gu Yi never thought that in this irritable world, there would actually be a woman who was not disturbed by the mortal world. There was no evil thought in her heart. It was as clean as a piece of white paper, which might be a unique talent. Gu Yi had originally planned to finish early and go back to rest, but he didn't expect that Wang Yanran would enter deep meditation by accident. It was really beyond his expectations. After that, Gu Yi stayed here for another hour before Wang Yanran woke up slowly. It was mainly because his meridians were too narrow and his body was too weak, so he couldn't bear deep meditation for a long time. The influence of meditation. This ended hastily. Hey, what's wrong with me? I feel so comfortable, as if I'm flying. Wang Yanran stood up, jumped a few times, and shouted excitedly. Well done, come here. Wang Yanran then remembered that she was in the teacher's office before. Twisting her head timidly, the scene just now must have been seen by the teacher. Wang Yanran suddenly didn't dare to face Gu Yi. But the teacher's order cannot be disobeyed. Slowly moved in front of Gu Yi. Feel it carefully. Gu Yi pointed at Wang Yanran's eyebrows and passed the soul tempering technique he created last night to Wang Yanran. For their kind of spiritual martial souls, spiritual power is more important than soul power. After being pointed at by a finger, Wang Yanran was stunned, feeling the extra technique in her mind. A kind of deformed use of spiritual power. This is also an efficient learning method that Gu Yi thought of from the memory images contained in the evil thoughts. Teacher, what is this? Wang Yanran was experiencing such a magical thing for the first time, and asked with some doubts. Spiritual cultivation method is very suitable for your martial soul cultivation, work hard. Gu Yi patted his apprentice on the shoulder and walked out. He taught everything he should teach. The rest can only be practiced by herself. The master leads the way, and the practice is up to the individual. Wang Yanran looked at Gu Yi's back as he left, and her eyes were inexplicably moist. After experiencing a shameless life again, Gu Yi did not continue. It can be seen that although Tang Yuehua did not care about the difference between age and cultivation on the surface, she was still full of worries in her heart. This is why she has always been a little reluctant. Since Tang Yuehua brought it up last time, he has been thinking about how to improve Tang Yuehua's cultivation. Finally, on a dark and windy night, Gu Yi, who entered the sage mode, thought of an excellent method. To explain it in the language of this world, it is the fusion of soul power and the exchange of what is needed. To use the words of the last life, it is to practice together. This simple and effective method was thought of by him. And after studying all night yesterday, he has a very deep understanding of Tang Yuehua's body. Whether it is the soul power characteristics, meridian conditions, and other aspects, they have been studied very thoroughly. This method must be feasible. But Tang Yuehua needs to cooperate well next. Madam, please do as I say next, don't resist, don't move around. Everything follows my power. If you are interested, you can go and see the latest people who write. Chapter 108 March time. What did you say? Tang Yuehua, who was panting and dazed, didn't hear Gu Yi's words clearly. But before Tang Yuehua could react, she was picked up by Gu Yi and sat in front of him. Then she felt Gu Yi's hand on her back. What do you want? Tang Yuehua was a little nervous. Help you get rid of your mental problems. Gu Yi's eyes were very serious at this moment. After all, this was only the first time to practice, and they had to be careful, otherwise they might get hurt. Tang Yuehua naturally understood what Gu Yi meant by mental problems, and she stopped resisting. She sat in front of him obediently, but she was a little confused. Is this really helping her improve her strength? If Gu Yi hadn't been so serious at this moment, she would have even thought that Gu Yi was using this excuse to convince her to do something shameful. Ah! Tang Yuehua raised her head and shouted, and a powerful force entered her body and rushed forward. The hand on her back also became warmer. Don't use soul power to resist my power. Move along its trajectory. Gu Yi looked at Tang Yuehua seriously, or more precisely, at her meridians. This was also his first attempt, and he didn't know how effective it would be. But Tang Yuehua had a hard time saying it, how could she concentrate? However, she still suppressed her restlessness and used her own soul power to follow the power that Gu Yi entered into her body. After just one circle, the soul power flowed from under her body into Gu Yi's body. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth wide. This was the first time she entered Gu Yi's body. This meridian was too wide. In comparison, her body was just a forest path. And he was a road that could not feel crowded even if more than a dozen carriages were running at the same time. Coming to his home court, Gu Yi was no longer cautious. Even if he carried all of Tang Yuehua's soul power, it would not cause any damage to his body. While the soul power was flowing, Tang Yuehua found that her soul power had increased. And it was not just a little bit, it was comparable to the gains she had made from 5 or 6 days of serious practice. This practice lasted for a long time. In the end, Tang Yuehua couldn't bear it first, mainly because her body reached its limit. To perform this soul power blending practice method, the two could only contact at a negative distance. How is it? I didn't lie to you, you said it was if I can help you untie your knot, I will definitely be able to help you untie your knot. Gu Yi looked at Tang Yuehua lying beside him and was very satisfied with this experiment. It's just that their hearts are not compatible enough. If they really achieve spiritual unity, the speed of cultivation can be accelerated. Rogue, you actually came up with this kind of cultivation method. Tang Yuehua said so, but her heart was very sweet. Gu Yi saw that Tang Yuehua was tough, and couldn't help but tease her. So, Madam Yuehua is not satisfied, then let's practice like before. Don't. Tang Yuehua blurted out subconsciously. She was not satisfied with this method that could both enjoy Gu Yi's embrace and improve her strength just once. But when she saw Gu Yi's smirk, she knew that she was being fooled, and she bit him immediately. Hiss, you are a dog. Gu Yi rubbed his bitten arm, which still had a row of teeth marks on it. Humph, who told you to play tricks on me? Tang Yuehua raised her head with a sense of relief, very proud. Well, now you dare to touch your man, now give it back to me bit by bit. Tang Yuehua seemed to have thought of something, and struggled against Gu Yi's outstretched hand. However, with her strength, it was still too weak. Besides, she had experienced it before, and she didn't have much intention to resist. It was just some shyness of a woman. Gu Yi finally got his revenge. Time passed, and it has been more than 3 months since the opening of Tianwen Academy. Everything is moving in a good direction. The only major event that happened during this period was that the Spirit Hall launched a practice method that was completely different from the practice method of Douluo continent. It is said that it can make people with low-level spirits equal to high-level spirits in practice speed, and may even surpass them. If one's own comprehension is high enough, one can even innovate and create stronger ones. Gongfa. If any other force released this almost absurd Gongfa, no one would believe it. But the one who released this Gongfa was Wuhan Hall, the holy place in the hearts of all soul masters. They would never be deceived. All soul masters in the world know a person, Gu Yi. It is said that the creator of this Gongfa, his Wuhan is the meridian mentioned in the Gongfa. The whole world is boiling. For a time, pure Yuan Gong became the hottest thing. Shrek Academy. Stinky boy, you really realized your original ambition. Flanders looked at the pure Yuan Gong on the table that he received from Wuhan Hall and sighed. The soaring of the dragon will not stop because of anyone. Guyi is such a dragon. His appearance is to stimulate the current Soul Master world. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang also saw this book. Why would he do this? Tang San couldn't understand why Guyi would spread his unique skills throughout the world, which was totally inconsistent with the ideas he accepted in his previous life. However, Tang San looked at the words on the book and had only murderous intentions towards Guyi. Guyi, the current elder of the Spirit Hall, is second only to the Pope. This line of words made Tang San put Guyi on the must-kill list. Now he knew that it was the people of the Spirit Hall who caused his parents to become what they are now. Such an evil organization should not exist in the world. Anyone from the Spirit Hall should die. But what Tang San didn't know was that the teacher sitting opposite him, whom he regarded as a father, was also a member of the Spirit Hall and an elder. Yu Xiaogang was thinking about how to regain his lost title of master. Since the Spirit Hall released the pure Yuan Gong, Yu Xiaogang knew that his title of master was no longer secure. It is necessary to research something that surpasses the pure Yuan Gong. Yu Xiaogang left with a livid face. 3 months may seem short, but it is very long for some people. For example, Wang Yanran. Who is the person who has changed the most in Tianwen Academy? Everyone can only say one name, Wang Yanran. Her soul power is changing a lot every day, she has grown a little taller, and she is no longer the flat body before. After class every day, Wang Yanran will go to Guyi for a private lesson with Zhu Zuking. The strength has improved a lot. Her soul power is upgraded by 1 level per month, which is unbelievably fast. Guyi has used all the methods he can think of on Wang Yanran, using soul power to help her activate her meridians every day, and preparing medicinal baths to strengthen her physique. She can be said to be the most serious and attentive one taught by Guyi. The main reason is that those eyes made him miss them too much, and the blue light made him unable to resist and want to help her. Chapter 109 Immortal Grass. In the past 3 months, Guyi has not been idle either. He has deepened his understanding of the evil realm, especially in the field of lust, and has made remarkable progress. At the same time, he will study pharmacology more diligently. Immortal grass is a good thing, but if you swallow it whole, it will only waste the medicinal power contained in it. It is impossible to use only one plant of any medicinal material, even immortal grass, to meet the needs. Just like a Chinese medicine prescription, you need to treat a disease, several herbs are often used together, sometimes even more than a dozen. The efficacy of the herbs must complement each other to be fully integrated and to exert the real effect. It is precisely because of this that Guyi has not used the fairy grass for a long time. This kind of unique herbal medicine is precious. Even if I am not the doctor in my previous life, I can't help cherishing the good herbs. Waste of herbs is a great dereliction of duty for a doctor. Now I have finally completed a prescription that can perfectly utilize the fairy grass, or a method of alchemy. And this herb is the herb that is closely related to him, the Qirong Tong Dianzhu. This fairy grass may allow his martial soul to evolve again. The third awakening of the main martial soul will truly push the martial soul to the category of the god-level martial soul. It is precisely because of this that Guyi will repeatedly polish the prescription and strive to achieve the most perfect state. This step has begun since he came into contact with Dugubo. However, the most important thing now is another thing. Guyi can feel that there is a force in the sunset forest calling him from time to time. To be precise, it is calling the soul bone on his right leg. This feeling becomes more and more obvious as time goes by. The reason why he didn't go to see it right away is because he wants to wait for Wang Yanran to break through level 20 and Ning Rongrong to break through level 30. It will be easier to finish all the things at the same time. Now the time has come, it's time to set off. Of course, this time, he brought Zhu Zuking and others with him. It is also necessary to exercise their practical experience. Although there is also a fighting soul field in Tiandu City, it is just a ring competition, unless they participate in the unlimited life and death ring. Besides, they will also need to face soul beasts in their soul master career in the future. The group set off in a mighty manner. They didn't take a carriage. With their current cultivation, the carriage may not be as fast as they run. Duguyan seized the opportunity to run to Guyi and stick to him, her eyes wishing to be on Guyi all the time. Others were not surprised, as they all knew Duguyan's feelings for Guyi during this period of time. Only 2 people had different eyes. The 100-mile journey was soon over, and Duguyan did not stick to Guyi anymore. After all, she knew the importance of it. The sunset forest was not as big as the Star Doe forest, but 1,000 or 2,000-year-old soul beasts were more than enough. After entering the forest, Guyi restrained all his aura, because soul beasts often have stronger perception than humans. It would be bad if his strong aura allowed these feelings to escape, and more importantly, it would not serve the purpose of training. As long as they were not in danger of life, Guyi would not take action. Ning Rongrong was the weakest one in the team who was working hard. As an auxiliary soul master, she only mastered a light skill of flying without a shadow and some very superficial boxing techniques. It's not that he is unwilling to teach Ning Rongrong stronger martial arts. It's because she can't spare so much time to learn. Although martial arts are something that only he and Tang San can learn, there are also many talented people in this world. They can develop their own soul skills that are different from this world. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has such a powerful self-created soul skill, distraction control. Only the owner of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Tower martial spirit who has cultivated distraction control to the extreme can be called the strongest auxiliary soul master. Ning Rongrong's father has achieved this step and can assist 7 soul masters in fighting at the same time. Even if Ning Rongrong also needs combat power, it is still not as important as distraction control. It is precisely because of this that he did not force anything. After 3 months of intensive training, Wang Yanran's first soul skill finally played a key role. It greatly accelerated her speed of practicing martial arts. Especially for martial arts such as moves, the speed of mastering them even amazed Guyi. The first soul skill, copying, finally showed its due brilliance. However, after all, his age was too low, and he could only copy physical movements, but not soul skills and energy attacks. For example, when Guyi swung a sword, Wang Yanran could imitate the same movements, but could not emit even a millimeter of sword energy. It was a pity that such a powerful skill was trapped by age. Now Wang Yanran has mastered many close combat skills, and his strength should not be underestimated. Of course, this is for soul masters within level 20. Now Wang Yanran does not have much advantage over other soul masters. Even with his help, it is impossible to make earth-shaking changes in just 3 months. After such a long period of systematic learning, they are already familiar with many things. After entering the forest, Duguyan has taken charge of the team's leadership. This is also the position that a control-type soul master should take. And Duguyan is also the most worthy of the strongest among their group. The toxin that cannot be cured is so powerful that even the fastest Zhuzuking and the highest Ma Hongjun cannot avoid it. The toxins that Duguyan has mastered are no longer as simple as snake venom. All kinds of strange toxins have been incorporated into her. A little realgar wine is not enough. It can break her poison again. The soul beast that Ning Rongrong needs naturally does not need his guidance. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has walked this path very clearly. Even Guyi can't find a more suitable auxiliary skill than these soul skills. As for Wang Yanran, after research and decision, the master and disciple also decided which soul beast to hunt. Blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. This is an extremely rare soul beast that mainly relies on mental power. The biggest feature is the eyes. Not only can it launch mental attacks with its eyes, but it can also see through the enemy's weaknesses to a certain extent. It would be best if the soul ring of the blue-eyed golden crystal beast could be found. Both the first type of soul skills and the second type of soul skills are of great benefit to Wang Yanran. This is just the best plan. After all, few people have encountered the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast in recent years. The soul beasts that Ning Rongrong was looking for were extremely wide, and the most difficult thing to match was the age of the soul ring. Chapter 110 Scolding. The search for soul beasts was complicated. But it didn't take long to find a soul beast that was more than 2,300 years old. The soul beast was very suitable, but the age was not good. Just when everyone was about to give up, suddenly a strong aura pressed the soul beast in place, and then Guyi's voice was heard. This is the soul beast. Everyone was stunned. Even they could see the age of the soul beast, so there was no reason why Guyi couldn't see it clearly. Don't look at things with a rigid perspective. Ning Rongrong, is this soul beast suitable for you? Guyi said first and then turned to ask Ning Rongrong. Suitable, but the age? Ning Rongrong answered. Years? What's wrong with years? Do you think it's too high? If the limits of soul master's cultivation can be defined, what's the point of cultivation? You've been in the academy for so long, I can tell you clearly. I'll tell you. Gu Yi looked around at everyone, still a little disappointed with their current views. Everyone Gu Yi saw lowered their heads. After 10,000 years, it is enough to absorb higher-level soul rings beyond the years. It is undeniable that there are some merits in the theory proposed by Yu Xiaogang, but it is a pity that it has restricted the limit of Soul Master's absorption of soul rings in the future. Before the 10,000-year soul ring, the absorption of soul rings will not be affected by soul vibration. That is to say, it is only related to physical fitness, martial soul strength, and willpower. He also cultivated Ning Rongrong and others with all his heart, gave them whale glue to eat, and prepared medicinal baths for them. He also used the evil field to hone their will. If they still cannot cross the limit to absorb, then it is really a waste of whale glue. They all heard the disappointment in Gu Yi's tone. It's not so easy to break the mental shackles. Let me see your strength. Gu Yi pulled Wang Yanran aside. This level of battle was not something she could participate in. At the same time, he also loosened the shackles on the soul beast. After being suppressed by the powerful aura, the soul beast, which was more than 2,000 years old, also realized that it could never be an opponent. It just ran back a few steps and was blocked by Duguyan, who caught up first, with poisonous mist. Ning Rongrong assists, Oscar prepares sausages. Duguyan arranged everyone to fight in an orderly manner. After getting along for a few months, they have a tacit understanding. Watching them fight, Gu Yi's anger subsided a little. Although his mind was not able to turn around, his soul skills were still good. Especially Ning Rongrong's auxiliary soul skills were used like a fish in water, and there was no leak again. The grasp of the battle situation was also relatively clear. Everyone played to their due effect. Although the strength of this soul beast over 2,000 years old was quite good, it was soon killed by the team with all members above level 30. With everyone witnessing, Ning Rongrong took out a dagger and ended its life. Well done. Gu Yi also came over with Wang Yanran at this time and praised them for a rare sentence. Although it was just a simple compliment, it made them smile. Ning Rongrong no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring of super age. Although no one in their Kai Bao Liulai sect had ever successfully absorbed soul rings beyond the age limit. But Ning Rongrong was willing to believe Gu Yi. Although the process of absorbing soul rings was a bit painful, it was also safe. After the transformation of the 1,000-year soul ring, Ning Rongrong has grown up a little at this moment, and has a bit of adult appearance. However, compared with Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan, there is still a long way to go. Dean, I succeeded. Ning Rongrong jumped to Gu Yi's side and shouted excitedly. This time, absorbing the soul ring brought a very powerful transformation to her body. The most intuitive effect is that among the auxiliary soul masters of the same level, no one can have a stronger physical fitness than her. Great. Ning Rongrong has this confidence. Well done. Gu Yi also praised. As my student, never forget that the rules of events are not immutable. What we need to do is to further and upwardly develop a more powerful soul master's path, rather than repeating the path taken by our predecessors for thousands of years. Gu Yi can be said to have the most say in this regard. It's getting late, let's find a place to rest. In the next few days, they walked most of the sunset forest, but still did not find the blue-eyed golden crystal beast. Spiritual soul beasts are rarer than ordinary soul beasts. They are also more powerful than ordinary soul beasts. Compared to visible attacks, invisible attacks are the most deadly. Wang Yanran herself was a little embarrassed because she had delayed everyone for so long because of her own reasons. Just when Gu Yi was about to give up the choice of the blue-eyed golden crystal beast, he had an unexpected surprise. I have finally found it after searching for a long time. During the search, Gu Yi also used his mental power to detect the situation within a radius of 100 meters, and finally found the soul beast he wanted. With a group of people, Gu Yi and others finally saw the green-eyed golden crystal beast. Its majestic body like a lion and its very smart eyes of different colors show its uniqueness. Brother Yi, this green-eyed golden crystal beast is almost 1,000 years old. Oscar reminded. The meaning is self-evident, Wang Yanran may not be able to absorb it. Wang Yanran can understand what Oscar means, but she doesn't want to waste everyone's time anymore. She also doesn't want to disappoint her teacher. Master, I can do it. Wang Yanran looked at Gu Yi firmly, she believed that she could absorb the soul ring of this soul beast. Yanran, don't force yourself, there must be soul beasts of the right age in such a large sunset forest. Zhu Zuqing comforted her. The months of training together have made the two girls of similar age form a deep friendship. Zhu Zuoqing naturally didn't want to see Wang Yanran take risks. Yes, we all have time here anyway. Everyone also persuaded her. Wang Yanran has a good personality and no schemes, so she is naturally liked by everyone. No one wants to lose such a sister. I can do it. Gu Yi looked at his little apprentice, go and try. Thank you, master. Gu Yi hit the green-eyed golden crystal beast with a casual blow, leaving it with only a little breath left. Go. Wang Yanran killed the green-eyed golden beast with her own hands, and she didn't stop to absorb the soul ring directly. As soon as she started to absorb, Wang Yanran spit out a mouthful of blood. Teacher! Zhu Zuoqing shouted anxiously. It's so serious at the beginning, how should we go next? Gu Yi ignored him and stared at Wang Yanran. If there is a real danger to his life, he will remove the power of the soul ring at the first time. He can do this with his current realm, and it is precisely because of this that he agreed to Wang Yanran's request. Because he knows that Wang Yanran's current body is not strong enough to absorb this soul ring. The only thing he can rely on is his will. Once the soul power in his body stops working, it will be the time for Wang Yanran to fail. Chapter 111 Tang Hao is furious. Just when everyone thought that Wang Yanran would soon fail in this absorption, he miraculously controlled the power of the soul ring. The condition is getting better and better. Seeing this scene, Gu Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes people's will burst out with infinite potential. He also developed a lot of potential in his body. In 3 months, he prepared a lot of medicinal baths, whale sharks, and other things that can strengthen the body for Wang Yanran. It became a helper to absorb this soul ring. 2 hours later. After absorbing the soul ring, Wang Yanran stood up, and the change in the whole person was even greater than that of Ning Rongrong just now. It was like a child turning into an adult. The originally thin and small face had grown up, and with the pair of blue eyes, his appearance was comparable to Zhu Zuoqing and others. Master, I succeeded. Wang Yanran walked to Gu Yi excitedly. Finally, she did not disappoint her master. Try it. Gu Yi also wanted to know what kind of improvement Wang Yanran had achieved this time. It's the same as you expected, master. The deep yellow soul ring around Wang Yanran flashed for a moment, and then the brilliance revealed by the blue eyes became brighter. Second soul skill, the Eye of Penetration. Wang Yanran set his eyes on Gu Yi. His soul ring almost covered the 2 characteristics of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Seeing through weaknesses and issuing materialized mental attacks. It was already very powerful. Looking at her master, Wang Yanran seemed to be able to find countless flaws in him, but she had no idea where to start. Spiritual power practitioners have a much better sense of danger than other soul masters. The master is simply too strong. Wang Yanran turned her eyes to the big tree next to her. The azure spiritual attack shot out from his eyes. Bang! The azure attack that hit the tree penetrated the entire tree. What a strong attack! No one expected that Wang Yanran's second soul skill would be so powerful, especially the penetrating power. Boom! A bursting sound came from the east, and the power generated was transmitted to them. What a strong power! Oscar sighed. Then Gu Yi seemed to feel something, turned around and murmured. Turned to the few people and said, Duguyan, take care of them. Then he took off and flew towards the place where the sound came from. The speed was very fast. What happened? Wang Yanran was a little confused. Why did the master suddenly leave? What did Gu Yi say just now? Duguyan saw that Gu Yi's mouth moved just now, but the voice was too low and he didn't hear it at all. Wang Yanran stood beside Gu Yi and heard those 3 words clearly. Old poison. Duguyan was shocked. She knew that old poison was what Gu Yi called her grandfather. Combined with the previous attack and Gu Yi's hurried departure, the answer was obvious. Zhu Zuoqing, take them all out. Duguyan couldn't just watch her grandfather in danger and not go, but she couldn't let Zhu Zuoqing and the others take risks with her. Just after taking a few steps, Zhu Zuoqing grabbed her hand. In terms of speed, no one present was Zhu Zuoqing's opponent. I'll go with you. Yes, we'll go with you. Oscar and others also said in unison. Gu Yi soon saw a green-scaled snake and a huge clear sky hammer facing it a few hundred meters away. Especially the clear sky hammer, which had been ready for a long time, just waiting for the last hammer to fall. Although he didn't know what happened, Gu Yi also understood that if he didn't stop the clear sky hammer, Dugubo would probably die soon. He couldn't stop this hammer. He took out a flying knife, condensed the will of martial arts, and also attached a large amount of heaven and earth energy and spiritual power, trying to block the hammer. Which rat? Tang Hao turned the hammer head and swung the Haoshan hammer in his hand violently. The flying knife and the Haoshan hammer collided with each other, sending out a stronger wave than before, spreading hundreds of meters. The momentum was huge. Finally, the flying knife was still powerless and fell to the ground. It's you. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. Tang Hao also saw the person clearly at this moment. It was Gu Yi who took away the position of Blue-Silver King. He was still very afraid of this young man. Gu Yi was not like Dugubo. His strength was simply unfathomable. Even he didn't want to start a life and death battle. It's you. You took away Ayan and fused her soul bone. Tang Hao suddenly felt a familiar breath coming from Gu Yi, to be precise, his right leg. His eyes instantly turned red, and his aura became particularly terrifying. A terrifying domain covered the surroundings, and a strong murderous aura enveloped Gu Yi. You mean the dying Blue-Silver Emperor and soul bone in the cave? Yes, I took it. There is nothing to hide about this matter, and it cannot be hidden. It is impossible to hide it in front of Tang Hao, who has integrated the 100,000-year soul ring of the Blue-Silver Emperor. There is still some induction between the same source. You deserve to die, and you actually defiled Ayan's soul bone. I will personally smash all your bones, take out Ayan's soul bone, and go to hell to repent your sins. Sins? Gu Yi sneered, and at the same time summoned the evil domain to fight against Tang Hao's killing god domain, and also took out the killing sword that had not been used for a long time. The same huge murderous aura came to him. Obviously, he also used the third soul skill. Tang Hao felt that his own domain was blocked, and he realized that Gu Yi also had a domain, which was not inferior to his god of killing domain in status. The advantage of the domain was reduced. However, Tang Hao could still feel that Gu Yi had not yet mastered this unknown domain to perfection. The domain was still better than his own. Tang Hao also attacked Gu Yi with one move after another. He didn't like the kind of childish fighting moves. Big Samurai Hammer. Gu Yi didn't expect Tang Hao to be so decisive. The Haoshan Sect's magical skill can integrate its own soul ring into the martial soul, and its power can be increased exponentially, so as to overwhelm others and break all laws with one force. I saw that the 9 soul rings on Tang Hao's body were constantly merging into the Haoshan hammer, and the aura on his body was becoming more and more dignified. The momentum was so strong that even the air around him became thinner and became a vacuum zone. Although Gu Yi didn't know the skills of fusion rings, he didn't need it. Powerful strength never comes from the soul rings on the body, but from this vast world. It is precisely because of this that Gu Yi can be on par with the titled Douluo with the status of Soul King and Soul Emperor. How do you know? Tang Hao was shocked. The Great Samurai Hammer is the unique skill of their Haoshan sect. Even the people of the sect rarely know about it. How did Gu Yi, an outsider, know its name? The powerful force of heaven and earth merged into the body from the meridians at a very fast speed. Gu Yi's body seemed to be stretched. The 2 soul masters standing at the peak of their power were about to fight. The auras emitted by the two were so strong that even Dugubo felt a little depressed. Tang Hao put away his doubts and roared. Come and die. Chapter 112 Peak Battle. The clear sky hammer smashed straight at Gu Yi, without any skills, just huge force. Even the air was blown up by this hammer. Before the clear sky hammer came close, Gu Yi felt the strong wind pressure. It can be seen how powerful Tang Hao's attack was. Gu Yi was also not a pushover. The sword is a light and flexible weapon, and it can be clever and changeable. But that is only the case under normal circumstances. If you really go deep into the sword path, you will find that the sword path can also be domineering and can also suppress people with force. A heavy sword has no edge, and great skill is not elaborate. Gu Yi may not be as talented as Chen Xian in swordsmanship, but when it comes to his knowledge of swordsmanship and theoretical knowledge, he is even better than the entire Douluo continent. In his previous life, swordsmanship theory was like a piece of paper flying around, although Gu Yi did not need to understand it by himself like Chen Xian did. Only by standing on the shoulders of giants can one have a far-sighted vision and choose a direction to study. Gu Yi was also not in vain, holding the sword with both hands and slashing down. All the strength in his body was also gathered in this sword, and the will of martial arts was attached to it, showing the domineering power of this sword to the fullest. Tang Hao was full of disdain. The Clear Sky Hammer was the strongest offensive weapon martial spirit in the world, and he was also a Force 1, plus the Great Sumi Hammer inherited from his ancestors. Even the 99th level Jiandaoliu did not dare to resist in terms of strength. You should know that Jiandaoliu had troubled Tang Hao because of Jian Sunji's death before, but chose to let Tang Hao go for various reasons. It was precisely because of this that Tang Hao was confident that as long as he used the Great Zimuru Hammer, he could fight even Jiandaoliu in person. Not to mention the junior Guyi. The sword tip and the Haoshan hammer collided, causing a huge explosion, and the amazing airflow continued to dissipate in all directions. The sword energy hitting the branches was even cleaner than the best lumberjack in the world. Guyi groaned, and it was obvious that the power of Tang Hao's hammer exceeded his imagination. He flew back a few steps in the air, and his hands holding the sword were a little numb. Tang Hao was also a little surprised to see that Guyi was only knocked away. The power of this hammer was definitely enough to injure soul masters below level 95, or even seriously injured. And Guyi before was definitely not as strong as he is now. Go to hell. In an instant, Tang Hao figured it out. It was definitely because of Yin's soul bone that Guyi had such a strong improvement. The 100,000 year soul ring made his combat power soar. As an equally precious 100,000 year soul bone, it could also greatly improve Guyi's strength. Tang Hao felt a little regretful. If he had killed this kid at Shrek Academy that day, how could these things happen? But today, I will make up for this mistake. The murderous aura in Tang Hao's eyes became even stronger. No matter what, he must keep Guyi here today. Guyi also understood that if he did not use the heaven-devouring secret technique, he would be weaker than Tang Hao in terms of strength. Before he could use the heaven-devouring secret technique, Tang Hao's attack came again. The second hammer. When Tang Hao used the Great Zimuru Hammer, he also used the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique to continuously increase his own strength. No one can stop the continuous attack of the Clear Sky Hammer. Guyi also attacked with his sword. At this time, he could not defend. Only by interrupting Tang Hao's attack could he turn the current situation around. You dare to take the initiative to attack. How brave! The power in Tang Hao's hand increased a few points again out of thin air. The Clear Sky Hammer in his hand was so powerful that it reached its peak. At this moment, except for not using the skill of exploding the ring that hurt others and himself, he used all means. Guyi's eyes were very tough. This was the first time he encountered such a life-threatening battle since he became a soul master. Tang Hao's continuous attacks did not allow him to use the heaven-swallowing secret technique in time, but Guyi could feel the blood in his body boiling and excited. Fighting, crazy fighting. If it had not been before the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone was integrated, his meridians would have been unable to bear the battle, but now nothing happened. And the soul bone was still nourishing his meridians and protecting him from harm. The Blue-Silver Emperor's life attribute was too strong. He was worthy of being the emperor among plant martial spirits. Such a vigorous vitality almost made him a perpetual motion machine. The two of them fought more and more fiercely, and their momentum was higher and higher. They fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. The condition of both of them was not very good, especially Guyi. Every collision caused some damage to his body. Even with the recovery of the soul bone, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Tang Hao's condition was better than Guyi's, at least he didn't seem to have any injuries. In the next life, don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Tang Hao stood in the air, the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand had already been charged. Both of them knew that they couldn't block this hammer. Can't afford to mess with? Are you talking about you? Guyi looked at Tang Hao with disdain. If his body was unscathed, he might not be Tang Hao's opponent, but he wanted to make himself fail and die in this way. Here, it's just a dream. From the beginning, Guyi has never revealed another power he has. Spiritual power. Having been in Douluo continent for so long, Guyi has not suffered much damage whether practicing martial arts or creating skills, except for mental power. Even now, he is still affected by the evil power, but the results are also extraordinary. If you can't block this hammer, then you can't release it. Guyi's pupils turned grey, and the huge mental power in the sea of a spirit gushed out with the help of his eyes. Spiritual shock. Not good. As a powerful titled Douluo, Tang Hao can naturally sense the mental power and how powerful this mental attack is. Just when he wanted to dodge, it was too late. Directly hit by the majestic mental power, the Haoshan hammer, which was brewing the final blow, also stagnated. Gu Yi would not miss such a good opportunity. Almost in an instant, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters and stabbed Tang Hao with a sword. But it was a little slow after all. Tang Hao's mental power is not weak. He was able to break through the killing god's domain and resist the erosion of murderous aura, which is enough to prove it all. After getting rid of the mental attack, Tang Hao immediately used the clear sky hammer to block the attacking killing sword. How much power can a hasty defense have? Tang Hao was repelled for the first time. This kid must not be left alive. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with some determination. The previous use of the chaotic cloak hammer method had been interrupted. It would be difficult for him to do it again with his current body. It can only be like this. 9 soul rings appeared on Tang Hao's body again, and his aura was also weaker. Seeing this situation, Gu Yi not only did not relax his vigilance, but became more cautious. Tang Hao was going to fight for his life. Explode the ring. The first 4 soul rings on Tang Hao's body exploded together, and his aura rose rapidly. Gu Yi did not dare to hesitate, and took advantage of this time to directly use the heaven-swallowing secret technique. The next step will be an unreserved and peak battle. Chapter 113 Strange Situation. One person holds the clear sky hammer. One person holds a blood-red long sword. This time, after performing the heaven-swallowing secret technique, Gu Yi can feel that all aspects of his body are better, and there is also a kind of power in his body that is constantly repairing his broken body. 5 minutes. This state can only be maintained for 5 minutes, and the soul skills must be used to restore the body. This is also the limit time Gu Yi set for himself. The two did not talk nonsense. Neither the ring explosion nor the heaven-swallowing secret technique could be maintained for a long time. The sooner it ends, the better. Below them, Duguyan and others also rushed here because they took Oscar's mushroom sausage. Grandpa, are you okay? Dugubo came to these ignorant granddaughters and juniors as soon as possible. I really don't know how they dared to come here under such strong pressure. I'm fine, hurry up and leave. Once a stronger wave breaks out, I may not be able to protect you in a while. Dugubo kept his eyes on the 2 people fighting in the sky. Even he couldn't get involved in this level of fighting. If he was touched by the clear sky hammer, he would die on the spot. He is Tang San's father. Oscar was the first to notice that the man fighting Gu Yi in the sky was the man who stood in front of Tang San in Shrek Academy. His name is Tang Hao, the most talented person on the continent more than a decade ago, and he killed the then Wuhan Hall Pope Kyung Sunji by himself. His strength has reached the peak. This is no longer a place for the young girls to go to. Dugubo also introduced Tang Hao to let them know that the people in the sky are not easy to mess with, so hurry up and leave. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the poison Douluo. Brother Yi will not lose. Even after hearing what Dugubo said, Ma Hongjun was still full of confidence in Gu Yi. The invincible image of Gu Yi over the years has long entered the hearts of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, as if there is nothing he can't do. Dugubo glanced at his precious granddaughter, and saw that she shook her head gently, obviously she would not leave. Dugubo sighed and stopped forcing them. If Gu Yi really loses later, there will be only one last way, to detonate the poison barrier and see if he can escape with a glimmer of life. Dugubo stood in front of everyone, blocking the powerful aura and possible attacks for them. Everyone looked up at the battle in the sky. The battle at this time had already entered a white-hot stage, and Tang Hao also exploded 2 soul rings again. Even so, he still did not defeat Gu Yi, but fell into a disadvantage. Come again. Gu Yi waved his sword, his face full of madness. Although the evil power has been resolved through several methods, the most primitive fighting is the best way to vent. Only when it is released can it be the most comfortable. The power of the sword of killing is getting stronger and stronger. There is no fancy sword technique. Each move is the simplest basic move. The most used move is chopping, which is to use the sword as a knife. Tang Hao did not expect that someone could fight him to this point. But everything ends here. Tang Hao, the clear sky hammer in his hand, grew bigger again, as if carrying the power of heaven, unparalleled dominance. With a click, everyone seemed to stop breathing at this moment. The sword broke. Under that hammer, the killing sword broke, and the unparalleled domineering power completely shattered this ordinary sword made by an ordinary craftsman. Gu Yi was also directly smashed to the ground by the clear sky hammer. The huge force directly pushed the trees of nearly 100 meters horizontally. Gu Yi's body was full of blood and his skin was torn. If it weren't for the leg bones that continued to provide vitality, Gu Yi might have died. Tang Hao glanced at Dugubo, who was standing not far away, but ignored him. Killing Gu Yi was the most important thing now. During the previous battle, he found that the long sword in Gu Yi's hand was just the most ordinary sword. It was only because of the murderous aura and the protection of power that it could collide with the clear sky hammer for so long without breaking. It was also because of this that when he found that Gu Yi's strength was not weaker than his, he set his target on the killing sword. As expected, the sword broke, and Gu Yi's flaws also appeared. "It's your honor to die under the clear sky hammer." Tang Hao looked down at Gu Yi, who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, and raised the clear sky hammer in his hand high and then fell. "It's over, everything is over." Dugubo was very alert and ran towards the poison barrier with 7 people. Gu Yi lost, and the situation changed instantly. It's not that Dugubo didn't talk about friendship. He could go up and fight Tang Hao, even if he died. But he couldn't, there were Duguyan and others around him, he couldn't die. At least he had to send them to a safe place before he died. Not dead. Tang Hao felt the resistance from the surface of the clear sky hammer, and immediately understood that Gu Yi still had the power to fight back. A dark purple breath came from the ground. The power in his hand increased a few points again, and he didn't believe that there was anyone who could resist his power under such circumstances. What kind of power is this? Tang Hao felt that this power was even more evil than in the Slaughter City. As if it could pollute people's hearts. Boom! The clear sky hammer was actually knocked away directly, and Tang Hao flew nearly 100 meters uncontrollably before he stabilized his body. How is it possible? Tang Hao couldn't believe it. Even Gu Yi, who was holding a long sword, could only fight him to a draw at most. Now he could actually knock him so far away. When he saw Gu Yi again, he found that he had changed a lot. There was a black and purple aura around him, and there were several black and purple lines on his blood-stained face. The exposed chest was also invaded by the black and purple aura. Gu Yi now looked like a demon, an evil demon, or an evil god. At this moment, Gu Yi's eyes were full of evil, and he shook his head, seeming to be a little uncomfortable. However, at this moment, his speed was more than twice as fast, and he crossed a distance of 100 meters in an instant. It was not much worse than teleportation. Tang Hao's reaction speed was not slow either, and the clear sky hammer in his hand charged a strike. The attack came to an abrupt end. Gu Yi held the hammer head with one hand, a strange smile on his face, and black and purple lines appeared for some reason. Tang Hao's hair stood up. He could not consider his physical condition. Tang Hao understood that if he did not blow up the remaining soul rings, death was not far away from him. No matter what kind of monster you are, go to hell. All 9 rings exploded. Accompanying Tang Hao's roar, Gu Yi, who had become weird, could no longer hold the clear sky hammer and was knocked away again. But this time it was not like before, he was only knocked away hundreds of meters, but he did not lose his resistance. Still suspended in the air. God! Tang Hao seemed to think of the power he felt from Qiandaoliu more than 10 years ago. Although the aura on Gu Yi was completely different from that on Qiandaoliu, it could even be said to be the relationship between light and evil. The intensity of the energy was not much different. Chapter 114 The line between life and death. But even if he was the inheritor of the throne of God, even if he was a god, don't even think about surviving under the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao was very confident about the power of the 9 rings exploding at the same time. None of the soul masters he had seen could possess such a powerful power. Especially since he also had a 100,000-year soul ring, the power of the ring explosion was beyond imagination. Even Tang Hao felt that his power had crossed a level and reached a whole new realm. Very amazing. At this time, Gu Yi did not change because of being repelled. Instead, he crossed the distance between him and Tang Hao at a faster speed. He punched out with a thunderous sound, and actually used his fist to directly collide with the clear sky hammer. However, in front of Tang Hao, whose 9 rings were exploding at the same time, his power was less and weaker after all. Being repelled again. Tang Hao, whose 9 rings were exploding at the same time, had already surpassed his previous strength by who knows how much. Come and die. Tang Hao accumulated strength and swung the clear sky hammer. The place where the hammer passed even produced space fluctuations, as if as long as it was stronger, even space could not withstand Tang Hao's power. Tang Hao, whose speed and strength have reached a new level, showed no mercy. Short time. While Gu Yi was flying upside down, the power of the evil god circulating in his body quickly healed the injuries in his body. Even the previous vitality of heaven and earth was locked in his body, leaving him with no life-threatening danger for the time being. The evil eyes flashed with bloodthirsty evil light. He punched again, but this punch was far less powerful than before, and it didn't even produce an air blast. But just such a punch made Tang Hao wary, but he firmly believed that his power was the strongest, and any fancy abilities would be vulnerable to absolute power. During the attack, Gu Yi even attacked with mental power, but it had no effect. At this moment, Tang Hao was extremely powerful, and the aura erupting from his body was beyond the reach of his mental power. But this is just an auxiliary means. The fist and the hammer collided again. Gu Yi flew further this time and was unable to maintain his flying ability. Tang Hao wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, but he felt a powerful force coming from the clear sky hammer and directly hurt him. Poof! The punch just now was not just powerful, it also contained the hidden power of hurting the internal organs. Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect Gu Yi to have such a sinister move that could attack the enemy through objects. This mouthful of blood was not just that simple, it even triggered the hidden wounds in his body. Coupled with the damage caused by the explosion of the 9 rings, it was almost impossible to stand in the void, and the aura quickly dropped, falling directly below Contra. Damn it! Tang Hao looked at Gu Yi unwillingly as he fell into the forest, but he couldn't kill him. Tang Hao, who had never regretted anything before, felt regretful at this moment. If he could properly heal his injuries and improve his soul power in the past 12 years, even a junior would not be able to deal with it. Now, even a Euro trademark S soul bone cannot be obtained. Tang Hao didn't dare to stay too long. Besides him and Gu Yi, there was also a titled Douluo like Dugubo present. Although his strength was not that great, his poison skills were still quite useful to him now. Next time I must kill this despicable person who stole a Euro trademark S soul bone. After Tang Hao left, Gu Yi stood up from the pit. His eyes became ferocious and terrifying. Apparently he was still under the influence of the evil god's power. The numerous evil thoughts in his mind made him suffer so much that he kept beating the ground with his hands. With a huge roar, the power of the evil god was far more ferocious and domineering than ordinary evil power. However, the power of the evil god is still Wu-Gen-zipping after all. In addition, after fighting Tang Hao for such a long time, it has been almost exhausted. What's left is just a little residual strength. When everything returned to calm, Dugubo, who was in the poisonous miasma, said to everyone, "If I don't come back in a cup of tea, let's each find a way to escape." "Grandfather!" Duguyan shouted at Dugubo. Everyone felt a little sad. No one knew what they would encounter this time. They all saw the scene of Gu Yi's failure. No one could think that anyone could survive under that kind of powerful force. A seed called hatred was planted in their hearts, especially Wang Yanran. To her, Gu Yi is the whole world. It was Gu Yi who made her what she is now. When Dugubo walked out of the poisonous miasma, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The area within 100 meters was almost razed to the ground, and there were tattered tree trunks everywhere and the corpses of soul beasts that had no time to dodge and were affected by the aftermath. This inhuman power frightened him. Dugubo soon saw Gu Yi lying in the pit. Because he is the only creature within 100 meters that can breathe. What about Tang Hao? A bold guess arose in Dugubo's mind. After they left, great changes took place. Gu Yi, who was supposed to be defeated, might turn defeat into victory. Hiss! Even Dugubo, who was used to seeing killings, couldn't help but take a breath when he saw Gu Yi's current state. At this moment, Gu Yi's body was missing a piece of good flesh, his flesh and blood were all mangled, and there were still a lot of bones and debris on the surface. If it weren't for the slightly heaving chest, Dugubo would have thought that the person lying in front of him was a dead person. At this time, Gu Yi completely lost consciousness, all the meridians in his body were cut off, and the protection of the evil god's power also disappeared at some point. The reason why he is still alive now is entirely because of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul bone in his leg. Just keep him alive so he doesn't die. Dugubo did not hesitate. The most important thing now was to let Gu Yi regain consciousness. When I was hunting the dark demon evil god tiger, I saw Gu Yi perform that miraculous and heaven-defying soul-restoring skill. As long as he can wake up, it can definitely be done. Dugubo didn't dare to touch Gu Yi's body easily even now. Afraid of exerting too much force and causing him to take his last breath. Gu Yi's vitality is decreasing every moment, and the blue-silver emperor's soul bone also has its limits. Dugubo quickly flew towards the poisonous miasma. His soul power is simply not suitable for helping people heal. However, there is something within the poisonous miasma that can make him recover, and Dugubo deeply understands this. How's it going? Duguyan asked worriedly when he saw his grandfather returning. But now I don't Euro trademark T have time to answer the question. Continue to fly towards the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Time is life, and Gu Yi can't delay it at all. To cure Gu Yi, a lot of vitality is needed. In this natural medicine garden, only one plant has this powerful ability. Chapter 115 Wuhan Shattered. Dugubo directly pulled out the blue-silver emperor planted near the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and said to the blue-silver king not far away. Blue-silver king, do I need your help now? Humans put down my emperor. The blue-silver king opened his eyes and stared at Dugubo, with some threats in his eyes. Help me save people, otherwise the blue-silver emperor will have no need to exist. You blue-silver grass clan will lose the emperor again. Dugubo was clearly begging for help, but his threat was full of meaning, and he completely took the initiative. Human, you should understand that our blue-silver clan has no healing ability. Even if we infuse our vitality into the people that Meng Guan rescued, it will not have any effect. Instead, they will die because of the alien energy. The blue-silver king was helpless. Their clan only had strong vitality and was not a healing soul beast. How could they save people? Dugubo did not make the decision on impulse. Of course, it was just that the blue-silver grass had no healing ability. Although Gu Yi did not have the blood of the blue-silver grass clan, he had the soul bone of the blue-silver emperor, so it was no problem for him to absorb the vitality of the blue-silver grass clan. The person I want you to save is Gu Yi. He can bear your vitality. What? Master is injured. Lin Qing had been practicing here and had no idea what happened. Now when he heard that Gu Yi was in trouble, he shouted extremely. Dugubo did not waste any more time. He grabbed the blue-silver emperor and walked out directly. He did not give it a chance to refuse, nor did he answer Lin Qing's words. The blue-silver king had no choice but to follow him out. I didn't expect that Gu Yi, who was so strong, would be on the verge of death. How strong must the person who hurt him to this extent be? The rest of the people also took this opportunity to follow him out. Zhu Zuqing and others also knew Lin Qing. In the past 3 months, they still took Lin Qing out to breathe and get to know their future teammates. Zhu Zuqing and other women covered their mouths and showed disbelief when they saw such a miserable appearance. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were struck by lightning and were stunned. Is this man really the invincible brother Yi? There is no good part of his body. The rotten flesh and blood can't tell who this person is. Only the extremely weak breath on his body can prove the identity of this group of flesh and blood. Hurry up! Poisonous gas has spread in Dugubo's hands. As long as it dares to play tricks, not only will the blue-silver emperor die, but even the blue-silver king himself will not survive. The blue-silver king naturally understands. People of the blue-silver clan, please offer your lives. The blue-silver king stretched out a few vines and placed them on Gu Yi's broken right leg. Only the 100,000-year soul bone inside was still good. The powerful vitality was injected into the soul bone, and then passed from the soul bone to Gu Yi's body. The whole process went through several transformations, but the effect was also very obvious. In the eyes of everyone's worry, Gu Yi's breath gradually stabilized, and he could gradually feel his breathing. Not only that, the flesh and blood on his body also slowly began to recover, but the speed was slower than a snail. But it's a good thing to recover again. Time passed by, and the blue-silver king retracted the vines. The vitality of the blue-silver grass here is about to be overdrawn, so we can only move to another place. After the injection of vitality, Gu Yi also looked a bit like a human being. Let's go. Dugubo didn't want to waste time. Now he could move Gu Yi without any worries. At least he didn't have to worry about him dying at any time while moving. After 5 or 6 places in a row, Gu Yi's superficial injuries were completely healed. The rest can't be restored by vitality. His martial soul is almost broken. Even if he can wake up, he may not be able to make any progress in this life. Blue-Silver King retracted his vines weakly. Today, it was exhausted. The training during this period was wasted. Not only that, it also lost a lot. Everyone looked at Gu Yi with heartache. A genius fell just like that. Impossible, Master, he won't be in trouble. He is so powerful. Lin Qing shouted excitedly, as if he was also encouraging himself to believe that all this was fake. and the master who would never lose would come back soon. Dugubo also explored Gu Yi's meridians. It was indeed as Blue Silver King said, his martial soul was broken. It was good enough to be able to maintain soul power after waking up. I'll give it back to you. Dugubo threw the Blue Silver Emperor in his hand to the Blue Silver King, but Duguyan beside him had already held Gu Yi in his arms. Let's go back first. Dugubo didn't think that Gu Yi was defeated like this. Now his superficial injuries have basically recovered. But he is still in a coma and no one knows when he will wake up. Everyone also restrained their emotions. They have never seen Gu Yi was like this. For 10 consecutive days, Gu Yi lay in bed without waking up. It was as if he had fallen asleep forever, and no one else left during this period. Fortunately, this place was big enough to accommodate more than a dozen people. Gu Yi's consciousness at this moment was immersed in endless evil. Rakshasa God is a first-level god in the god realm. His strength and status are only below the 5 great gods in the god realm, and his divine power originally has the ability to infect consciousness. At the beginning, he unconsciously absorbed the divine power of Rakshasa God into the evil god Pearl, and nothing happened on the surface. However, the divine power of a first-level god is not something that Gu Yi and the evil god Pearl can digest now. What's more, the evil god Pearl itself is produced by the evolution of the divine power of the evil god King over the years and the power swallowed by the dark demon evil god Tiger over the years. Rakshasa God was originally a subordinate god of the evil god King, and the two divine powers were cleverly integrated together. To be precise, the evil divine power swallowed up the Rakshasa divine power. Before, when he was dying, Gu Yi was going to use the 5th soul skill to recover. Before he could do that, the divine power came out of the evil god bead, restored his body, and strengthened his strength. However, Gu Yi himself fell into evil, and now he is not able to control the divine power. Fortunately, with the help of these divine powers, it would be basically impossible for Gu Yi to survive in front of Tang Hao, whose 9 rings were all exploded. Even if he survived, he was dying. But his consciousness was still affected by the power of the evil god. This process may take a day, a month, or a lifetime. After that incident, everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation seemed to be ignited. For the sake of cultivation, they simply forgot to eat and sleep. Lin Qing even wanted to sit beside the Blue Silver Emperor all day, absorbing her aura and strengthening her martial soul. Chapter 116 Shocking Action. A month later. Under the stimulation of emotions, everyone's strength was steadily improving. Gu Yi still looked like a sleeping prince, his breath had long been stable, but he didn't seem to wake up at all. Late at night, a curvy figure walked in and sat by the bed looking at Gu Yi. I had never seen Gu Yi's face so close before. The distance between us seems so close but so far. Gu Yi, why are you so good to me? Is it really like Oscar and the others said, that you like me? Zhu Zuqing only dared to ask this question at this time, so that she didn't have to know any answers. No need to worry. No matter what you think, I am very grateful to you, and maybe little like you. If it weren't for the fact that the media Tao Yi Xiang Chui Guan Mu I 1/2 took me to hunt the soul ring beyond the limit, I would have escaped that damn fate. One day in the future, even if I was caught by the family, at least I would have had a precious time. I don't allow my students to suffer. A somewhat weak voice came into Zhu Zuqing's ears. Awake, you're awake. Zhu Zuqing couldn't believe her ears. Yet, if you don't wake up, the students will be taken away. Gu Yi propped himself up. In fact, he had woken up before Zhu Zuqing came in. At that time, he was still checking his own injuries. He didn't get up. Teacher, just now, did you hear what I said? Zhu Zuqing's face was a little red, and she had a special beauty under the moonlight. If Gu Yi heard what she said just now, Zhu Zuqing didn't know how to face Gu Yi in the future. Especially, she said out the thoughts that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Gu Yi could naturally see Zhu Zuqing's embarrassment. I heard it. Don't worry, as long as you are still my student, no one can take you away. Could it be that the teacher just woke up and didn't hear the previous words? Zhu Zuqing's little brain was working quickly, and decided to test it. Teacher, did you hear what I told you before? Gu Yi tried to suppress his smile. He didn't expect Zhu Zuqing to have such a lovely and careful side. He was a little surprised. However, he didn't intend to expose it. Zhu Zuqing was still influenced by her family, even if she was somewhat relieved. But the huge Zhu family and Xingluo royal family stood in front of her, not to mention that men had to take the initiative in such matters. Did you say anything else? Zhu Zuoqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the teacher didn't hear what she said just now, but she was secretly a little disappointed. If Gu Yi had heard the whole thing, what would be his reaction and feelings? Under the double contradiction, Zhu Zuoqing casually found an excuse to get away. Zuoqing, I've worried you all during this period. Gu Yi was also a little frightened. The power of the evil god was too terrifying. He almost couldn't come back. Teacher, you take a rest first, I won't disturb you. Zhu Zuoqing couldn't stay any longer, and ran out after saying a word. Gu Yi also began to study his physical condition. It was quite serious. The meridians were severely damaged. If it weren't for his continuous strengthening over the years and the protection of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, the meridians would not even survive. But this also gave him hope of recovery. Danshan couldn't be used at all because of the broken meridians, but he still had the second Danshan. The soul power here can be used at will without restrictions. It is also very simple to recover from injuries, just use the fifth soul. However, Gu Yi hesitated. After so many years of obtaining the fifth soul skill, he has some understanding of some of its characteristics. When performing soul skills, a strange flame will be produced from the inside out of the body. This flame will not only not harm the human body, but also has a strong self-healing and nirvana ability. It has a very similar effect to the nirvana flame of the legendary phoenix. It is precisely because of this that he hesitated. Before, he planned to use his Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum as a guide to refine it into a pill, in order to successfully complete the third awakening of his main martial soul. But he felt a little unsafe. It is true that the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is a fairy product, but you have to know that his current Meridian martial soul can be regarded as the top martial soul. Among all martial souls, it is only one level lower than the legendary god-given martial soul. He didn't think that just one plant of Qirong Tongtian Jua could trigger the awakening of his martial soul. And now a great opportunity was before him. Now his meridians were severely broken. Although he could use the fire of nirvana to reshape them to their original state, he couldn't make any improvement. If the two could be used together, the effect might be very different. No destruction, no establishment. Destruction and then establishment. This rule also applies to the cultivation world. Zhu Zuoqing, who left, quickly spread the news of Gu Yi's awakening to everyone. The fastest runners were undoubtedly Lin Qing and Wang Yanran, who were most worried about him. In the hearts of these two girls, Gu Yi was the light. Especially Lin Qing, even if Gu Yi asked her to become a fallen soul master, I'm afraid she wouldn't hesitate at all. Don't worry, I'm fine. Gu Yi looked relaxed, and he wasn't pretending. Except that his soul power couldn't be used, there was basically no problem. Besides, without his martial soul, he still had mental power. Even if his martial soul could never recover, relying on his mental power alone was enough to make him the only one in the world of soul masters. Mental power is far more mysterious than soul power. Not to mention, he also inherited the legacy of the God King. After dismissing all the students, Dugubo stayed. Don't lie to me, I can feel that you haven't recovered yet. Why don't you use that soul skill? Gu Yi smiled, your vision is really sharp. My body has not recovered yet. Next, I need to use a fairy grass, which may help me reach another realm. Gu Yi trusts Dugubo very much. Does it mean that you have the ability to make pills with fairy grass? Dugubo was so excited that he couldn't help himself. If this was true, his strength would be greatly improved. Next time he meets Tang Hao, he won't have to stand aside and watch the battle. Almost, but let's see the result this time. Gu Yi got up and stretched his muscles. He should exercise after lying for so long. Whatever you need, I'll find it. Gu Yi was not polite. He had many materials when he was researching the prescription, but some of them were used up because of research. These needed to be found by Dugubo. White Ganodermalicidum, blood red sunflower, Tongluo grass. Gu Yi listed the things he needed. His current state was not suitable for going out. Dugubo was also very efficient. He left after remembering the herbs. Gu Yi walked out of the room and came to the blue-silver emperor that attracted him. Chapter 117. A Yin who was powerless to resist. The closer he got to the blue-silver emperor, the more he could feel an attraction. It was an attraction from the origin. As he approached, the branches and leaves that were originally swaying freely with golden silk patterns seemed to feel a familiar breath, and they stretched out their branches and leaves to wrap around his right leg. Is this regaining consciousness? Gu Yi's mental power really felt a trace of mental power on the blue-silver emperor. It's just that the mental fluctuations are very weak, and at most they can only make the blue-silver emperor behave instinctively. Just like now. The right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor was originally hers, and now it has been injected with the vitality of many blue-silver grasses. Not only has it not been damaged by the previous battle. On the contrary, it has been slightly improved in nature, and the most intuitive manifestation is the improvement of recovery ability. Gu Yi directly tore off the branches of the blue-silver emperor wrapped around his legs. Human, you must not be rude to my emperor. The blue-silver king spoke at this time, and there was no more awe in his voice, and even some threats. Now in his eyes, Gu Yi is just a useless person, and he has lost his previous strength. If there was no guy full of poison, he would have killed him and taken his bones long ago. How could the most precious treasure of our clan appear in the body of a human? Gu Yi, who was originally bowing his head, suddenly raised his head, and the huge mental power in the sea of a spirit instantly penetrated his body. Insolent. The voice was not loud, but it was very deterrent. The blue-silver king let out a painful scream, and the huge mental power instantly broke his defense. Spare my life, sir, spare my life. The blue-silver king he was arrogant for only a moment, and was beaten back in an instant. Finally, he understood one thing. Even if this human martial soul was broken, his strength was not what he could contend with. If it happens again, I will take your soul ring directly. How dare a mere soul beast that was raised dare to be so presumptuous? If it weren't for lynching needing its plant essence to improve his martial soul, it's not impossible to kill it. After enduring the erosion of evil forces for so long, even if it is not affected in essence, some changes will occur unconsciously in behavior. Besides, Gu Yi has never been a soft-hearted person. Yes, yes, yes. The blue-silver king cherishes his life very much. With such a good place, as long as he practices seriously, he may be able to improve his bloodline again. Although it is impossible to become the emperor of the blue-silver grass, it is just that the status has not been reached, and there is still a chance in the strength of the bloodline. As long as it does not involve the blue-silver emperor, it can be tolerated. Gu Yi then put his eyes on the blue-silver emperor again, and a very interesting idea came into his mind. This time, he and Tang Hao had a complete mortal enemy. After suffering such a great loss, he had to take revenge. At this time, the blue-silver emperor did not know what he would experience, and was always trying to cling to Gu Yi's right leg. The stimulation given to her by her own soul bone was too great. It's just right to try a different use of this magic skill. Gu Yi stretched out his hand too. After finishing, Gu Yi calmed down his mental power. After all, this was not an easy thing for him. But in this way, I'm afraid there will be no relationship between Tang Hao and Yin. Gu Yi did not do anything, but just passed on some of his understanding of Tang Hao and Tang San to Yin through the evil god bead. People are born to look at things with colored eyes. Whether it is a person or an object. Even a child who knows nothing will also have people who like to get close to and people who don't like to get close to. This is inevitable. Perhaps in the eyes of the blue-silver emperor, Tang Hao is the best man in the world, but in the eyes of Gu Yi and the world, it is a different view. After doing these things, Gu Yi didn't care about the blue-silver emperor that was still recovering. Sooner or later, a flower of its own appearance will bloom. After leaving, Gu Yi first came to the Qirong Tongdianju, which was the top priority in his plan and must not be lost. However, his worry was in vain. Now there was Dugubo, a titled Douluo who knew the use of the fairy grass, not to mention damage, there were no bugs. After lying down for more than a month, Gu Yi was completely busy and carefully checked every fairy grass. These are rare treasures. It can only be said that the divine beast is worthy of being a divine beast. After so many years of death, it can still turn this place into such a place suitable for plant growth. It took Dugubo 2 days to come back. During this time, Gu Yi also asked Zhu Zuqing and others to return to the academy. After staying here for so long, he went back. After all, although the environment here is good, it is not suitable for everyone to practice. Besides, the life of living alone is not suitable for these growing boys and girls. Even lynching, Gu Yi let her go back. Did you pick up the remains of the sword? Dugubo looked at the well-assembled long sword on the table and was a little surprised. It had been so long, but he could still find all the fragments. Well, I used to naively think that even ordinary swords could burst out the power of divine weapons. Gu Yi laughed sarcastically, as if mocking his own naivety. Ordinary weapons are ordinary weapons after all. Even if you cultivate them for a long time, they will still break when encountering a real strong man. By the way, are the medicinal materials suitable? Dugubo didn't want the alchemy plan to fail because of the materials. In fact, even if Dugubo didn't say it, Guyi would check it carefully. It's not that he didn't trust Dugubo, it was just his instinct as a doctor. The medicinal effect is very good. Dugubo didn't find these things by himself, but asked Xuebeng, that is, Prince Tiandu, to help him find them. Strength often represents power and influence. With a big force behind him to help collect, it is naturally a top-grade product. In addition, Xuebeng originally wanted to win over Dugubo, a titled Douluo. Wait until I get familiar with my current state, then I can make the elixir. After all, when I made the elixir before, my martial soul was intact and my body was in excellent condition. Now is incomparable with before. There is only one Qirong Tong Dianju. If he fails, there will be no second one for him to make. Guyi put the remains of the killing sword into the soul guide, and took out the alchemy furnace from the soul guide. It looked like it had been used for several years, and there were some traces of alchemy on it. Is this furnace good to use? Dugubo looked at the familiar alchemy furnace and stroked his beard. He personally went to Zhengzhen City to find Lu Gao to make it a few years ago. The quality is excellent. Very good. Guyi was very satisfied with this alchemy furnace. Many of his research on alchemy in recent years were obtained through this alchemy furnace. Accompanied him all the time he spent refining pills on Douluo continent. It can be said that he was with the killer. The sword of life was equally important in his heart, but it was a pity that the sword of death was broken. Chapter 118 God-level martial soul. With his martial soul broken, Guyi could not use the soul power in his danshan at all, and could only use the soul power stored in the second danshan to refine pills. Fortunately, although his martial soul was broken, his own realm still existed, and he could still condense some fire elements. It was just that without the assistance of the Meridians, he could not do more powerful things. Guyi first refined very simple pills such as healing pills and detoxification pills with ordinary medicinal materials. After getting familiar with his current body and strength control, Guyi picked the strange chrysanthemum. This is the key to refining medicine, and it must not be lost. Then he slowly took out the spiritual medicine prepared by Dugubo in the soul guide. These things are also very precious. How simple can the medicinal materials that can be matched with immortal products be? Dugubo also understood that the refining of medicine should not be disturbed by outsiders, and he had already withdrawn. Guarding Guyi's safety outside the door, he also had great expectations. If Guyi could really succeed, it would be a huge change for the world. In the room, Guyi was also fully focused, completely keeping his mind from being affected by chaotic emotions. Start the fire, add medicine. The whole process was smooth and without any hesitation or pause. The mental power was always sensing the situation in the alchemy furnace. The whole process of alchemy lasted for 15 days. If it weren't for the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone to provide vitality, and the blood and qi were stronger than ordinary people, there was no damage. Guyi, sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, opened his eyes, and a little fatigue flashed in his eyes. He was finally going to succeed. Only the last step was left, to condense the pill. This was the longest time to refine the pill in history. The various medicinal materials with different characteristics were fused and refined over and over again for 13 times. The medicinal properties were stronger each time. If it weren't for the help of the heaven and earth's vitality to suppress it, the alchemy furnace would have exploded long ago. The only miscalculation was that the essence of the immortal product was more difficult to integrate than he had imagined. But it finally succeeded. Guyi did not dare to relax at all, as this was the most difficult moment. The energy contained in the alchemy furnace was unprecedentedly huge. If the energy leaked out accidentally, even if the elixir was refined, it would be a waste. Here it comes. Guyi and Dugubo outside the door both felt the powerful fluctuations of the heaven and earth vitality. Even a layman like Dugubo understood that this was a critical moment. The last energy burst. Guyi directly suppressed it with the purest martial arts will, and suppressed it with the power of heaven and earth, constantly compressing the medicinal power in the alchemy furnace. Crack, crack, crack. The alchemy furnace was overwhelmed and made a shattering sound. Guyi did not have time to pay attention to these, and put all his mind on the alchemy furnace. Even if these medicinal powers were very powerful, they were no more than that under the trend of heaven and earth. Soon the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace was completely condensed into a round elixir. Fortunately, the furnace held up. Success! Gu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and felt dizzy. The long period of mobilizing the heaven and earth's vitality had already exhausted his spirit. Dugubo also felt that the movement inside had stopped, and there was no energy fluctuation, and he knew that the alchemy was over. Are you okay? Dugubo walked in and saw Gu Yi slumped on the ground, and asked with concern. Gu Yi grinned and said, "Don't worry, it's successful." After saying this, Gu Yi seemed to be deflated and fell asleep again. The long period of alchemy had already exhausted his spirit. It was 7 days later when Gu Yi prepared everything. Gu Yi sat cross-legged on the grass, his soul ring had already appeared, and he held the pill that he had made with great difficulty in his hand. "Don't worry, I will protect you." Gu Yi nodded, then swallowed the pill in his hand, and at the same time activated the 5th soul ring, the fire of nirvana. Everything in the body will begin to reshape at this moment. If there is no external force to hinder, Gu Yi will recover to his peak period. However, Gu Yi swallowed a powerful pill. In his current condition, he could not refine the pill at all. Even the meridians became more damaged under the impact of the pill. The fire of nirvana is not such a simple thing. You destroy, I will repair. You come and I go, back and forth. All the filth in the body is eliminated at this moment, including some residual power brought by the evil god's power before. The fire of nirvana burns it all. Even the impurities that were not removed when refining the pill are burned. The meridians are constantly strengthened invisibly. I don't know how long it took. The familiar feeling came back again. After this time, Gu Yi felt that he was more in line with the world. The changes in the meridians have not stopped yet, and the fire of nirvana has not been extinguished. Finally, the meridians can also withstand the power of the pill. The power of evolution completely exploded at this moment, and the feeling of martial soul awakening came again. No, this is not a feeling, but a real existence. As the power of the medicine continued, it violently collided with the meridians, even causing the meridians that had just recovered to break again. The powerful medicine instantly circulated through the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, and every corner of the body. Transformation it did not stop, and the life force in the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor was also transmitted at this moment. It seemed to provide fuel for the fire of nirvana and continue to repair the meridians. Every rupture and every repair made the meridians stronger and tougher. Until a certain node was broken. Awakening. The 3rd awakening of the martial soul, the Golden Awakening, is also the final stage of the evolution of the main martial soul. In the dark, Gu Yi felt that he had gained a new ability. The flame dissipated, and the medicinal power was absorbed. Wait until the body became calm, stand up and silently feel the changes in the body. Although the soul power did not increase this time, Gu Yi felt that his blood and qi were more than twice as strong. And there was still medicinal power in the flesh, just waiting for him to develop. Gu Yi was very satisfied. At this moment, the meridians in his body were extremely vast, like the ocean. Even if there was more energy, it would be difficult to break it, and the body became completely pure, without a trace of impurities. Both his body and martial soul had completely transformed. Original energy domain. Feeling the extra power, Gu Yi silently chanted a name in his heart. A wave of energy quickly spread from him to the entire yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The domain that truly belonged to him was finally awakened. The martial soul also officially reached the level of God. Soon he understood the role of the domain, and could master the mobilization of all energy within the domain. To a certain extent, he could even turn all elemental attacks into nothing, and even turn the tables. The primordial energy domain can be said to be very powerful, but Gu Yi felt that if he had not created the Jotian Liu He Sutra, perhaps it would not be this domain that would be awakened. Because this domain and the martial arts he created have the same purpose. It can only be said that the harvest this time is really too great. Although it can be regarded as a life and death struggle, it is also a blessing in disguise. If he had not been seriously injured by Tang Hao, he would not have thought of such an extreme method to awaken the martial soul. Chapter 119 Tyrannical Deprivation. In this area of a euro his own, Gu Yi can feel more in tune with the world, as if he is the master of this world. It is also easier to manipulate the vitality of the world, as simple as breathing. Even in this environment, cultivation will be faster. For a soul master of his level, in fact, if he wants to improve his cultivation, it depends on his own perception of the world. Deep meditation is simply the state of unity between man and nature in the previous life. This state can be encountered but not always. Even with his current cultivation, he may not be able to enter the unity of man and nature every time. It seems that you have succeeded. Dugubo looked at the high-spirited Gu Yi with satisfaction. Although his temperament is fickle, he is sincere to those who admit it, and there is absolutely no ambiguity. In the original book, he even poisoned the people of a city for Tang San. Although Gu Yi does not agree with this approach, he will never blame Dugubo for it. He is not a saint, and he can't care so much. Yes, it succeeded. The strength of the meridians can be said to be an all-round improvement for him. There are meridians in almost every part of the body. The 5 senses have been greatly improved. Even if he has never learned the method of eye training, he can easily perceive the movement of insects flapping their wings hundreds of meters away. It seems that he has really changed from a human to a god. Even his own level has been raised to level 67. With this experience, I can research a prescription for your martial soul evolution in no more than 3 months. Drinking water, remember the well digger. If it weren't for Dugubo occupying this unique place, it would be impossible to get the Qirong Tong Dianju, and many of the rare medicinal materials were also provided by Dugubo. Naturally, he would not forget Dugubo who paid so much. Dugubo liked Gu Yi more and more, and wished that he could become his grandson-in-law now. Then Gu Yi set his sights on the blue-silver emperor not far away. If she appeared in the world in advance, he didn't know what changes would happen. Gu Yi was looking forward to Tang Hao's expression when he saw the blue-silver emperor. By then, it would have already turned into its own shape. Thinking of this, Gu Yi no longer hesitated, and directly pulled up the blue-silver emperor from the root and walked outside. Human, if you dare to hurt my emperor, I will surrender with you even if it means both of us will perish together. The blue-silver king was very angry. He didn't expect that this human still had the intention to kill my emperor. If you keep arguing, I will really kill her. I won't hurt her, but will help her recover. Gu Yi smiled at the blue-silver emperor in his hand and gently stroked her branches and leaves. Please don't forget the dignity of the strong. The blue-silver king was unable to stop him, and could only remind Gu Yi with the dignity that the strong care about most. Stop talking. Gu Yi's eyes condensed, and the original energy field instantly unfolded. Deprive. The cold voice made the blue-silver king tremble all over, not understanding what it meant. It was just trembling with fear, its vitality was draining away at a very fast speed. In less than 3 minutes, the blue-silver king's vitality was more than half lost. This is the dignity of the strong. Next time I will take away all your cultivation. Gu Yi's cold voice appeared again. If a tiger doesn't show its power, people will think it's a sick cat. Can't kill the soul beast? I won't dare to do it again. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Gu Yi sneered, and then injected the life force he had taken away into the blue-silver emperor in his hand. As the superior soul beast of the blue-silver king, and the emperor of the blue-silver grass clan, it was easy for him to absorb this life force. The blue-silver emperor now had no independent consciousness at all, and naturally absorbed this huge life force crazily when he felt it. The age of the blue-silver emperor was also increasing crazily. This was half of the life force of the blue-silver king who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and the effect was simply amazing. Gu Yi had originally planned to take the blue-silver emperor outside to absorb the life force of other plants, but he didn't expect that it would be done once and for all. In fact, his strength had not yet reached the level of being able to deprive the life force of a 10,000-year soul beast at will. But who made him have the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor? Even if he didn't have the blood of the blue-silver emperor, the aura he carried was enough to make the blue-silver king unable to resist. After this improvement, the blue-silver emperor had almost 10,000 years of cultivation. Gu Yi could feel that the spirit of the blue-silver emperor was getting stronger and stronger. It will be strong, and it won't take long for it to regain its consciousness. However, Gu Yi didn't plan to leave the blue-silver emperor here. It was okay for Lin Qing to stay in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire for a short time. If he stayed for a long time, it would not be good for the improvement of his character. Now the blue-silver emperor is no longer in urgent need of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. It would be a good idea to take it out and give it to Lin Qing for cultivation. After saying a word to Dugubo, Gu Yi left. The blue-silver king didn't say anything else, and didn't even dare to make a sound. Gu Yi's method really scared it, forcibly taking away half of its vitality, which was a method it didn't even have. It was not afraid of death. But it was afraid of experiencing tens of thousands of years of cultivation again. It didn't want to experience that kind of loneliness again. Besides, Gu Yi didn't do anything to the Blue Silver Emperor. An incident happened in Tiandu City that even Gu Yi didn't expect. It can only be said that it was as outrageous as it could be. Tianwen Academy. Zhu Qing, you guys go back with us. The dean said that as long as we come back and everything goes as usual, we will definitely be able to win the championship under the leadership of the master. Xiao Wu hugged Zhu Zuqing's arm and persuaded her seriously. Tang San was also working hard on Dai Mubai and others. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong stood aside and watched quietly. Xiaogang, isn't it a bit shameful to do this? Lu Erlong has been the dean for so many years, but this is the first time he has done such a thing, poaching people. Yu Xiaogang showed a dissatisfied expression. He had a strong desire for control and didn't like to hear opposition. What's shameful? Dai Mubai and others originally walked out of our Shrek Academy. Now we just let them come back. Besides, Gu Yi is useless now. It would be a waste of talent to leave these geniuses here. Only I can help them go higher. Lu Erlong also heard the dissatisfaction in Yu Xiaogang's tone, so he didn't care about whether it was glorious or not. Well, if Dai Mubai rejoins, it won't be long before you realize your dream, Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang nodded with satisfaction. He was a master in the eyes of the spirit master. Mubai, you should understand. Gu Yi is useless, and can no longer teach you. Come back with me. The teacher will definitely train you into a talent. Tang San's words hit Dai Mubai. At the beginning, he chose to follow Gu Yi out. One is that he saw his strong strength and could help him in the future. The second is to complete the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zuqing, increase strength and cultivation. The third is to learn the ability of Gu Yi. Now that he can't get both, maybe he really should leave. At least he can still gain Tang San's friendship and get Tang Hao's support behind him, which will definitely be very helpful for him to fight for the throne of the Xingluo Empire. Chapter 120. When returning, Dai Mubai was moved. Returning to Shrek Academy, he would gain the powerful combat power of two people. If the Golden Iron Triangle and Tang Hao could even win over the Haoshan sect to his side, wouldn't the throne be easy to obtain? As for the cold Zhu Zuqing, what does it matter? She is not the only nether spirit cat. The huge Zhu family is full of nether spirit cats. And when he becomes the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, he will take this little bitch who has ruined the national style of the Xingluo Empire into the harem and make her a concubine. Dai Mubai looked at her indifferently. The other people who were involved in the move were obviously not interested. However, Tang San did not include Linqing and Wang Yanran in his recruitment this time, not because their talents were too poor. One of them had only the weakest blue silver grass as his martial soul, and the other had an eye that he didn't know what soul skills it could add. The talents of these two people were really too low. Tang San also didn't like blue silver grass, a useless martial soul. If his father and teacher hadn't asked him to practice blue silver grass first, he would have given up this martial soul long ago. But he learned from his father some time ago that his blue silver grass was not a weak martial soul. Xiao, with the most noble blood of the blue silver grass clan, his martial soul is not ordinary blue silver grass, but the top martial soul that can rival the clear sky hammer, the blue silver emperor. Since then, Tang San has never looked down on his martial soul again. As long as the blood awakens, the blue silver grass will naturally transform into a true blue silver emperor martial soul. However, Linqing felt a different aura from Tang San, somewhat like the blue silver emperor she had absorbed before, and even felt that as long as she started practicing, she could get more noble plant essences from him. Linqing shook her head. It seemed that she had really practiced too much during this period of time. Tang San was a human being, how could he have what she needed? Dai Mubai, are you leaving? Oscar looked at Dai Mubai walking towards Yu Xiaogang in disbelief. Dai Mubai turned around and said, Xiao Ao, you should come back with me. Gu Yi can no longer help us now, and now he has offended Haoshan Douluo. Anyway, we are also from Shrek Academy, so it is understandable to go back. Nonsense, Brother Yi has helped us so much. Would we be able to grow to this level without him? Ma Hongjun was much angrier than Oscar. Now Dai Mubai wanted to betray Gu Yi, which was like lighting a powder keg. Help? That's for you. What did he do to me? Since I entered school, I knew that Gu Yi didn't like me, and it was even more so after joining the academy. Not only did he teach you the art of fighting, but he also helped you study the control of evil fire. Allow Oscar, an auxiliary soul master, to have combat capabilities. Even Zhu Zuqing, who just joined the academy, taught more advanced skills. Gu Yi is just a hypocritical person, but also a beast in human form. Zhu Zuqing, you bitch, really think he likes you? It's just that he likes the 2 pieces of meat on your chest. Dai Mubai completely exploded, as if he wanted to say out all the resentment he had for so many years. Zhu Zuqing, who was suddenly mentioned, looked even colder, and it was a personal attack. No one expected Dai Mubai's sudden outburst, which shocked everyone present. After talking about Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai still felt unsatisfied and continued to talk like crazy. What about me? What about me? I need to work hard to get everything. But even after so many years, I have only learned 2 skills and self-created soul skills, and I got them all by myself. I even put my dignity on him and begged him, but he still ignored me and ignored me directly. After saying that, Dai Mubai walked towards Yu Xiaogang and the others with a firm gaze, as if heading towards the light. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang was very satisfied, and he didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. The arrival of Dai Mubai is a great supplement to the strong attacking soul masters in the team. As for the previously decided Tailong, he has already degenerated from a regular player to a substitute in his mind. Even if Oscar and others are not moved now, as long as time goes by, the progress will definitely slow down without anyone to teach, and there is no need to worry that they will not compromise. As a young man, it is true that he is a little passionate. Yes, Brother Yi may not be that kind to you, but you don't even look at what kind of person you are. You disappear after class every day. Every time I look for you, it's either at the Rose Hotel or at a brothel. You still call me, I think you are the evil white tiger. What do you think you are qualified to learn more? I'm afraid that your understanding of martial spirits and soul beasts is not as good as Zhu Zuqing and others. Besides, this is something that Brother Yi created himself. If he is willing to pass it on, you should be happy secretly. You still feel so wronged. Ma Hongjun is simply invincible in his mouth. He says anything unpleasant and stimulating. You are looking for death. Dai Mubai glared at Ma Hongjun with a pair of heterochromatic eyes. Why, you want to fight? Come on. Ma Hongjun was not afraid of Dai Mubai at all. Although his soul power level was several levels lower, he not only practiced seriously over the years, but was about to control the evil fire, and also practiced powerful skills and self-created soul skills, plus the ability to fly. Dai Mubai may not be able to win the game. Why, do you want to bully my students in front of us? Lu Erlong seemed to want to please Yu Xiaogang, and the fiery aura on her body was revealed. The aura of a soul saint suppressed everyone. If Lu Erlong had not been so crazy as to really take real action against the younger generation, Oscar and others would not be able to stand up at all. But no one gave in. Wang Yanran, the youngest and weakest among the crowd, had bitten her mouth and bled, but she was still insisting. She only knew that she could not embarrass her master, even if she died. The unyielding will spread among everyone, and it seemed to give them great courage. So what if we are soul saints? What can suppress us will eventually make us stronger. Under the scorching sun, there was only coldness. Oscar and the others are geniuses, but geniuses who have not grown up are nothing. Shadow? Zhu Zuqing, who was fuzzy in consciousness, seemed to see a shadow in the ground not far away. But he didn't see anything, but heard a familiar voice from the sky. How dare a mere soul saint come to my Tianwen Academy to act wildly and force my students? Do you want to die? The voice was not loud, but it frightened Lu Erlong like hell, especially the murderous intent on his body. She was so pressed that she couldn't breathe. She would never forget the owner of the voice. That was the first time she failed so completely. She had no power to resist. Even if she used the martial soul fusion technique, she still failed. Brother Yi. Master. Teacher. Everyone looked up at Gu Yi in surprise. Chapter 121, Wasting Power and Implantation. Gu Yi himself didn't expect that such a thing would happen. He actually came to the academy to seduce students openly. This method is not honorable. It's just a slap in the face. In fact, he came back a few minutes ago. At that time, he wanted to see if anyone would be persuaded. What he didn't expect was that Dai Mubai's hatred for him was so great. However, he was still very pleased with the performance of others. After all, he didn't train them in vain. How is it possible? Lu Erlong looked at Gu Yi in disbelief, who was hanging in the air. Clearly, Haoshan Douluo had said that even if Gu Yi was not dead, he was useless. How could he still be so powerful? And he looked no different from before. Gu Yi fell from the sky and stood in front of several people. Thank you for your hard work. Next, the teacher will avenge you. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Now it's our turn to fight. Gu Yi walked towards Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang step by step. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu who were still nearby, they were already suppressed by his momentum. Even if Tang San had summoned the 8-spider lance, it was still useless. What do you want to do? I can tell you that Xiaogang and I are both disciples of the Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Even if you have the strength of a titled Douluo, you can only run away and hide from place to place. Lu Erlong deeply understood that Gu Yi's strength was far above hers, and there was no hope of fighting. Maybe revealing her identity that she was unwilling to admit might save her life. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect is in some trouble. But it's just some trouble. It's true that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect is one of the top 3 sects, but it is the weakest of the top 3 sects. Not to mention compared with the Haoshan sect that has produced a genius like Tang Chen, it can't even compare with the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect that is famous for its auxiliary martial spirit. If it weren't for Yu Yuan, a titled Douluo, I'm afraid even the reputation of the top 3 sects would be unstable. Although poaching is not glorious, it's not a big deal. But poaching my students openly in the academy and openly threatening them with your momentum, just these 2 points will make it impossible for you to leave Tianwen Academy intact today. Gu Yi walked towards Yu Xiaogang and the others step by step. As for Dai Mubai standing beside them, he didn't even look at him. Since he had made his choice, he would no longer be his student from now on. Xiaogang, go first. I'll block you. Lu Erlong's name of the Killing Horn is not for nothing. He has a clear understanding of the current situation. Gu Yi will never let them go easily. The martial spirit has long been attached to his body. A ball of fierce flames sprayed directly towards Gu Yi, and he shouted loudly at the same time. Only if he stayed to hold Gu Yi back could Yu Xiaogang escape. Yu Xiaogang looked at Lu Erlong deeply, and then ran away. Now he could only find Flanders to stop all this. Go, if I don't want you to, you can't leave today. The original energy field unfolded. The huge fireball with fierce flames that was originally coming fiercely turned into soul power 3 feet in front of him and dissipated into the air. Yu Xiaogang, who had just run a few steps, was directly fixed in place and could not move. In his field, it is the elemental ability that is naturally restrained. Lu Erlong just bumped into the muzzle of his gun. Element stripping. The cold voice frightened Lu Erlong. Seeing Gu Yi again, he was much more powerful than before. As a soul saint, Lu Erlong was more sensitive to her own attacks. No attack happened just now. It was as if this world did not allow the existence of fire, and it dissipated directly. Lu Erlong could also feel that her power seemed to be suppressed. Her strength had weakened a lot. It was so strong without any reason. Lu Erlong didn't understand how a person could get such a huge improvement in such a short time. It made no sense at all, and it overturned the conventions of the Soul Master world. This kind of power had never been seen before. Before she could figure it out, a stronger force than before suppressed her. Come here. Gu Yi directly grabbed Yu Xiaogang, who was not far away, with a powerful force. You are the mastermind, the legendary master. Gu Yi never thought that Yu Xiaogang would dare to provoke her. Don't touch him, I did everything. Lu Erlong tried to take all the responsibility, even though she might never be able to enter Yu Xiaogang's heart again, she wanted him to remember her forever even if she died. Lu Erlong was willing to die for him. Shut up. Gu Yi directly sealed Lu Erlong's mouth, making her unable to make any sound. The matter although he didn't see the whole thing, he still heard the conversation between Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. Since you care so much about the power of a soul master, then you should have a taste of what it's like to be a cripple. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale in an instant, with resistance and fear written all over his face. No, don't. The 2 things he longed for most in his life were to become a powerful soul master and to be famous all over the world. Although he had not been able to break through the 29th level confinement for so many years, he still had a glimmer of hope. But if Gu Yi completely crippled him, this glimmer of hope would be completely shattered. Gu Yi would not stop because of her resistance and fear. You have to pay the price for what you have done. Next time you come to provoke me, think about what price you can pay. Yu Xiaogang's soul power cultivation was ruthlessly crippled, making him completely an ordinary person, perhaps even worse than an ordinary person. Yu Xiaogang spit out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground with his head up, and fainted. As for you, Gu Yi looked at Lu Erlong and thought of an extremely interesting way of punishment. Kneel down. Lu Erlong certainly would not kneel, but the overwhelming pressure on her body forced her to kneel, and she knelt down after only a few seconds. She even had some blood and sweat on her body because of the strong pressure. She knelt in front of Gu Yi in humiliation. Enjoy the dreamland I bring you. Gu Yi put his hand on Lu Erlong's head and his mental power penetrated into Lu Erlong's spiritual sea. Although he encountered some resistance, it was as thin as a cicada's wing and he went in easily. Lu Erlong in the outside world was in so much pain that she could not help herself, but she could not move because of the strong pressure. Looking at the entire Douluo continent, there are probably only a few people who can surpass him in mental power. For a little soul saint like Lu Erlong, invading is like going home, easy and pleasant. Gu Yi left a little gift for her and left her spiritual sea. What did you do? Lu Erlong panted painfully, the pain from the depths of her soul made her a little unbearable. You will know soon. Gu Yi put away the domain and walked towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. Chapter 122 Taking Away the Bloodline. Tianwen Academy. Gu Yi could feel that the blood in Tang San's body was getting stronger and stronger. Although there was still a long way to go before awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, he was on that road. Did he finally choose to practice the grass and wood art? As the founder of this technique, Gu Yi was naturally very clear about the breadth of the grass and wood art. How should I deal with you? You learn my technique and come to poach my students. Gu Yi walked to Tang San and Xiao Wu who were lying on the ground. Tang San was also speechless. In his previous life, he lived in the martial arts society. This kind of thing was better than stealing martial arts. The key is that he came to the door, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Besides, his father and Gu Yi still have such a big conflict, this time it is probably dangerous. Give back everything you learned from me. Gu Yi didn't plan to waste time with Tang San. It just so happened that he also planned to cultivate the Blue-Silver Emperor again. Since Tang San was so ignorant, don't blame him for being ruthless. Original energy field, open. Gu Yi could feel the blood breath in Tang San's body that was the same as the Blue-Silver Emperor in the Ruyi treasure bag. Deprivation. Tang San only felt that something was passing away in his body. Although he didn't know what it was, he felt it was very precious and subconsciously shouted, no. Xiao Wu's face was full of tears, looking at Tang San painfully. On the way here, she was still begging her third brother to accompany her to buy her favorite carrots. In less than an hour, everything changed. Extraction completed. A ball of blue-gold energy aggregate condensed in Gu Yi's hand. This is the power of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline hidden in Tang San's body. Gu Yi glanced at Lin Qing. If he injected the energy containing the blood of Blue-Silver Emperor into her body, he might be able to create another Blue-Silver Emperor. However, this was someone else's property after all. If he gave it to Lin Qing rashly, he might be able to create a Blue-Silver Emperor, but it might also trigger some unknown things. Finally, he decided to return this ball of energy to the Blue-Silver Emperor's body to help her restore her own blood. After that sacrifice, Yin, as the Blue-Silver Emperor, sacrificed all her cultivation to Tang Hao, and her blood was given to Tang San. The most important soul bone of the soul beast was now absorbed by Gu Yi. Now Yin is just a unique blue-silver grass with the foundation of Blue-Silver Emperor. Putting the blood into the Ruyi treasure bag, Gu Yi then abolished the traces of Tang San's cultivation of the grass and wood art, and finally turned his attention to Xiao Wu, who had already burst into tears. This little rabbit really has no memory. She only remembers to eat but not to be beaten. She was beaten so hard last time, and now she still doesn't know how to restrain herself. Tang San, lying on the ground, found that he could only no longer practice the herb art, and did not feel what he had just lost. However, when he saw Gu Yi walking towards Xiao Wu, he still struggled and shouted, "Don't touch her, please don't touch her." At this moment, Tang San could no longer maintain his usual calmness. Even if Yu Xiaogang became like that in front of him, he did not lose control like this. "I have let you go so many times, do you really think no one can see through you?" Mame Wei fights with concubine Li Zhen. "I won half." Gu Yi's words made Xiao Wu stunned. He actually knows. Knowing it from the beginning. Xiao Wu had always felt that Gu Yi was only powerful due to various self-created soul skills, and his cultivation had not reached the level of a titled Douluo. Unable to discover his soul beast identity. You, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu still wanted to resist and deny it until she died. Xiao Wu is a spirit beast? Zhu Zoking's people also didn't understand what Gu Yi meant. As a soul beast with 100,000 years incarnation, he still dares to come to the main city of mankind openly. I really don't trademark know whether to praise you for being brave or for not knowing what to say. Gu Yi looked at Xiao Wu, who was frightened, nervous and fearful. Now that I know I'm afraid, why did I go there earlier? Gu Yi is not the kind of person who will hunt down soul beasts when he sees them, not to mention that Xiao Wu has now transformed into a human being. According to his character, he might not intend to hunt her. After all, cultivation is not easy. But some people just don't know what it means. They know that they are a precious species that may be discovered at any time, but they still dare to appear in front of the strong. What else are you saying about wanting to avenge your mother? Just ridiculous. Let third brother go, I'll let you do whatever you want. Xiao Wu seemed to have accepted her fate, understanding that no matter how much she resisted, it would be useless. There was an aura of sadness in his body, and the women who looked at it couldn't bear it. Although the girl Xiao Wu is indeed a bit wanton, in their eyes, she is just a girl of similar age to them. But even though she couldn't bear it, she still didn't speak. After all, what Xiao Wu represents is 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. I am afraid no one in this world can refuse these two precious treasures. Tang San was still resisting desperately, but being completely suppressed by the domain, he couldn't do anything at all. Even the hidden weapon he was proud of could not be used. No matter what fancy tricks you have, it will be useless in the face of absolute suppressive power. Leave it to me, what qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me now? Gu Yi is not in a hurry to kill Xiao Wu. After all, Xiao Wu is more useful alive than dead. For example, the 200,000-year soul beasts deep in the Star Doe forest. Compared with the weak soft bone rabbits, their soul rings are obviously better. Besides, after awakening the realm, Gu Yi also understood where he should go. Xiao Wu was not suitable for him. But Euro trademark is impossible to just let it go. Speaking of which, he had never explored the body of an adult who had transformed into a 100,000-year-old soul beast. To transform into a human from a soul beast, you do not need to absorb soul rings. You can use your own 100,000 years of cultivation to condense the soul rings yourself. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Wu can keep up with Tang San's cultivation level during play. Gu Yi put his hand on Xiao Wu's head, and used his huge mental power to explore everything about Xiao Wu. The meridians and flesh and blood were almost the same as those of ordinary humans, but Gu Yi discovered that Xiao Wu's martial spirit contained powerful energy. This ability was no less than that of the dark demon evil god tiger he had killed before. When the soul beast takes the form, it is indeed far superior to ordinary humans in terms of cultivation. Even those with innate soul power may not be able to keep up with the speed of cultivation. At this age, it is a miracle that Xiao Wu can only possess this little cultivation level. Maybe it was the colorful world outside that made her sink. Although this huge energy cannot be used directly, it can burst out in times of crisis. For example, sacrifice. Although he can't use Xiao Wu yet, he can completely ensure this energy, even if Xiao Wu himself can't explode it. It can be guaranteed that even if Xiao Wu is killed, the soul ring will not explode. Moreover, if Xiao Wu wants to improve her cultivation, she can only rely on her own cultivation. If not for her current limited cultivation and realm, she could have extracted this energy from her body and absorbed it into pure energy. 100,000 years of cultivation is not low. Chapter 123 Gloating over Misfortune. As a soul beast, Xiao Wu could naturally feel that the power in her body was blocked. Can't feel even a little bit. Okay, you can get out. Gu Yi didn't want to see them stay here any longer. What did you do to me? Xiao Wu didn't behave well at all. At this time, she still dared to question Gu Yi in a questioning tone. Roll. Gu Yi waved his hand violently, and huge power surged out of his body. Tang San and the other 5 people flew directly out of the academy, and then fell heavily at the door of Tianwen Academy. At the entrance of the academy, Daimyo Bai looked at Tang San uncertainly. If he hadn't told him that Gu Yi was useless in this life, he wouldn't have been able to waver and choose to betray so quickly. But he soon calmed down. Now that he had offended Gu Yi, he could never offend Tang San and the Haoshan sect behind him again. Tang San stood up in embarrassment and patted the dust and dirt on his body. He still doesn't know what he has lost. But now is not the time to think about this. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang San looked worriedly at Xiao Wu, whose eyes were dull, even though he had long known that Xiao Wu was once a spirit beast. Third. Brother, I'm fine. Xiao Wu said perfunctorily. No matter what she did, she couldn't sense the energy contained in her martial soul. It was as if it didn't exist. Before, even if she didn't practice soul power, it could slowly increase, but now there is no such feeling as before. It was as if she really became a human. Xiao Wu also deeply understood that she had not yet completely transformed successfully. Now her state was a little mysterious. After asking a question, Tang San turned his attention to his teacher. After all, no matter how you look at it, Yu Xiaogang was the most seriously injured. Lu Erlong had just gotten rid of the confusion, and a murderous intent was revealed in her body. No one knew what she had just experienced. Several people became alert instantly. Gu Yi's methods completely surpassed ordinary soul masters. No one knew what methods he used on Lu Erlong. Teacher Erlong, Sister Huang Luo sang Jun. Tang San asked tentatively, and his tense body still didn't relax. I'm fine, go back. Lu Erlong stood up, ignoring the dust and dirt on her body, and walked towards Shrek Academy in a daze. She even forgot about Yu Xiaogang, who was still lying unconscious. Tang San keenly noticed that something was wrong with Lu Erlong, but this was not the time to be serious, so he left here first. Mubai, let's go. Tang San did not see the resentment in Dai Mubai's eyes before, and took care of Dai Mubai back to the academy. Coming with great pride. Returning with a depressed look. Brother Yi, you are really okay. Gu Yi's return made everyone happy. Wang Yanran and Lin Qing rushed over first. Master, you are finally back. Looking up at Gu Yi, who was even more handsome, the two of them were more dependent on Gu Yi than on others. Gu Yi was also very happy to see them. At least they didn't raise a group of ungrateful people. If that was the case, Gu Yi would really not be able to bear the blow. Everyone go back to rest, remember to go to class on time tomorrow. Gu Yi took out the blue-silver emperor from the Ruyi treasure bag and taught it to Lin Qing, so that she could practice well even here. After everyone left, Gu Yi also returned to his own room. After this strengthening and upgrading of the martial soul, he had new ideas about the relationship between heaven and earth and the martial soul. In the Douluo continent, there are very few pills that can help soul masters increase their cultivation. Most of them are to improve soul power and physical fitness by taking herbs directly and taking medicinal baths. In addition to improving the speed of cultivation, it is the martial soul mimicry training field. Before, he had never figured out why the martial soul could accelerate the cultivation of soul masters in some specific places. But after this time, he had some new concept. The reason why a special environment can increase the speed of soul masters' cultivation is that the martial soul is particularly suitable for that environment. For example, if Ma Hongjun is placed near the volcanic lava for cultivation, his cultivation speed will definitely increase a lot. And the root of all this is that the world has the cultivation elements that Ma Hongjun needs. The bursting flames, the almost overflowing fire elements, etc. are all the reasons for accelerating the cultivation speed. Just like the ice silkworm lives in the extreme north, the fire phoenix lives in the flames boiling place. Gu Yi even wondered whether the martial soul was predetermined by heaven or could be changed through acquired experience. If both parents were soul masters of ice attribute, and the child was kept in a dry and hot place for a long time, could he awaken the martial soul of the same ice attribute? However, this was not easy to verify. After all, it was impossible to use a child's future as an experiment. Awakening the source energy field made his connection with heaven and earth closer. Perhaps he could artificially create a martial soul mimicry training field in Tianwen Academy. But it does require a lot of research to do it. Familiar with his martial soul and field, the martial soul had just been upgraded and he had not had time to get familiar with it all. With the further transformation of the martial soul, after the domain was generated, many insights were also generated. The Jotien Liu He Sutra should also change. The physical condition is not static, and the practice of the technique should also change with the cultivation level, physical condition, etc. Besides, he originally created the technique himself, and there are inevitably some mistakes and shortcomings in it, which requires real-time modification and correction. It is impossible to practice a technique for a lifetime without changing it, otherwise there will be big problems sooner or later. And Gu Yi dared to promote the method of internal strength practice on the Douluo continent, which came from his strong confidence in himself. Only timid and cowardly people would worry that others would surpass themselves because they learned your technique. Teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death, Gu Yi believed that he would not fall into that situation. The more he practiced, the less time he had. Various things piled up together, and they all needed to be solved by himself. On the other side, Tang San also returned to Shrek Academy with Yu Xiaogang on his back. The news soon reached Flanders. But when he saw the loss after seeing Yu Xiaogang, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and Lu Erlong, who had a hollow look in his eyes, he could no longer stand. What happened to make him look like this? Dean, Gu Yi is back, and he is stronger than before. Tang San told the story. Xiao Wuji and others also came after hearing the news, and happened to hear Tang San's words, and also noticed Yu Xiaogang's miserable state at this time. Why do you feel so happy? Several people tried to hold back their smiles, but they couldn't suppress the slightly raised corners of their mouths. You really think that everyone is Flanders, Lu Erlong, and will accommodate you like this? Just a waste, the way you look down on everyone all day is really disgusting. Originally, Yu Xiaogang wanted to ask him to go with him, but Xiao Wuji really couldn't do such a thing. Besides, he and Gu Yi have a very harmonious relationship, and if it weren't for Yu Xiaogang's arrival, he wouldn't be like this now. How could he follow him to rob people? Chapter 124, Fighting titled Douluo again. Flanders was stunned. Gu Yi was fine. He was instinctively happy, but he couldn't be happy at all because of Yu Xiaogang's condition. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to have a life and death duel with this student and adopted son who had such a good relationship with him. But now the facts are in front of him. Yu Xiaogang's cultivation was abolished. This matter can no longer be resolved. Flanders sighed and called Xiao Xin. Help him heal. As for the others, they didn't plan to stay here any longer. Yu Xiaogang was not enough for them to waste time here. They had all learned Professor Gu Yi's self-created soul skills to a certain extent. Even if it was difficult for them to improve their soul power with their current cultivation, they could practice these powerful self-created soul skills to improve their strength. It's better than being a half-dead useless person here. Although Gu Yi had a new transformation this time, he still didn't complete the first test of the evil God King. He always felt that there was an invisible film blocking him from the evil realm, and he could never fully understand it. Now half of the assessment time is almost over, and it is still not completed. Gu Yi once again lived a peaceful life, teaching his disciples and studying knowledge every day. It was a very fulfilling life. Until half a month after returning, the appearance of a person broke the long-lost peace. Gu Yi, get out of here. Gu Yi, who was teaching Zhu Zuqing and others, frowned and looked at the wild man wrapped in thunder who suddenly appeared in the sky. The 9 soul rings on his body showed his level. Title Douluo, the strongest man standing on the Douluo continent. At this moment, everyone in Tiandu city looked up at the man hanging high in the air, controlling thunder, like a god in thunder. Who are you? Gu Yi also rose into the air and confronted him. Looking at the soul rings and thunder on his body, he had some guesses in his heart. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, is also the only titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, and his level is as high as level 95. His strength can be said to have reached the pinnacle. This time you are here to avenge Yu Xiaogang, right? Gu Yi's aura is also constantly rising. Facing such an enemy, he cannot relax at all. Boy, there are always some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. Even if your sister is so angry, she has touched my son Yu Yuan. Death is your only destination. Yu Yuan is extremely domineering. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. Yu Xiaogang is his son, and this is his reverse scale. Now that his son has been abandoned and has completely become an ordinary person, how can he not be angry and furious? Gu Yi is the one who bears the anger. You're right. There are some people in this world whom I can't afford to offend. But I don't think you are one of them. It's not that Gu Yi looked down on Yu Yuan. Even before his martial soul evolved, Yu Yuan might not be his opponent, let alone him now. If you want to fight, I'll wait for you outside the city. The aftermath of the battle between the titled Douluo is not something that the people in the city can bear. Gu Yi doesn't want a large number of people to die because of a battle. Although Yu Yuan was furious, he was somewhat rational and didn't insist on starting a war here. Following Gu Yi, we came to a place far away from Tiandu city. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, let's go too. Ning Fengzi also followed with Chen Xin and Gu Rong. Gu Yi was too important to their Kai Bao Liulai sect. Especially the skills and self-created soul skills taught, which are simply benefits for people like them who assist martial souls. So Gu Yi can't die, at least not now. At the same time, a figure quietly came out of the prince's mansion and headed out of the city. It was obviously someone sent by Qian Rongxiu. Gu Yi is a great treasure to anyone. If Gu Yi was just a weakling, it would be easy to deal with, but who makes him so powerful? Even a strong one like the Spirit Hall may not be able to capture Gu Yi alive. Gu Yi stopped when he came to a deserted place outside the city. It seems that you have chosen a place to bury your bones. This place is beautiful with mountains and clear waters. Suitable for burying a person. Yu Yuan looked at this place, and seemed to have won a burial ground, but I don't know whose bones are buried there. Gu Yi had already started to kill. I haven't fought for a long time, and I was actually looked down upon by a junior. The lightning on Yu Yuan's body became even brighter. Die. The first soul ring on Yu Yuan's body flashed, and then a huge purple lightning dragon claw grabbed Gu Yi. The speed was also extraordinary. A trifling trick, the field unfolds. Gu Yi sighed lightly. In front of his domain, Yu Yuan's attack was reduced by an unknown amount. The energy domain covered a distance of 100 meters. Gu Yi had some ideas to play with the purple lightning dragon claw flying straight at him. He was worried that no one would come to test the power of his domain. Now he had such a good whetstone, so he had to make good use of it. Although the energy domain could allow him to control the elemental power within the domain, if the power was too strong, it would not be as simple as depriving Lu Erlong of his attack before. However, it was still possible to weaken it significantly. Gu Yi's hand also showed brilliant lightning. With the blessing of the domain, the lightning was even more dazzling and powerful. He actually smashed the dragon claw with a head-on collision. This kid actually has the power of thunder, and he is not inferior to the old dragon Yu Yuan. Gu Rong was a little shocked. Gu Yi had never shown this ability in previous battles. Maybe it has something to do with the domain he is currently developing. No matter how powerful Gu Yi is, his strength in thunder should not be as good as Yu Yuan. Since the domain was developed, it can be clearly felt that the power of the dragon claw has decreased. Chen Xin on the side spoke up. He also has a domain, the 7 Killings domain, with a very strong offensive power. He is more sensitive to the induction between domains than Gu Rong. Domain. How many skills does this kid have hidden that he has not used? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but sigh. The times are changing so fast. There are endless geniuses who constantly break the rules of soul masters. The snake spear on the other side was also shocked. This kid's growth is really too fast, so fast that it is beyond everyone's imagination. Domain? Today, no matter how many means you have, you can't avoid death. Yu Yuan has rich combat experience, and he transformed into a dragon claw and planned to start close combat. Gu Yi held the thunder in his hand and turned it into a thunder sword. Yu Yuan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sigh that Gu Yi's control of thunder was too strong. He was able to materialize thunder, and he was really good at it. But he still had to die. Chapter 125 Alternative Martial Soul Avatar. Gu Yi originally followed the path of martial arts, and he was not afraid of close combat. Although he did not have the most convenient killing sword, it was a different feeling to play with the thunder sword. Yu Yuan tilted his head to look at the thunder on the dragon claw, and found that his thunder seemed to be restricted within the scope of this area. But even so, it was no problem to deal with such a junior. The third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Using this soul skill can put oneself in a rampage state, increasing the power of lightning by 100% and the soul power by 50%. After using this soul skill, Yu Yuan's weakened thunder, the power of the sword became stronger again. Gu Yi also used the third soul skill to add a bit of blood color to the blue thunder sword in his hand. The distance between the two was quickly shortened, and Yu Yuan used the first soul skill again, but this time it was not a long-range attack, but a power on his right arm. His first soul skill has 2 modes, which can be used for close combat or long-range attack, which is very useful. One side wielded the thunder dragon claw, and purple lightning spread on his body, like a thunder dragon born. The other side held the thunder sword, and the light blue thunder made a harsh cry, like the thunder god descending to the earth. The long sword and the dragon claw confronted each other and neither gave in. Even this was enough to shock Yu Yuan. You know, he was a top beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Strength and thunder were his specialties, but now he was easily blocked by Gu Yi, and it was heard that his martial soul was just a very weak human martial soul. Sure enough, how could someone who could open up such a unique practice method be a weak person? If it were someone else, Yu Yuan would not only not offend him, but also treat him as a guest of honor. But, in addition to being the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he was also the father of a child. This battle was destined to leave only one person alive. The sixth soul skill, Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar. Yu Yuan he opened his mouth and let out a powerful roar, like the roar of a real dragon. For a moment, the airwaves rolled. Ning Fengzi and others who were hundreds of meters away also blocked their ears with soul power, but they still felt some impact. Gu Yi was the closest person and was the most directly attacked by the sound waves. He immediately felt a tingling in his eardrums and brain. The long sword in his hand also showed signs of dissipating. How could Yu Yuan waste such a good opportunity? The dragon claws directly hit him in the heart. As long as the sharp claws shining with lightning pierced into Gu Yi's body, the battle would be over. You want to kill me with a soul skill? Are you too contemptuous of me? Gu Yi's body moved half a foot out of thin air, dodging Yu Yuan's claw. Not only that, the thunder sword in his hand became more solid, and stabbed directly at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan is an old man, and it is simply a pipe dream to attack him with such a shallow attack. Gu Yi put away the thunder sword and flew back more than 10 meters away. Want to run? Run? Gu Yi smiled and casually launched a frost attack. Changed to another attribute? Yu Yuan simply couldn't understand Gu Yi's cultivation direction. Soul masters absorbing soul rings usually move in one direction, and at most they gain some other abilities, but they will never jump from thunder power to frost power like Gu Yi. This will only have one consequence, that is, neither end will be strong. Thunder is not overbearing enough, and frost is not cold enough. If soul rings are added in this way, it will even affect the martial soul, causing the speed of one's own cultivation to slow down or even stagnate. But when he blocked this frost attack, he found that this attack was actually almost the same as the previous thunder, and the intensity had hardly changed. What happened next was beyond Yu Yuan's cognition, with all kinds of energy attacks flying all over the sky. Flames, stones, vines. The key is that the strength of these attacks is similar. If one is not careful and fails to block them, it is not as simple as getting injured. Yu Yuan was finally irritated by Gu Yi's playful fighting and did not intend to hide it anymore. Martial Soul True Body, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Suddenly, Yu Yuan turned into a real thunder dragon out of thin air, but this thunder dragon was not the dragon clan that Gu Yi knew in his previous life, but a dragon clan with a big belly and wings on its back. Yu Yuan, who turned into a thunder dragon, casually spit out a thunder ball, which was as powerful as Gu Yi's. The previous soul skill is on the same level. Gu Yi carefully dodged the thunder ball, looked at the huge thunder dragon, and then looked at his tiny body. This won't work. Now it is much easier for him to control the vitality of heaven and earth than before. Today, I will show you what a real dragon is, not a two-legged lizard with two wings. Under the control of the mind, the vitality of heaven and earth began to gather. Title Douluo can also control and sense the vitality of heaven and earth. Although Yu Yuan didn't know what Gu Yi wanted to do, his intuition told him that he couldn't let Gu Yi succeed. 8th Soul Skill, Dragon Soaring Sky Thunder Explosion. As the soul skill was performed, a thunder cloud condensed in their sky, very spectacular, but also very dangerous. And this is the 8th soul skill that was performed after the martial soul body, thunder wrath and double amplification were activated. It is also the strongest soul skill except the 9th soul skill. Blue-purple thunder fell from the thundercloud, transformed into small thunder dragons, and rushed towards Gu Yi quickly. But it was too late. The incarnation has taken shape, and a creature that does not exist on Douluo continent has appeared in the world. Horns like deer, head like camel, eyes like rabbit, neck like snake, belly like clam, scales like fish, claws like eagle, paws like tiger, ears like cow. It seems that thousands of creatures can be found in it. What is this, martial soul body? Yu Yuan, who turned into a thunder dragon, looked at the creature in front of him that was completely made of energy without knowing why. He just thought that this creature was very beautiful. Several people 100 meters away were also guessing what it was. Although we don't know what it is definitely not the true body of the martial soul. Ning Fengzi was also well read, but he had never seen this kind of ability. It can only be said that Guyi always has abilities that people can't see through. People who can't see through are often the most terrifying. Small thunder dragons hit the eastern dragon, causing great injuries directly. The originally majestic dragon suddenly became miserable. However, this was not Guyi's true body of the martial soul, but was condensed by the powerful heaven and earth energy and spirit. However, Guyi could still feel the pain. After all, it was condensed by his mental power. However, he soon recovered with the replenishment of heaven and earth energy and spirit. It turned out to be a little short. Guyi realized that the dragon was still lacking a breath, but he had this breath. Chapter 126 Strong Defeat. Guyi would never forget the energy he absorbed when fighting with Yu Xiaogang and others in Soto City. Although he did not have the golden holy dragon martial soul, not even the dragon martial soul, it did not mean that he could not obtain it from other places. The true form of the golden holy dragon absorbed last time gave him a lot of inspiration, and it was not difficult to simulate it again. As Guyi passed on his perception of the true form of the golden holy dragon to the eastern dragon, which was constructed by his own strength, the vitality of heaven and earth, and his mental power. The dragon's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened, and the illusory eyes were emitting golden flames, and the body exuded an aura that surpassed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Impossible, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is already the top martial soul in the dragon clan, and it is impossible to be suppressed. Yu Yuan looked at the dragon condensed by Guyi in disbelief. This is a superior the suppression of the martial spirit. The dragon's mouth, which was originally tightly closed, opened under Guyi's control, and a brilliant energy spurted out and rushed straight to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Yuan did not dare to be careless at all, and also spurted out a swift thunder. Not to mention that Yu Yuan's strength was not as good as Guyi's. Now under the suppression of the original energy field and martial spirit, his strength has been reduced again and again. The thunder was directly dispersed, turned into arcs, and finally dissipated in the air. The power of the golden energy did not decrease at all, and it rushed straight to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in the air. Bang! The attack hit. Drops of blood fell from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and its scales were broken. The image became even more miserable. Guyi controlled the dragon to fly towards Yu Yuan, and the huge dragon tail directly fanned Yu Yuan away. Then he used his slender body to wrap around him, like a python catching prey. The power of the dragon was getting stronger and stronger. Yu Yuan felt that if he did not take action, his martial soul would be crushed into meat paste. He immediately used the sixth soul skill that had worked before, Sky-Breaking Dragon Roar. It was also the only soul skill that would not be restricted in this field. Guyi's field was a dimensional attack on attribute soul masters. Especially among the top 3 sects, only their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect had attribute attacks. What they were most proud of was the top dragon martial soul and the thunder power that awakened martial souls would have. But all of this was completely suppressed by the man in front of him. It was as if Guyi was born to suppress their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Yu Yuan was wrong. The reason why Guyi had the aura that could suppress their martial souls was entirely due to his good son, Yu Xiaogang. If he hadn't used the top-level Golden Holy Dragon in front of Guyi, and also used the most core Holy Dragon true form in front of him, Guyi could not obtain the most fundamental energy of the Golden Holy Dragon. It was precisely because of this that Guyi seemed to have completely suppressed them in every aspect. The power of the sixth soul skill displayed by the martial soul true body was indeed extraordinary. Even if Guyi increased the output of mental power and the power of heaven and earth, he was still freed by Yu Yuan. Up to now, Guyi was no longer as calm as before. After all, Yu Yuan was not a weakling among the titled Douluo. If his strength had not been suppressed from the beginning, Guyi would not have been so relaxed. It's time to end it all. Guyi will tell the dragon when it comes back. This move is to develop an alternative martial soul true body. It's just that not everyone has his ability, to have such a strong mental power before level 70, and not only that, but also to be able to comprehend and master the power of heaven and earth. This is not something an ordinary soul master can do. Only by completely opening up the 8 extraordinary meridians and completely connecting the body between heaven and earth can one sense the existence of the vitality of heaven and earth. It is estimated that no soul master can do these difficult conditions. After fighting for so long, he has almost understood the domain. At this point, Yu Yuan has no value. Gu Yi does not intend to let him go. Although he is kind to others, he is not without temper. He has delayed his time again and again. After all, Douluo continent is not his original world. Everything depends on strength. Then he will announce his existence with the most dazzling record. The terrifying power is condensed in the knife in his hand. The sky and the earth changed color, and the thunderclouds that had long dissipated also condensed again at this moment, and the surging thunder poured into Gu Yi's hands in an instant. From a distance, he looked like a god connecting heaven and earth. The vision ended, and the flying knife in his hand had already turned into pure thunder. Under this kind of power, even if Gu Yi used his power to protect the flying knife, it would be useless. Ordinary soldiers, after all, cannot withstand too strong a force. Although the knife was destroyed, the knife's intention, shape, and momentum were perfectly inherited. The spiritual power had already locked onto Yu Yuan, who was not far away. With this knife, unless Yu Yuan had other means, he would definitely die today. The snake spear had already left his heart, and the battle was over at this point. Even if this scene happened right in front of him, it was a little unbelievable. The flying knife flew out of his hand, shining brightly in the air. Pointed directly at Yu Yuan's head. Yu Yuan, who originally wanted to dodge, found that no matter what he did, he was within the range of this knife. There is no safe place in the sky or on the earth. Yu Yuan also made up his mind at this moment. Even if he died, I would not let you have an easy time today. Dragon, never surrendered. The terrifying soul power on his body and the power of heaven and earth vibrated each other to produce a terrifying aura, which was actually comparable to the power of that knife. And this was Yu Yuan's desperate attack, and it was also the 9th soul skill he had never shown before. The real dragon was angry, and the sound shook the sky. Yu Yuan was determined to die. His level 95 soul power and the thunder power of his martial soul condensed together and finally condensed into a huge thunder dragon. The 9th soul skill was originally just a group attack soul skill, but after so many years of transformation, he was able to condense all the power into a thunder dragon, generating unprecedented power. This attack drained all the power in Yu Yuan's body, and even directly separated from his martial soul. The human body and the martial soul body are originally one, and the injury of the martial soul body also means that the human body is injured. At this moment, Yu Yuan no longer has the arrogance he had before. There is a huge cut on his chest, and blood is constantly dripping. If it weren't for his 95 level titled Douluo experience, he could barely control a little bit of the heaven and earth energy, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground long ago. The pride of the dragon made him unwilling to die lower than the other party. Some things may not be achieved even if you try hard, even if you risk your life. Now it is like this, even if Yu Yuan releases all his power, it is still useless in the face of absolute power. If there is no domain, maybe he can still fight. It's a pity there are not so many ifs in this world. Failure is already doomed. Chapter 127 Killing. The thunder-flying knife was blocked for only a few seconds, and it directly penetrated the thunder dragon that Yu Yuan spent all his strength to condense. Yu Yuan witnessed the flying knife piercing the thunder dragon, and there was some relief in his eyes. It was worth his life to die under such a brilliant knife. From then on, when people on Douluo continent mentioned thunder, the first thing they thought of was no longer the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but the man who could truly control thunder. Yu Yuan had already gone to death calmly. But in the end, he did not help his son to avenge. The thunder-flying knife instantly pierced through Yu Yuan's head, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. Old dragon is dead. Gu Rong was a little shocked. You know, even without Ning Fengzi's assistance, he could only fight Yu Yuan 60 to 40 at most. He 40, Yu Yuan 60. But no matter how hard the two sides fought, it was easy to defeat, but it was basically impossible to completely kill him. At the stage of titled Douluo, everyone has a trump card to fight to the death. Unless they want to die together, it is basically difficult to kill. It seems that I still underestimated him. Ning Fengzi's expression was also extremely solemn. Gu Yi's powerful strength made him very worried. What worries him so much is that Gu Yi is also an elder of the Spirit Hall, second only to one person and above 10,000 people. This is a big blow to their upper three sects. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, if I help you, can you? Ning Fengzi didn't need to finish, the two understood what he meant. Chen Xin thought about it, and looked at Gu Yi, who had hardly changed, it's easy to defeat him, but it's probably not easy to kill him. And for someone as talented as Gu Yi, if he escapes, he will be the biggest threat to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Genius cannot be inferred by common sense. Ning Fengzi didn't expect Chen Xin to be so optimistic about Gu Yi's strength. Fengzi, besides, now that old dragon is dead, we have lost another powerful titled Douluo in the upper three sects, and the Haoshan sect has been keeping it secret for many years. If we openly attack the Spirit Hall elders without any reason at this time, I am afraid we will not be able to stop the Spirit Hall's revenge. Although Gu Rong also wanted to kill Gu Yi, the Spirit Hall elder, he also understood that Gu Yi was no longer the young man who might not win even if he fought against him. He has power and means that surpass him. In that case, let's go and congratulate him. Since it is not easy to offend, we have to make friends with him. Gu Yi's skills also made him jealous. No soul master has ever had such a self-created soul skill. It is simply the first time in the world. Dean Gu's strength is really amazing. Ning Fengzi came to the battlefield and praised. Master Ning, thank you for your praise. If it weren't for the right time, right place, and right people, I'm afraid it would be impossible to deal with Yu Yuan, this powerful enemy. Ning Fengzi, if you had a few more wounds on your body, I would still believe you. Now you look so calm, who would believe you? Master Ning, wait a moment, let me collect the spoils. Yu Yuan is the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and he has a lot of good things on him. These can't be let go. Soon, Gu Yi took out 3 soul bones from Yu Yuan's body, namely the left arm bone, the right arm bone and the damaged skull. Gu Yi couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he hadn't aimed at Yu Yuan's head, he might have been able to get a complete skull. But getting 2 soul bones is not bad. After collecting the soul bones, Gu Yi took out the ring on Yu Yuan's finger, which had a sapphire on it. This was Yu Yuan's soul guide. Now it naturally belongs to him. During this time, Ning Fengzi witnessed Gu Yi collecting spoils of war. The head of the top 3 sects of the generation, after death, could only bring some wealth to the person who killed him. What's the use of being invincible in the world when alive? It's just the same after death. This battle is not a loss, at least there are some gains. Master Ning, are you going back to the city? Gu Yi turned around and asked, holding the soul guide he had just taken from Yu Yuan. No, there are still things waiting for me to go back to preside over in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Fengzi rejected Gu Yi's invitation. Yu Yuan's death was not a trivial matter, and he had to think about it carefully. Gu Yi smiled and said nothing more. He casually made a pit for Yu Yuan's cave, buried him in it, and then left. At least Yu Yuan's corpse would not be exposed in the wilderness. Take his body with you. This was the only thing Ning Fengzi could do. Well, at least he can have a good place to rest after his death. Gu Rong nodded. This was what their soul masters would face at any time. They didn't know when they would be lying here like Yu Yuan, with no one paying attention to them. Let's go. Ning Fengzi didn't stay any longer. On the other side, Shi Mao also told Qianrongxue what he saw. Gu Yi, this kid, has become a force to be reckoned with. It may not be easy to control him. And he has some connections with the Pope. Will he really help us? Shi Mao expressed his doubts. Qianrongxue's thoughts were different from his. As the descendant of an angel, she, with an innate level 20 soul power, actually lost to Gu Yi, a human martial soul with a weak martial soul, in terms of strength growth. How is the matter that I asked you to do? Qianrongxue suddenly asked. The thorny fish that had been standing next to him also spoke at this time. 57 people with human martial spirits have been collected, and the highest innate spirit power is level 7. However, no one has the same martial spirit as Gu Yi, and there is no special performance, and Gu Yi's ability cannot be fully demonstrated. That's right, just 2 years ago, Qianrongxue began to collect human martial spirits, wanting to replicate talents who can perform the same as Gu Yi, but so far, there is still nothing to be found. No amazing people have appeared. Gu Yi is like an exception, perfect and powerful. Young master, do you need to continue collecting? Go on, there must be something we don't know. Once Qianrongxue anchors the direction, she will not let go easily. In fact, they all overlooked a fact, it is not the martial spirit that is strong, but Gu Yi, a person who can create various martial arts. This is not just brought by a martial spirit. Gu Yi did not choose to be low-key, and flew directly from Tiandu City into the academy. This move was to deter the forces in Tiandu city that were ready to make a move against him. Gu Yi's return without any injury naturally caused a shock to the entire Tiandu city. Although Gu Yi and Yu Yuan had been far away from Tiandu city before, they could clearly see the powerful pressure and thunder outside the city. Everyone thought that Gu Yi had died without a burial place. After all, thunder was the signature skill of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. But now it was Gu Yi who came back. Where is Yu Yuan? Chapter 128 Jian Rongxiu came to find. Since that incident, everyone understood one thing. Not all people who are willing to study martial spirits are useless. At least Gu Yi is not. The news of Yu Yuan's death quickly spread to all forces. This point cannot be concealed in any way. And his death will also cause various problems. Originally, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect relied on the powerful martial spirit and the title of Yu Yuan to support their status. Now there is no such pillar. The hearts of other sects were a little fluctuating. They couldn't beat Haoshan sect, and they didn't dare to provoke Kaibao Liulai sect. But for a sect without a titled Douluo, even if the martial spirit was stronger, the martial spirit gap between the sects that dared to covet the status of the upper three sects would not be too big. However, these had nothing to do with Gu Yi. Now he was still cleaning up his spoils. A total of 3 soul bones were taken out from Yu Yuan's body. In addition to the head soul bone, which was no longer useful, the other 2 were 50,000-year-old double-winged thunder dragon left arm bone and 30,000-year-old swift pterosaur right arm bone. The age was very good, but Gu Yi didn't want to absorb these 2 soul bones, mainly because they were not suitable for him. And this might be a very good soul bone for others, but at least he didn't like it. After all, there will be many opportunities to obtain higher level soul bones in the future, and it would be a waste of current strength to merge them now. Besides, the next 7th soul ring is the most important level among soul masters. No matter what kind of soul beast is absorbed, only 1 soul skill will be obtained. Martial soul true body. He has already thought about the soul beast for the 7th soul ring. If he wants to choose, he must naturally choose the soul beast with the longest age in the entire Douluo continent. Besides, if he is lucky, he may be able to obtain a 2nd martial soul. Then he checked Yu Yuan's soul guide, and Gu Yi realized how much wealth the 3 upper sects had. The gold cards in Yu Yuan's soul guide alone are as high as millions, and there are some medicinal herbs and materials. In short, this wave can be said to be a big profit. When he slaughtered those nobles before, he didn't get such a big harvest. A man can't get rich without windfall, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. If it weren't for this, where did he get the money when he built Shrek Academy? It was completely robbed from the rich to help the poor. It can only be said that 90% of the world's wealth is in the hands of the nobles. After Yu Yuan's death, Gu Yi thought that someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would come to trouble him, but unfortunately, no one came after Gu Yi waited for half a month. It made him wait in vain for a while. After all, teaching students is still very expensive. Herbs and ingredients are indispensable. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts is not just talk. €. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Luomian, what do you mean? Why? Stop us from avenging the clan leader. An elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family asked angrily. The people sitting next to him also echoed. If the clan leader of a family or a sect was killed, and nothing was done, this would make the world look at their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect in a different light. Revenge? Do you think I don't want to? He is my eldest brother. Yu Luomian, who has now taken the position of clan leader, heard their words and said in a deep voice. But how can we avenge? You are also clear about the strength of the eldest brother. Even he can't defeat Gu Yi, and he can't even escape. Even if we go, what ability do we have to kill Gu Yi? Yu Luomian's words are very realistic. Without the top combat power, the Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex no longer has the previous power. Our top priority now is to maintain the status of the top 3 sects and accumulate strength to avenge the eldest brother. Everyone stopped talking. Tianwen Academy. After finally recognizing Ning Rongrong's character, Gu Yi finally taught her a more advanced technique. This technique is not extreme, but rather very indifferent. If Ning Rongrong's character is not up to standard, she may become an otherworldly person who is indifferent to emotions and facts under the guidance of the technique. Advanced techniques are like this, and the operation of meridians has long been considered a minor path. The unity of body and soul is the key to practice. As for others, Gu Yi also began to gradually teach more advanced martial arts. At the same time, he was also doing one thing, recording martial arts techniques. In fact, martial arts practice to his current level, simple martial arts techniques are easy to learn, but other students need secret manuals. As an academy, a collection of books is essential. And doing so can also allow me to carefully ponder my previous thoughts, which is also very beneficial for cultivation. At the same time, I am also researching elixirs that can help Dugubo improve his martial soul and strength. The speed of this research is much faster than before. It is only to achieve better medicinal effects that I continue to research. These days, the alchemy furnace, which was already close to being broken, is even more overwhelmed and is about to be completely destroyed. One night, the thorny porpoise came to Tianwen Academy. I wonder what the prince wants to see me for? Gu Yi came to the prince's mansion and saw Shui Qinghe sitting in the first seat as soon as he entered. To be honest, Jian Rongxiu is really suitable to be an undercover agent. She is a good successor to the empire who is dedicated to the country and the people, elegant and easygoing. She is worthy of being trained by Ning Fengzi, a man with deep wisdom and scheming. But Gu Yi really doesn't understand why she has become such a love-brained person. Once she meets someone who makes her heart beat, she forgets everything she has learned in the past 10 years. I1/2 Aya EOE CIE trademark. AA. A superscript 2 I1/2. Shui Qinghe looked at this man who was a few years younger than her seriously. It was really hard to imagine that he already had the strength to kill a titled Douluo at this moment. To be honest, I don't know either. Gu Yi was not fooling Shui Qinghe. After all, Yu Yuan did not let him fully release his own strength. He didn't even use the heaven-swallowing secret technique. The improvement of strength in a field that matches oneself is unimaginable. The combination of the Zhoutian Liu Hijing and the Yuan Neng domain is just too perfect. Okay, let's change the subject. After Yu Yuan's death, I'm afraid that the fight between the sects will soon begin. The world of soul masters will soon not be so peaceful. Gu Yi understood what Shui Qinghe meant. Isn't this better for you? The more chaotic they are, the happier the Wuhan Hall will be. Shui Qinghe no Jian Rongxiu, at this moment she has changed back to her original outfit. Gu Yi is right. The weaker the strength of other sects, the better for their future plans. But these are not the reasons why she came to Gu Yi, but because she wanted to know why human martial spirits are not very powerful, why only he is unique. Powerful beyond imagination. Chapter 129 Questioning and Awkwardness. How did you do it? The strength of human martial spirits should not allow you to have such powerful strength, right? Gu Yi thought Jian Rongxiu was going to ask something when he heard her question, but it turned out to be just this. However, I think Jian Rongxiu may have been holding back for a long time before asking this question. The first martial soul awakening really can't make me so strong. If my own meridians have not undergone 2 acquired awakenings, it is indeed a bit of a pipe dream to reach the current strength. After all, if the meridians do not evolve, they cannot accommodate such a powerful force. There is no such thing as the heaven-swallowing secret technique. What do you mean, can your martial soul be awakened many times? Jian Rongxiu instantly caught the key in Gu Yi's words, but this is too shocking. Martial souls can be awakened a second time, which does not exist in the entire Douluo continent and has never happened. You are right, the human martial soul that you are talking about, I gave it another name, the body martial soul. This is a kind of first-class martial soul that is different from the weapon martial soul and the beast martial soul. 3 kinds of martial souls. I believe you all know this, so I won't go into details. Jian Rongxiu nodded. The next thing is the most important thing. The body martial soul is indeed not as good as the beast martial soul and weapon martial soul in terms of physical enhancement. However, it has an advantage that the beast martial soul and weapon martial soul cannot surpass, which is acquired awakening. The owner of the body martial soul can awaken the martial soul again under certain circumstances. The martial soul after awakening can not only be of much better quality than before, but also improve the effect of soul skills. Both Jian Rongxiu and Snake Spear and Thorny Pig were shocked and speechless. After all, this theory is too shocking. The second awakening of the martial soul. How to awaken? Jian Rongxiu concealed her shock and looked at Gu Yi expectantly, wanting him to continue. If it was really the same as what Gu Yi said, then she would really make a fortune. As long as the 57 subordinates awakened their martial spirits again, it would be equivalent to her having more than 50 subordinates with top martial spirits, with unlimited potential. Gu Yi shook his head. He was not stupid, how could he say such a thing now? Qian Rongxiu was not a good partner either. These women still had an untouched love nerve in their brains, and who knows when they will be stabbed in the back. Everyone present was a smart person, so how could Gu Yi not know? If Gu Yi was in a weak position, they could completely capture Gu Yi and interrogate him about everything he knew. But now, I am afraid that the thorny porpoise and the snake spear together may not be able to capture Gu Yi, and the fluctuations caused by the battle will directly expose Qian Rongxiu's identity. Just assume you don't know, there is another thing I called you here today. It has been widely rumored in Tiandu City recently that you are very close to Yu Yuan's Madame Yuehua. Qian Rongxiu narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and examined Gu Yi. You should know that her surname is Tang and she is from Haoshan sect. Of course I know this, but what does it matter? There is no necessary connection between her and me, and between her and Haoshan sect. Qian Rongxiu was very dissatisfied with this answer. She snorted coldly and walked back to her seat. Anyway, don't forget what happened between us. Naturally, the light of the angel will shine on the entire continent. Gu Yi flattered Qian Rongxiu before leaving, but he felt that Qian Rongxiu's mood had changed, and she seemed a little angry. Sure enough, her mood was unstable. After Gu Yi left, Qian Rongxiu could no longer hold back her temper, and the desk in front of her was destroyed again. Fortunately, the people in the prince's mansion were all her trusted subordinates, so there was no need to worry about the spread of topics such as the prince's instability. The porcupine and the snake spear were hidden in a safe angle, quietly watching Qian Rongxiu. This kind of thing is not once or twice, and I'm used to it. Tang Yuehua, Tang Yuehua. Qian Rongxiu showed a sick expression, and the whole person looked both holy and dark. After Gu Yi left the prince's mansion, he finally came to Yu Yuan, which he had not visited for a long time. He flew to the window skillfully and climbed through the window to enter Tang Yuehua's boudoir. You are finally here. The sudden voice startled him and he almost fell out of the window. With his current state, even if it was pitch dark, he could still see as bright as day. However, the moonlight made the beauty on the bed look even colder. You haven't slept yet? Gu Yi jumped down the windowsill awkwardly and asked a very meaningless question. You have come here even later in the past. You have poor talent, so you should practice well and not delay. Tang Yuehua's voice was still very flat, as if nothing had happened. I said, you don't have to worry about these problems. Gu Yi walked over and looked at Tang Yuehua's haggard, pale, and weak face, not knowing what had happened. Even if he hadn't broken the martial soul limit, he had never seen Tang Yuehua so haggard. It seems that some people still remember what they said before, and thought that someone had completely forgotten it. As she spoke, a strong resentment emerged from her body. Gu Yi subconsciously wanted to hug Tang Yuehua to comfort her, but she blocked him with her hand. Don't come over, I just want to ask you one question. Are you approaching me just to let me help you resist evil thoughts and deal with disgusting Tang Hao? You enjoy conquering the enemy's sister, right? 2 lines of tears flowed from Tang Yuehua's eyes. Tang Yuehua once thought that although she couldn't see all of Gu Yi's thoughts, she could feel his love for her. But since Tang Hao came that time, she was not so confident. At the beginning, I really just wanted you to help me resist evil thoughts, but later I really fell in love with you. As for using you to deal with Tang Hao, he would not let me use such a despicable means. What Tang Yuehua said was indeed very tempting. There were many such things that happened in the evil thoughts she had obtained before. It was just that she had never had such an idea from the beginning. Tang Hao was just a coward who could only complain about everything. Tang Yuehua could not see anything in Gu Yi's eyes, as if like a black hole, it swallowed everything. However, Gu Yi's words made her waver. Gu Yi is now a master of this art. He knows that now is the best time to resolve the conflict. He forcibly attacked Tang Yuehua regardless of her obstruction. Well, what are you going to duel what? Tang Yuehua pulled Gu Yi, she had not made up her mind completely. Don't you believe it? Let's communicate with each other and become one right away. Then you will know whether I love you or not. Actions are sometimes more effective than words. Chapter 130 Unexpected People. After an in-depth exchange, Tang Yuehua also realized Gu Yi's love for her. The surging love like the tide is indeed not to be faked. Don't leave again. I only have you in this life. Walking on the way back to Tianwen Academy, Gu Yi recalled Tang Yuehua's true words when he entered the sacred moment, and sighed. The extraordinary world is indeed 1,000 miles away from the previous life. Most of the famous women on Douluo continent are not living a happy life. Bibi Dong is like this, Qian Rongxiu is like this, and even Tang Yuehua is like this. Guyi used to think that although Tang Yuehua could not improve her cultivation, she studied etiquette and taught students every day, so she lived a good life. But today I understand that people who seem to have no worries are also full of worries. Yu Yuan looks glamorous on the surface and teaches nobles etiquette, but in fact it is just an intelligence point of Haoshan sect in the outside world. At most, this intelligence point is more advanced and more popular. More importantly, not long ago, Tang Hao came to question Tang Yuehua. Ask her if she revealed the secrets of the sect to Guyi. Although Tang Yuehua did not inherit the Haoshan hammer and did not have enough soul power to practice the Haoshan sect's unique skills, he and his elder brother have loved this sister since childhood, and naturally told her about these unique skills. The result was naturally a big quarrel, and the two parted unhappily. The sect always comes first in Tang Hao's heart. It is precisely because of this that Tang Yuehua was so easily won over by Guyi's tenderness and affection. The feeling of distrust is very bad. Guyi returned to the academy in the morning and found that someone was already waiting for him at the door of the room. "Teacher, where did you go so early?" Ning Rongrong didn't expect that she had found a time when everyone was sleeping to find Guyi. She didn't expect to find nothing and feed mosquitoes here for a long time. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Ning Rongrong didn't play it lightly. As the future heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and an auxiliary soul master, she naturally understood how amazing the effect of the self-created soul skills taught by Guyi was. "I want to talk about a deal with you." After that incident, Ning Rongrong also knew the preciousness of self-created soul skills. If it were anyone else, she would naturally not propose this deal. But this person is Guyi, who is willing to spread the skills he created with great effort throughout the world, and may agree. "Come in and talk." Guyi pushed open the door and walked into the room, and Ning Rongrong followed closely. After both of them sat down, Guyi spoke, "Tell me what kind of deal you are going to make with me." "Teacher, I was born in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Although we have two titled Douluo, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, to support us, we are one of the 7 major sects in the world and the best among them, only below the Haoshan sect. But the direct disciples of our sect are all auxiliary martial spirits, and their own combat power is not enough for us to survive safely in the battle. So, if you are willing, I would like to buy some of your self-created soul skills. No matter what price you offer, I think Dad will not object. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect does not lack much in this world, and its wealth is the best in the world. As long as Guyi can bring it up, they can satisfy it. This matter is no problem, but it has to be discussed by Sect Master Ning. Your current goal is to practice seriously and improve your cultivation. It is not impossible to teach some martial arts to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He also needs something to recast the killing sword. In the entire Douluo continent, perhaps only the Spirit Hall can compete with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in terms of wealth. It may not even be as rich as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in terms of variety. After all, their spirit talents are indeed uniquely advantageous in finding treasures. Besides, the techniques have already been passed down, so what's the problem with having one more self-created spirit skill? Anyway, these will just be everywhere in the future. More advanced techniques and martial arts will naturally not be passed down casually. This is not just a matter of your techniques or martial arts, but it is also possible that people will fall into the path of evil. Just like him before, although he had a lot of theoretical knowledge, he was also brave enough to try various unknown things. As a result, he developed a demon seed. Although it can also improve mental strength, if he had not understood the will of martial arts earlier, he would probably be affected by his own evil thoughts and turned into a real evil demon. So only those who he likes and have been tested can learn real high-end martial arts and techniques. Ning Rongrong didn't expect Guyi to agree so easily. It made her think of the past. Although Ning Rongrong was young and had no life experience, it didn't mean she was a fool. From this period of time, Guyi is not the kind of person who takes skills and martial arts very seriously. But he got so angry at the time, which is obviously inconsistent with his current image. Could it be that Guyi designed this thing specifically for her? "Teacher, you didn't do that on purpose." "What thing?" "Don't pretend, I can see that you won't get so angry because of an introductory skill." Ning Rongrong is very confident in her guess. Guyi didn't say anything but looked at what she wanted to do. What surprised him was that Ning Rongrong actually stood up in front of him. No matter what, it's because of you that I feel that the other side of this world is not as good as I imagined. After saying that, she ran out happily. Gu Yi looked at Ning Rongrong's back and suddenly felt that this Ning Rongrong was not too bad. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A few months have already made Ning Rongrong a reborn change. Teenagers are at their best formative years. After experiencing several crises, they no longer have the arrogance and stubbornness they had before. However, he was also considering what martial arts to teach the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It can a Euro trademark T be too strong or too weak? This is a question worth thinking about. Not long after Ning Rongrong left, someone else came. Zhu Qing, what do you want? Zhu Zuqing, who walked into the door, moved her nose slightly and smelled two different scents. Zhu Zuqing was sure that this was not the smell of Gu Yi, nor was it the fragrance of flowers. It was the fragrance of a woman. I have some questions about the claw skills and footwork you taught me before class. I came to ask you before class starts. Only Zhu Zuqing herself knew that she came to see if Gu Yi had returned. I discovered last night that Gu Yi had not gone out at night since he returned from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Until last night. Zhu Zuqing also knew that it was wrong for her to do this. She shouldn't have been secretly following Gu Yi's whereabouts behind her back. But she couldn't help it, couldn't help wanting to know what Gu Yi was doing and who was talking. Chapter 131 Nightmare Haunting. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. The news soon spread. Feng Ji, what does this Gu Yi want to do? Gu Rong couldn't figure it out at all. First he taught the precious skills, and now he plans to sell his own soul skills. Does he really not care about these skills and self-created soul skills? At least there is no other person like Gu Yi in the entire Douluo continent. No matter what, since he plans to sell it, we just accept it. As long as Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu are here, we are not afraid even if Gu Yi wants to play any conspiracy. Ning Fengzi also couldn't see through Gu Yi, but the two powerful titled Douluo were his confidants, and with his own assistance, Ning Fengzi didn't think there was anyone in the world who could stop him. The two who heard Ning Fengzi's words were also extremely confident. Although they had said before that they might not be able to kill Gu Yi, it would not be a problem if they just defeated Gu Yi. A Euro. Shrek Academy. A Euro or ha Euro ho ha Euro ho ha Euro a Euro. Lu Erlong, who woke up from her sleep again, was full of fear and kept taking deep breaths. A Euro or what happened to me, A Euro. It took Lu Erlong a few minutes to wake up and covered her face with both hands, curling up in bed in pain. Since she came back from Tianwen Academy that day, she would start to have nightmares whenever she fell asleep, and whatever she feared would come true. Once, twice, 3 times a Euro countless times, no matter what she thought of, she could not control this nightmare. In her dreams, she was tortured by the people and soul beasts she had killed before. That feeling was so real that she could even remember the pain of her body being torn and devoured. She was always in a state of mental collapse. She had been so haggard during this period of time. As a soul saint, her physical condition was not even as good as that of an ordinary person. Lu Erlong, who was called the Horn of Slaughter, now looked like a scared little girl, curled up on the bed helplessly, making it impossible for people to remember what she used to look like. Erlong, are you okay? Lu Erlong, curled up on the bed, heard the voice coming from outside the house and put away her cowardice when she was alone. Now the affairs of the academy are in a mess, and Xiaogang has not recovered yet. She must not drag everyone down at this time. Boss Fu, I'm fine. Lu Erlong did not explain, otherwise it would not be in line with her character, and it would be easy for Flanders to suspect. It's good that you're okay. I found Qin Ming today. There is a student in his class who owns the 9-heart begonia martial spirit. Maybe it can help Xiaogang's recovery. Do you want to go? Lu Erlong agreed immediately. Tang San was also accompanying them. After all, it was related to the physical condition of these teachers, so Tang San naturally had to go with them, just in case he could help. It's just that Tang San still doesn't know what Gu Yi did to him. He didn't find anything wrong these days. Except for the grass and tree skills he practiced before, there was no change at all. What Tang San didn't know was that from now on, here is no possibility for the martial soul to evolve into the Blue-Silver Emperor. It can be said that the most important thing in this life has been lost. As for Xiao Wu, whose cultivation was blocked by Gu Yi before, she did not go with them at this moment. Now she has become more diligent. Without the assistance of the 100,000 years of cultivation, she can only practice hard on her own and cannot take any shortcuts. Tiandu Royal Academy. Qin Ming is still very friendly to Flanders and others. After all, it is his alma mater. Dean, I wonder who among you needs treatment? Ye Lingling, who was wearing a black veil, followed Qin Ming. Qin Ming, it's not us who need treatment, but Yu Xiaogang, who is called the Master. This must be the inheritor of the legendary nine-heart begonia martial soul. It is indeed extraordinary. It is natural to have a good appearance when asking people to do things. After so many years of struggling in the Soul Master world, Flanders has already had his own set of rules for survival. Or it can be said that it is the experience of being a human being. Ye Lingling, if it's not too much trouble, help them. Before coming to see Flanders, I had already told Ye Lingling about this matter, and I would only bring them with her after she agreed. Okay, but my mother usually doesn't see patients, so I need my sister to personally arrange for someone to bring her here, but it will be 3 days later. My mother is studying pharmacology these days and won't see guests. Ye Lingling also planned to give her teacher this face. After all, Qin Ming has been very good to them and very responsible during this period of time. This. Flanders hesitated a little, not knowing what to say. Since that incident, Yu Xiaogang locked himself in the room all day long, and no one would come out. He studied various martial soul concepts and methods of repairing martial souls day and night, and the whole person was like a madman. It would be difficult to get him out at this time. Okay, can you tell us a place, and then we will take the patient to seek medical treatment in person. Lu Erlong said at this time. Ye Lingling then gave an address. Over the years, as her mother's cultivation became more and more advanced, she gradually stopped practicing medicine outside. After all, using martial spirits consumes a lot of soul power. What's more, her mother has just reached the critical stage of cultivation. If Qin Ming hadn't pleaded, he would not help her no matter what. Thank you, thank you. I will be there in 3 days. At the entrance of Shrek Academy. Boss Fu, you and Tang San go back first. I still have some things to deal with. Lu Erlong walked in another direction, which made Flanders a little confused. He had basically found out about Lu Erlong's affairs over the years. If it wasn't for special circumstances, she would never leave the academy. What's more, now that Yu Xiaogang has become like this, he actually goes out. This direction? Tang San looked at the direction Lu Erlong left and felt inexplicably familiar. But now the teacher is more important. Lu Erlong, who has the cultivation of Soul Saint, soon arrived at the familiar door, but this time she did not choose to go in directly from the gate. Instead, she found a place where no one was around and quickly slipped in. After entering, she carefully hid her figure. Soon she came to the door of the room and saw the big words on it, Dean's office. Open the door and go in. It was still possible to tell if there was anyone inside. What a deserted office. Lu Erlong also had her own office. After all, she was once the dean. Even if she rarely stayed in the office, she had at least dozens of books and potted plants. It looked quite luxurious. After all, it was the face of a college. How could it be like this office? The few potted plants were almost dry, and there were only 3 or 4 books on the bookshelf, and there were only some student files on the desk. It didn't look like the office of a college dean at all. However, Lu Erlong didn't come here to inspect the office today. Chapter 132 Lu Erlong's Compromise. After class, Gu Yi walked towards his office. I didn't expect that he would come to my door on his own initiative. A smile appeared on his face. Slowly walking to the door of the office, the people inside seemed to sense someone coming outside and became alert. Gu Yi could feel that the spiritual power he had implanted in Lu Erlong's spiritual sea was madly absorbing emotions such as fear and terror. Push open the door. Close the door. The whole process was without any pause, as if there was no one in the office. Lu Erlong sat on the chair in front of the desk, her body shaking unconsciously. Gu Yi walked to the back of the desk and sat down as usual, took out a book and began to record the martial arts in her mind, completely ignoring Lu Erlong. Just as if she didn't exist. Lu Erlong didn't move, just sat quietly on the chair with her head down. The cold atmosphere lasted for a few minutes, and Lu Erlong couldn't bear it after all. Perhaps it was related to the nightmare every day. What did you do to me? Why do I keep having nightmares after I go back? Lu Erlong's voice was a little trembling, but she still pretended to be calm. Gu Yi ignored her, continue to do her own thing. It seems that the book in front of her is more attractive than Lu Erlong, a mature woman. If it were someone else, Lu Erlong would have been furious. It's just that Gu Yi is much stronger than her, one is as strong as the other. There is no way to fight him. I figured out what you want to do. You can use this method on me instead of destroying me like you destroyed Xiaogang. I know you want to get something from me. The reason why Lu Erlong came to Gu Yi was because of this. During the days when she had nightmares, she kept wondering why Gu Yi would use this method on her. It's completely unreasonable. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to destroy her directly? The only possibility is that Gu Yi wants to get something through her, but she doesn't know what it is yet. This is just an attempt. Anyway, if she continues to have nightmares like this, she will die of mental weakness sooner or later. If she guessed wrong, she would just be killed by Gu Yi, which would be a good way to get rid of this situation. During this period, Lu Erlong deeply understood what it meant to live a life worse than death. The torture suffered in the dream seemed to be able to react to the body, which was completely unbearable. Gu Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and stopped writing. He didn't expect Lu Erlong to be able to think of this level, which really surprised him. Tell me, what's the matter with you? Gu Yi put away his pen, closed the notebook and raised his head to ask. The bet was right. Lu Erlong secretly rejoiced and continued to talk about his guess. That day you must have done something to my spiritual sea, no matter what, your purpose must be related to the spirit. There were no other clues, and Lu Erlong could only think of so much, but this was enough. No matter what you want to do, I am willing to cooperate. As long as you can help me not have nightmares again. Rather than resisting to the end, it is better to give up. Lu Erlong is not a fool. The gap in strength between the enemy and us is too big. There is no comparison at all. Do you know what I want to do? Are you willing to cooperate? Gu Yi looked at Lu Erlong with a smile. He did plan to use Lu Erlong for experiment. Lu Erlong suddenly felt a bad mood in her heart. She seemed to have said too much. What if this kid's lustful? She has heard about the gossip between Gu Yi and Tang Yuehua during this period. It is very explosive. What if this kid just likes mature women who are older than him? My body can only belong to Xiaogang in this life. While Lu Erlong was thinking about it here, Gu Yi spoke. Are you really willing to do anything? Gu Yi asked again. After Lu Erlong was silent, he uttered a word, yes. Very good, come here. Lu Erlong was slightly startled. No one knew what happened in the office that afternoon. They only knew that Lu Erlong left with messy hair, sluggish steps and a face full of shame. It seemed that something was missing from her body. Gu Yi stood by the window and watched Lu Erlong's back as he left, then returned to his desk and sat down. Suddenly, he saw a pool of water that appeared on the ground inexplicably and frowned slightly. With a thought, the water evaporated directly. Just as he was about to write, Gu Yi suddenly thought of a good idea. It would not work if he could record it by himself. He could so that Zhu Zuoqing and others can copy down the skills and martial arts they have learned with their own understanding. And they can't copy the original version, they must rely on their own understanding to copy, which can definitely reflect their true level. Being able to do questions does not mean that you can make questions, and it does not mean that you have mastered it completely. Thinking of this, Gu Yi put down the pen in his hand. Finally, they can get rid of this boring life, and it just happens that they can continue to experience the horror of homework. But Gu Yi would never have thought that a woman was about to go crazy. Shrek Academy. After Flanders told Yu Xiaogang about the matter, there was no movement. His cultivation was wasted, and it was impossible to repair it. After so many years of research on martial spirits, he deeply understood that even if he had more vitality, it was impossible to repair it, unless he could obtain the legendary treasures of heaven and earth, cleanse his meridians and marrow, and reshape his body. But he had been looking for it for so many years and still couldn't find it. Tang San felt very uncomfortable looking at his teacher like this. His beard was untidy, his clothes were not only greasy but also dirty, and his body also exuded the stench of not taking a bath for many days. If you don't know his identity, he would be mistaken for a homeless person if he walked outside. Tang San didn't want to see his teacher like this, so he turned around and left the room. 9. The healing power of Xin Haitang may be beyond doubt, but just like what the teacher said, it is very likely that it cannot be cured. If this is the case, it is better to find a way by yourself. The medicine book in Xiantian Bailul records a lot of magical pills. If they can be refined, it may not be impossible to cure the teacher's martial spirit. Tang San has decided to go to the Sunset Forest to find rare medicinal materials to refine pills. Although many precious medicinal materials were rare in the previous life, they may not be absent in this world. After all, there are soul beasts that have survived for 100,000 years. It is very likely that the medicinal materials in this world are more abundant than in the previous life. By the way, maybe Xiao Wu can know somewhat. Tang San suddenly thought that there was a 100,000-year-old soul beast incarnation around him, and he must know something after living for so many years. After all, if he could live so long, he would have become a god long ago. Thinking of this, Tang San was a little excited. Chapter 133 Consciousness. Ning Fengzi did not let Gu Yi wait for long, and came to the academy the next day. Dean Gu, do you know what you said to my daughter? Ning Fengzi now has to bring Jian and Gu, two titled Douluo, to see Gu Yi. What if Gu Yi really goes crazy? This man killed Yu Yuan, who was also from the upper three sects. Besides, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu had offended him before. If he really cares about it, his small body can't withstand Gu Yi's power. Of course it counts. Gu Yi has prepared 3 martial arts books for Ning Fengzi. Although they are not top-notch, they are still pretty good. The next step is the bargaining process. The Kai Bao Liulai sect is a big family, so there is no shortage of good treasures. After that incident, Gu Yi had decided to create a sword that surpassed the weapons in the world. You can't have too little. And these things can only be obtained from the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Then please ask the dean to name a price. If you can get precious self-created soul skills with some wealth, it would be a real profit. With the 7 treasures glazed tile tower martial spirit, you will never lack wealth and treasures. Simple, this is what I want. Gu Yi took out a post from the soul guide, which recorded some rare materials he needed. If Tugubo was asked to collect them, he might not be able to get them even with the help of Shuebeng. After all, there are several precious materials among them. For example, deep sea silver mother, this is the strongest material. I agree, but these things are not a small amount. If the things that Dean Gu takes out do not satisfy me, the transaction cannot continue. When Ning Fengzi saw this post, his heart also skipped a beat. These things are not cheap. Even for his 7 treasures glazed tile sect, it is a considerable price. Although he is rich, he is not a sucker. He can pay, but the things must be good. Of course, I can demonstrate it first, and you can decide whether you agree or not. Gu Yi, Ning Fengzi and the other 2 came to an open place. The first one, the shadowless ground. It is a self-created soul skill that increases speed. Gu Yi said without using too much strength, and performed the shadowless ground. This step is about speed, without too many skills. The few people present are not weak, even the weakest is a soul saint level existence. It can be seen that Gu Yi is not exerting too much power now, at most it is equivalent to the soul master level, but his speed is almost comparable to that of the soul master. Even if it is an auxiliary soul master, he can have the speed of the same level of agile attack soul master after practicing. Are you satisfied with this self-created soul skill? Gu Yi stood still and continued. Ning Fengzi nodded. This is a great blessing for auxiliary soul masters, which can greatly improve their safety factor. Next, Vajra Fist. Gu Yi also did not use too much power. However, when performing this fist, he became more fierce and domineering, and his strength was improved to a certain extent. Ning Fengzi was also very satisfied. Boxing and body skills can be regarded as the best help for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and he is looking forward to the remaining martial arts. The last one, Burning Blood skill. This self-created soul skill is not a skill-based soul skill like Vajra Fist or Shadowless. It is a unique skill that can compress one's own blood for a short time to burst out stronger power. Gu Yi also demonstrated this skill. Perhaps it would be a great damage to the explosive power brought by other people using this skill to consume blood power. But for Gu Yi, who has the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, it is not a difficult task. It can't even be regarded as a temporary martial art. As long as he wants, he can keep using Burning Blood skill. However, at this stage, the blood burning skill has almost lost its effect. The 3 martial arts taught to them are all things that Gu Yi does not look down on now. After all, these martial arts have not yet involved the spiritual realm. However, this is also considered a relatively advanced martial art in Douluo continent. After all, Even Ning Rongrong and others are only learning this kind of martial arts that only involves meridians. This business is not a loss for Ning Fengzi and others. After seeing these three martial arts, the two sides have completely reached a cooperation. In fact, the reason why Gu Yi only taught the Tianxia Gongfa but not the corresponding martial arts is to see whether the ideas that have been opened can allow them to create martial arts on their own. If they have come to this point, it would be really disappointing if they still only hold soul skills. After Ning Fengzi and others left, Gu Yi left the academy directly. After a while, Ning Fengzi sent the materials over, and then he could start to prepare to forge the killing sword. It's not that he is obsessed with swordsmanship, but because the killing sword it is of great significance, so naturally they would like to recast it. Feng Zhi definitely has stronger self-created soul skills. Should we unite with other sections? Gu Rong was interrupted by Ning Fengzi before he finished speaking. Uncle Gu, don't talk about this kind of thing anymore. The world has been peaceful for more than a decade. I feel that the Spirit Hall may still be brewing a bigger conspiracy. If we act rashly, it is very likely that we will fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall and give them a reason to act. Ning Fengzi has a long-term vision. The Pope in the Spirit Hall is not an ordinary woman. It is completely invisible. Okay. Gu Rong was just a suggestion. After all, Gu Yi is also not weak. But don't worry too much. Although Gu Yi is also not wearing, I can feel that he is not a thing in the pool. The Spirit Hall may undergo tremendous changes. What is this? Gu Yi's figure flashed quickly in the academy and soon came to Lin Qing who was training. Qinger, give me the Blue Silver Emperor first. Gu Yi didn't care about their gazes and took the Blue Silver Emperor handed over by Lin Qing. Then he disappeared again. Everyone was a little confused about Gu Yi's impetuousness. He was not like this at ordinary times. Back in his office, Gu Yi put the Blue Silver Emperor potted plant in his hand on the table. Come out, I know you have regained consciousness. Gu Yi said to the Blue Silver Emperor on the table. There was a silence in the room. Who are you? An ethereal voice came from the Blue Silver Emperor, and then a blue-gold light appeared in the office. The light dissipated, and an illusory figure appeared not far in front of Gu Yi. The Blue Silver Emperor finally regained her self-consciousness with the help of the Blue Silver King who had tens of thousands of years of cultivation in her own bloodline, but the loss of 100,000 years of cultivation made it impossible for her to transform into a human form again. Who am I? Come and see me. Chapter 134, Toughness and Assumption. What do you want to do? Are the extra memories in your mind true? Yin recalled the memories and guesses that Gu Yi had passed on to her in her mind. If it was true, it would be the biggest blow to her. If her beloved man was really such a person, how could she bear the blow of having her child taken away by someone else after 10 months of pregnancy? Whether it is true or not, you need to judge it yourself. But how should you call me? Gu Yi frowned, very dissatisfied with the attitude of Blue Silver Emperor. Yin's expression froze. Gu Yi was like a reborn parent to her. With the imprint in the sea of a euro spirit, she lowered her head and shouted, Master, Master. Gu Yi nodded with satisfaction. It was just a plant. Next, I will help Lin Qing improve her martial spirit. When she can evolve to Blue Silver Emperor, you will give her your status. Yin was somewhat reluctant. She still wanted to verify many things. If she was trapped here, she would not have any chance at all. I want to see my son first. Yin was eager to see Tang San to see if he was the person Gu Yi said. If it was true, Tang San, who had killed her child who had never seen this world, could only die. You should understand that the reason why I took so much effort to let you recover is not to let you do your own things. Honestly complete the task I gave you, otherwise your end will be the same as that of Blue Silver King. His personality has changed a lot over the years. It may be that he has experienced more things, or he may be affected by something. In short, he is no longer as indecisive as before. The cold voice made the illusory figure of Blue Silver Emperor tremble slightly. Although she did not regain her self-awareness until today, she still felt what happened before. Naturally, she knew what happened to the Blue Silver King. Half of his vitality was taken away for a disagreement. I'm afraid he hasn't recovered his vitality to its original state yet. She deeply understood that the man in front of her would never be soft-hearted to her. I know. Death is not terrible, but there are still many things that have not been done. At least she has to confirm whether Tang San is her son. If she doesn't figure this out, she will not rest in peace even if she goes to the 9 Netherworld. That's right. I'll let you meet later. Change back. Yin really looks very good, even beautiful. No wonder the two brothers of Haoshan sect can't forget her. Gu Yi sent the Blue-Silver Emperor to Linqing again, so that she could continue to practice with the help of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Time passed quickly, and a month passed. Gu Yi finally researched the elixir that could help Dugubo evolve his martial soul. You can start refining the elixir at any time. It's just that the elixir furnace will take 10 days to forge. As early as half a month ago, Gu Yi asked the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect to prepare an alchemy furnace for him. The reason why he did not come in person was because of his relationship with Tang Hao's enemy, so he needed to ask Titan, the contemporary master craftsman, to complete the forging of the alchemy furnace through the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. But this is also good. Gu Yi can also take this time to continue to deduce and research a universal elixir that can be used by everyone, just like the Qunkan creation pill refined by Huo Yuhao 10,000 years later. But this made Gu Yi a little confused. 10,000 years later, Huo Yuhao also refined the pill according to the recipe in the Tang sect medicine sutra left by Tang San. Why didn't Tang San refine the Qunkan creation pill 10,000 years ago? These things are unknown. However, Gu Yi understands that it is basically impossible to win the final championship in the all-continent high-level spirit master competition with the current cultivation of Zhu Zuqing and others. After all, compared with the age of other teams, they are still too young. In the original work, the reason why they can win step by step is not only because of Tang San, who is like a cheat. The most important point is that each of them has taken the fairy grass, which has improved their own cultivation and potential at a very fast speed. That is why they can surpass the geniuses under 25 years old at the age of 14 or 15. Now he will naturally not waste so much to let these people swallow the fairy grass, but if he wants them to win in the battle, the indispensable thing is the fairy grass. After all, even with the help of advanced skills, it is difficult to catch up with those geniuses who have practiced for a few more years than them within a year. This is impossible. Therefore, it is necessary to refine pills for them. Compared to the matter of pills, Gu Yi's progress is greater. The evil realm is only one step away from reaching the perfect state. Then he will be able to truly complete the first test of evil. It's not that he wants to become a god as soon as possible, but he wants to get the reward after passing the test. With his current strength, he is basically one of the top people, but there are at least a few people he still can't beat. The legendary 3 peerless Douluo, Tang Chen, Heibo Sixi, Jian Daoliu. Even if these 3 use the secret art of swallowing the sky, they should not be their opponents. However, with his current strength, he may be able to fight Tang Hao with 9 rings. He still needs to continue to improve his strength. Besides, there are not only human strongmen in this world. The soul beasts hidden in the depths of the Xingda Great Forest are not simple goods. The Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape are just the gatekeepers, and the truly powerful soul beasts are hidden in deeper places. There is even a Silver Dragon King whose strength is comparable to that of a god. Gu Yi's ambition is not just to inherit the position of an evil god king. He wants to be invincible like the sea god, and collect faith to create his own godhood. This is his goal. Although Gu Yi does not think that his talent is so strong and against the sky. When he first awakened, he only had the innate 6th level soul power. In terms of innate soul power alone, he can't even compare with Zhu Zuqing, the weakest in Tianwen Academy. The only thing he can rely on is the vision that surpasses the entire Douluo continent, and the martial soul that fits him perfectly. Only then can he step by step reach this level now. The sea god can become a first-level god just by collecting the faith of the sea, and his strength exceeds that of ordinary first-level gods. If he can spread martial arts all over the world, the faith he collected to create a godhood may not be worse than that of a god king. By then, maybe he can also have 2 gods in one body, and they are 2 gods at the level of god king. However, these are still not set in stone, and there are too many variables. The current situation is to work hard to improve your strength and try to make yourself the strongest. Chapter 135 Rage. Shrek Academy. Xiaogang, where are you going? Flanders stood at the entrance of the academy and pulled Yu Xiaogang's arm. He really didn't understand why he had to leave here. Yu Xiaogang shook off Flanders' hand angrily, no longer showing his previous elegance and calmness. Do I have to stay here and let you continue to humiliate me? When did I humiliate you? Even if Senior Ya can't cure I 1/2 Maina Zijui 1/2, we can still think of other ways. The power of the team is always faster than you looking around like a headless fly outside. Although Flanders was a little annoyed with Yu Xiaogang's attitude, but thinking that his martial soul was broken because of Guyi, he endured it. With the power of the team, Xiao Wu and those people with half of their bodies buried in the ground, what power can they have to help me recover? Don't think I can't see that they always think that it was my appearance that caused Guyi, the ruthless and selfish guy, to leave the academy. They look down on me, and I look down on them even more. A bunch of ignorant and reckless men. Yu Xiaogang also completely exploded before leaving. He started to bombard Xiao Wu and others directly. Flanders' face darkened instantly. After all, he thought of their sworn brotherhood and suppressed the anger in his heart. If you want to leave, leave. Flanders didn't want to persuade him anymore. Maybe it would be a good thing for Yu Xiaogang, Erlong, and Shrek Academy to be separated for a while. Flanders, after Xiao San comes back from Sunset Forest, I have already made detailed calculations for the subsequent training plan. Every step must be taught to Xiao San according to what I have done. At this point, Yu Xiaogang has not forgotten to teach Tang San. Flanders nodded. Yu Xiaogang also got on the departing carriage, and his goal was Wuhan City and the Pope's Palace. Originally, with his pride and temper, he was unwilling to meet this woman who was now living much better than him no matter where he was. But now he needed her help in two things. He had to go to see her. If there was a place in the world that was most likely to have a way to repair the spirit, then there was only one. The Wuhan Palace. And Tang San now also needed to know how to cultivate twin spirits. In addition to Tang San, only Bibi Dong had twin spirits in the world, and she also perfectly restrained the disadvantages of twin spirits. Successfully cultivated two spirits. He needed to achieve these two goals. Only in this way could Tang San, who carried his knowledge, grow up thoroughly. Prove to the world that there was no problem with his theory. He would become the greatest master in the world. For this purpose, he could put aside his dignity and go to Bibi Dong. Flanders also returned to the academy, feeling even more strange. If it were in the past, Erlong would never let Xiaogang leave like this. Even if she had to leave the place where she had lived for more than 10 or 20 years, she would follow him. It was just that she didn't know when Erlong couldn't leave Xiaogang as much as before. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, but there was always something different. Euro. Come on, let me see how far you have cultivated your Kung Fu. In the battlefield of Tianwen Academy, Guyi, who looked relaxed, kept ordering the girl in front of him to attack him. Wang Yanran stepped forward and hit Guyi's throat with a move of a spirit snake spitting out its tongue, but it was easily dodged. With a snap, the dogma in her hand hit her arm. Wang Yanran showed a painful expression on her face, but her movements were not slow at all. She looked straight at Guyi with her eyes, and the spiritual power that turned into substance instantly hit Guyi's chest. But it was easily dodged, without any pressure. Yanran, although there are many martial arts moves copied, you must understand one thing. Although being broad but not specialized can help you deal with many battles, it lacks your own specialty. Seek refinement in the broad, find the most suitable thing for yourself, and then continue to study. Guyi really thinks that Wang Yanran is very similar to the character in a book he once read. She is very insightful in martial arts. Any moves in front of her are just the fate of being copied. If Wang Yanran is not still young and her mastery of soul power is not up to his level, her strength is really hard to estimate. In addition, Wang Yanran's martial soul is still a spiritual system, which is even more rare. Everyone has made progress during this period, but these progress are not enough. You too, it is not the more you learn to create your own soul skills, the better. As long as you learn it well and practice it into your body. Although it is biased to say that one trick can do everything, it does make sense. During this period of time, Guyi clearly felt that they had become impetuous. After all, their strengths have improved so much, and they are all teenagers and girls, so naturally they can't avoid these. Not to mention them, even Guyi felt that he had changed a lot. He was not so strong when he encountered things before. Time has changed, and people will grow and change. Okay, today's training ends here. Starting tomorrow, I require the 7 of you to go to the Sunset Forest to train for a month. Combat Soul Masters must hunt 3,000-year-old soul beasts, and Auxiliary Soul Masters must hunt a 3-headed soul beast over 500 years old. This process must be completed independently, and you cannot help unless your life is in danger. As a reward, those who successfully complete it will receive a huge reward. Those who fail should not be envious at that time. Zhu Zuoking and others showed a trace of heat on their faces. Every time Gu Yi said there was a reward, it was really a reward, and a big reward. Disband. The reason why Gu Yi asked them to go to the Sunset Forest to train was, first, to grind their arrogance, and second, the alchemy furnace was in place, and they could start refining the elixir. And the reward he mentioned was the refined elixir. The next day, Gu Yi arrived at the Sunset Forest before Zhu Zuoking and others, walked into Dugubo's poisonous miasma, and came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Old poison, I'm ready. I can start refining pills for you. Okay, I'll protect you. Dugubo is an old man after all, and even if he is very excited, he can control it. Gu Yi joked, old poison, you should be happy when you should be happy. Your heart is as pure as a child, which is more suitable for cultivation. If you force yourself to suppress your emotions, you will get sick. You kid. Gu Yi glanced at the Blue Silver King who was practicing quietly. As if sensing Gu Yi's gaze, the blue vines not far away shook unnoticeably, and then heard a flattering voice, my lord, you are here. Gu Yi nodded symbolically and then walked into the room. Prepare to start refining pills. It's just that an unexpected person is also practicing in the Sunset Forest at this moment, looking for natural treasures. And they are constantly coming this way. Chapter 136, Mimicry Training Field. Sunset Forest. A lightning rabbit with 8 holes pierced through it, Tang San silently put away the blood-stained 8-spider lance, and the strength he had just consumed was considered to be restored. Heavenly Star Ginseng can be used to stabilize cultivation and improve blood. Tang San dug out the Heavenly Star Ginseng hidden behind the lightning rabbit and nodded with satisfaction. Recently, his cultivation has been getting slower and slower, even with the help of Xiantian Gong, it is more than twice as slow as before. However, Tang San did not doubt that there was something wrong with his body, just because the higher the soul power, the slower the cultivation speed. I still have to continue to practice here. Tang San put the Heavenly Star Ginseng into the 24 Bridges Moonlight Night, and then continued to look for natural materials and treasures. The experience here made Tang San feel that it was much faster than the hard practice in the academy. Especially with the 8-spider lance, every time after hunting a soul beast, he can use the soul power in the soul beast's corpse as a supplement, which greatly reduces the time to restore soul power, allowing him more time to find natural treasures. And the direction he left was exactly the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. This time, refining pills for Dugubo was easier than refining pills for himself. It's not that the pills he gave himself were good pills, and the pills he refined for Dugubo were bad. It's because his pill refining level has improved to a certain extent during this period of time, and his control over mental power and soul power has also reached a higher level. It's also because it's easier. Dugubo's current martial soul realm is actually the top one, but because his body was invaded by toxins in the early years, his body has become a little riddled with holes. The green phosphorus Snake King is a top martial soul, and the toxins are very powerful. No matter how much he practices, he should not fall to the level of a titled Douluo goalkeeper. It is also because of this that the main purpose of the pills he refined this time is actually to restore Dugubo's physical losses and deficits in the early years. The situations of Dugubo and Duguyan are different. Duguyan's martial soul is the green phosphorus snake, which is only one character different from Dugubo's green phosphorus snake emperor, but there is a world of difference. Just like the blue silver grass and the blue silver emperor, the difference is not that big. It is precisely because of this that the Linglong blood ginseng was deliberately chosen for Dugubo. This is also a fairy grass, but the effect of this fairy grass is different from other fairy grasses. It will not bring soul power improvement. The only effect is to nourish the body and replenish blood. Although the effect is very simple, it is the strongest fairy grass in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to nourish the body and replenish blood. Add other auxiliary materials, and it can even restore Dugubo's blood to the state of a young man. Return to 18 years old. The most precious time for a cultivator to practice is when he is young. If the cultivation level cannot be improved at that time, how can he improve the cultivation level after the old blood and blood are weak? Dugubo suffered such a loss, which led to his current weakness. Gu Yi can only do this, the rest depends on Dugubo himself. After all, even if he is given an elixir that can improve his cultivation, each level after level 90 is very different, and the soul power is beyond imagination. It is basically very difficult to rely on elixirs to improve cultivation. Even if it can be improved, it is only 1 or 2 levels, which does not solve the core problem at all. While he was refining elixirs, Zhu Zuoqing and others also began to practice in the sunset forest. No one cheated, after all, the strength is their own, even if they cheat now, they will be helpless in the future when facing such a situation. Besides, no one can hide it from Guyi. During this time, they have also seen that Guyi has the ability to see through people's hearts. This time, Guyi succeeded after only 10 days of practice, but this time there is not only one elixir, but 3. I believe that after taking these 3 elixirs, Dugubo's blood and qi will definitely not be weaker than those of young people. After the effect of the medicine is absorbed, take the next one. Guyi reminded him. Don't worry, I have been practicing for so many years, I still know these things clearly. Next, I may need to use some immortal herbs to refine some pills. Although Dugubo would not say anything even if he used them directly, he still had to inform his master. Use them casually, I can't use these things anyway. Instead of letting them sit here, it is better to use them to improve your strength. Dugubo saw this very clearly and understood that what he could get was his. He had guarded this precious land for so many years but knew nothing, and some of the effects of the medicine even he had to be careful and cautious. It would be better to give it to Guyi for use. Besides, Guyi was his future grandson-in-law, and they were all used by the family. Dugubo could no longer bear it, and took the pill and began to absorb it. After refining the pill for so long, Guyi did not plan to go in and refine the pill again. People are not machines after all, and they need to rest. Besides, there are still 20 days before Zhu Zuoqing and the others finish their training. The time is enough for him to refine another batch of pills. There is no need to rush. And he also plans to study some things here. The reason why the yin-yang eye of ice and fire can be formed is entirely because there are 2 dragon kings who died in ancient times under the yin-yang eye. Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Even if a god has fallen, his body is still valuable. Especially the divine beasts. However, it takes all kinds of coincidences for 2 divine beasts to form such a special environment. It just so happens that he has some clues in studying the martial soul mimicry training field during this period, and perhaps he can take advantage of such a feng shui treasure land to draw some better conclusions. During this period, he thought a lot, and the mimic martial soul training field may be related to the feng shui knowledge he learned in his previous life. However, he did not learn it well in his previous life, but only had a little knowledge. It is not systematic at all. It is precisely because of this that he still has not figured out this clue until now. Guyi also walked around to investigate, carefully feeling every element in this environment. Perhaps the secret lies here. The Blue Silver King on the side stopped practicing after seeing Guyi walking around, and did not dare to disturb this evil star at all. Until now, his life force is still a little lacking. The consumption brought about by that time was really too great. The only thing that comforted him was that the human in front of him did not take these vitality for himself. The original energy field plus the powerful mental power always spread in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. He could also feel that he was only one step away from real success. The heaven and earth vitality here was much richer than other places. It can be said that the surrounding heaven and earth vitality was converging here. Chapter 137 The Miserable Tang San. Although Guyi has not found out what the reason is, at least he has made some discoveries. The Ice and Fire Dragon King is the key and foundation of the formation of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang eyes, but it is not a complete function. This is very similar to the house guarding objects in Feng Shui. It is only with their existence that such a treasure land can be formed. Perhaps if I want to build a martial soul mimicry training field, I may also use this method. This is just an idea, and there is no rush to practice it. Guyi walked to the vicinity of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang eyes and looked at the red and white soups. He has come so many times but has never entered, which is a bit regrettable. However, he is now calculating the probability that he will be safe if he jumps down. He did not use the 2 immortal herbs, nor did he obtain fire immunity and ice immunity. If he goes in, there is a high probability that nothing will happen. After all, the martial soul and domain are here. But he doesn't have that mind now. After resting outside for a day and adjusting his condition, Guyi returned to the alchemy room and took away some precious medicinal materials. The 2 immortal herbs, Killuo Tulip and Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, are also among them. He had already considered these 2 immortal herbs, and there is no need to consider anything else. The entire yin-yang eye of ice and fire fell silent again, and only the Blue Silver King of the race outside silently absorbed the energy in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to improve his cultivation and vitality. For plant-type soul beasts, the most important thing is their own vitality. Even cultivation is not as important as vitality, which is also the key to its becoming the blue-silver emperor. Outside the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, an ordinary figure came to the poisonous miasma. What a fierce poisonous miasma! Tang San exclaimed at first, and then began to think about how he should get in. His desire to explore made him want to go in and explore. It was obvious that there was a large basin inside, and the poisonous miasma outside was just to protect the things inside. Although he was born in the Tang sect and had a very good understanding and mastery of poisons, these poisonous gases still made it difficult for him to get in. After searching outside the poisonous miasma, Tang San finally found a way to get in. As long as you climb up this mountain, you can enter directly from the air. As for how to get down, it was not a problem at all. These days, he has become more proficient in the use of the 8-spider lance, which is simply too useful for climbing. Each spider spear will pierce the mountain wall firmly, allowing him to fall steadily. According to his method, Tang San quickly entered the valley, and a hot spring with distinct vermilion and milky white appeared in front of him. This icy yang eye of ice and fire. Xiantian Bailu is the most comprehensive secret book of Tang sect. It records not only martial arts and hidden weapon techniques, but also the use of poison. Among them, it includes the planting environment of some rare herbs. Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire is the most suitable place for the growth of precious herbs in Xiantian Bailu. Found it, I finally found it. Tang San never thought that he would have such an opportunity to find the treasure land recorded by Tang sect in another world. At the same time, he also noticed the fairy grass near Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. This time, not only the teacher's martial spirit can be saved, but even my own cultivation can take a big step forward. Is there anyone living here? At the same time, Tang San also noticed the house not far away. It is obvious that this is a land with an owner. The idea of a euro leaving only flashed through Tang San's mind for a moment. At this moment, he had already moved his murderous intention. The things inside were too precious and must not be known by outsiders, otherwise it would cause an uproar in the outside world. Gu Yi's strength far exceeded his imagination, and he must make the greatest progress in the shortest time. Even surpassing Gu Yi. Last time Tang Hao came in a hurry, Tang San saw that his father was probably seriously injured in that battle. Even now he hasn't shown up, which explains everything. I have already made up my mind to snatch the treasure of Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. In order to keep it secret, they can only ask them to die. Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire are too precious. The more people know about it, the more danger there is. What's more, it is recorded in Xiantian treasure record that once it is confirmed that it is an enemy, you must not be merciful and show mercy. What Tang San didn't know was that there was a figure in the dark staring at him quietly, and the vines on his body were also quietly spreading over. Not good. Tang San's mental power and perception ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. When the vines were about to wrap around him, he noticed it. Instantly flashed to the side with a ghostly shadow. Who? Tang San turned around but didn't see anyone, but he didn't relax his vigilance, but became more cautious. Because the one who attacked him just now was not a human, but a plant soul beast. Before he could think too much, the vines attacked again. The speed and strength were faster and more numerous than before. His blue-silver grass was completely not on the same level as the other party. Tang San was extremely shocked. Is this really blue-silver grass? It was much stronger than him. Human, give up resistance. The voice of the blue-silver king reached Tang San's ears, which made him feel cold hands and feet. He had never seen a soul beast that could speak human words, but only heard about it from his teacher. And he had never heard of a plant soul beast that could speak, and even his teacher didn't know. Tang San instantly thought that the reason why this blue-silver grass was so strong was probably because of this reason. The Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire had an unimaginable ability to help plants grow. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't escape the vines of the blue-silver king. Tang San felt that his martial spirit seemed to be suppressed, and even the operation of his spirit power was somewhat hindered. The difference in cultivation was too great, and coupled with the suppression of his martial spirit, Tang San was soon tied up and hung directly in the air by vines. It was similar to being torn apart by 5 horses. Tang San struggled for a while, but it was of no use at all. Even if he summoned the 8-spider lance, he could not get rid of the restraints. He was not on the same level at all. Tang San did not give up, and used the devouring ability of the 8-spider lance to directly insert it into the vines wrapped around him. This was his only choice now, and also the last resort. Tang San now regretted why he had traveled to this world for so many years, why he did not make the Tang sect poison first. It led to his current situation. Ah! The Blue Silver King felt a stinging pain and shouted angrily. The poison on the 8-spider lance still had some effect on it. But this was not the most important thing, but because his own spirit power was drained a little. This reminded him of some bad memories. The vines wrapped around Tang San instantly became tighter, and the powerful force squeezed the 8-spider lance behind Tang San frantically. Ah! Cracks snap. The 8-spider lance broke. It was crushed directly from the root, leaving only the last few inches left on the back. Chapter 138, Killing. Guyi and Dugubo were busy refining pills and refining elixirs. However, they were still aware of the outside world, but after feeling that the Blue Silver King had controlled the people, they did not go out. The Blue Silver King did not crush Tang San to death after all, and this was the time for him to perform well. After all, he was also living under someone else's roof and was not as strong as others, so it was better to let them handle this matter. For it, hanging a person is not a difficult thing. Always maintain a moderate degree, so that Tang San can feel pain, but not let him die immediately. The main point is torture. Tang San was just hung up like this for a few days, and he couldn't even recover from his injuries. Every time he used Xian Gong, he would be interrupted by the vines. There was nothing he could do. Dugubo, who had finally finished refining the elixir, also came out. Just happened to see Tang San hanging on the vines. A turquoise poison had appeared in his hand. I didn't expect that someone could get here through the top of the mountain. Dugubo would never give him any chance. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were his greatest opportunity. It must not be known to any outsider, otherwise it would cause great losses to him and Guyi. At least Dugubo didn't think that he and Guyi could stop all the titled Douluos on the Douluo continent. After all, you have to know that at the level of titled Douluo, the effect of the poison is actually reduced to the lowest. Don't be too curious in the next life. The poison in Dugubo's hand flew out instantly, and he didn't intend to give Tang San any chance to explain or speak. No matter who he is, no matter what his identity is, coming here is his biggest mistake. Ah! Tang San let out a miserable cry. The person who was best at using poison ended up dying from poison. This was the biggest irony. Although Tang San thought so in his heart, he still did not give up resistance. The Xian Gong in his body was running wildly. The vines had long dispersed. After all, Dugubo's poison would cause great harm even if the Blue Silver King was infected. Even if he had strong vitality, he couldn't use it like this. Dugubo looked at Tang San lying on the ground without looking at him again. If he was poisoned by him, only a titled Douluo would have a chance of survival. In his perception, the boy in front of him was just a soul master. It was impossible for him to survive. Go away, go outside and die. Dugubo glanced at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, not wanting the corpse to be contaminated by this treasure land, and kicked Tang San, who was about to faint. Like kicking a ball, Tang San's body flew out like a football, directly passing through the poisonous miasma and flew outside. Dugubo was not a kind-hearted person. Tang San broke into his territory, and the flash of murderous aura in his perception was like a ray of light in the dark night. If it weren't for the recovery of his blood and qi, which made him feel very good, he might have tortured him before taking action. In the room, Guyi closed his eyes. He discovered the outside world earlier than Dugubo, but he didn't expect that even without Dugubo's guidance, Tang San could still find this place. It was really a bit unexpected. However, he was somewhat satisfied with the performance of the Blue Silver King. Originally, he planned to wait until Linqing reached a certain level, kill it and take the spirit ring. Now he thought he could take a break. He didn't care about it anymore and continued to focus on refining the pill. This time, the difficulty of refining the pill was more difficult than the previous 2 times, especially the fusion between the essences of the 2 immortal herbs was too difficult. If you want to fuse them together, you need more other medicinal materials as blending agents. You must be highly alert. Once you relax, it is very likely that this furnace of pills will be destroyed. Other materials are easy to say, but the 2 immortal herbs are the ones that can never be found again. This time, refining the pill took longer and was more difficult than Guyi imagined. It lasted for 17 days, and finally the essence in the alchemy furnace was completely condensed into pills. There were 9 pills in total, and this time almost exhausted all his alchemy methods. You made his alchemy strength rise a step. Even the control of mental power and soul power was improved a little. Although alchemy is not a battle, it is more mentally exhausting than fighting. The most challenging thing is endurance. If fortunately, he succeeded in the end. €. At the same time, Zhu Zuqing and others who completed the task were also on their way back to the academy. However, on the way, they met a very miserable person. Zuqing, look at that person. Although Ning Rongrong has changed a lot, her curiosity as a little girl has not been dispelled. Although others have noticed the person in front, she is the only one who said it. What's wrong? As a sensitive attack soul master, Zhu Zuqing is naturally better at observation than Ning Rongrong, and naturally has discovered the figure in front a long time ago. The clothes were torn, and the exposed skin was not only festering, but also had green marks on the right arm, and the right arm did not move at all during the walk. The side face that could be seen slightly was also full of scars. Not only that, but he also exuded a murderous aura, and it was unknown whether it was left by hunting soul beasts or brought by killing people. It was obvious that he was not a person to be messed with. Could it be a fallen soul master? Ning Rongrong had trained for several months, and you have seen several desperate criminals, but none of them had such a fierce and violent aura as him. Shut up! Before Zhu Zuqing began to answer, Dugu Yan, who was walking in front, said sternly. Compared to the experience of training outside, Dugu Yan, who was 5 or 6 years older than these people, naturally understood better that it was better not to judge a person casually in the wild. Especially a person whose background was unknown. And Dugu Yan also felt a dangerous aura from this person. It is definitely not simple. No matter who he is, it is best not to get involved. The man walking in front seemed to have heard their conversation, and disappeared from their sight in a few steps. Wrong, you must be cautious and careful in the Soul Beast Forest. Even an inconspicuous plant can kill you. Dugu Yan reminded him. After all, there are other people in the team, and everyone in the team cannot bear the consequences because of one person's negligence. Now that Gu Yi is not here, he is the highest leader of the team. Naturally, he has to be responsible for everyone in the team. I know, Sister Yan. Ning Rongrong also realized that her behavior might bring disaster to everyone. However, Oscar looked at the direction where the man left, thinking. It seems that he has seen that belt somewhere. But he can't remember it. Tiandu City is only 100 miles away from the Sunset Forest. They all returned to the academy in less than a day. And Gu Yi also came out at the right time. Seeing the increasingly fierce aura of her own people, Gu Yi nodded in satisfaction, but she no longer had the arrogance of the young lady and young master before. Especially Ning Rongrong was the most obvious. After all, before she died, she had only hunted 3 soul beasts without resistance. Welcome back. Chapter 139 Failed Raid. Teacher, we have all completed the task. Hurry up and take out the rewards. That is to say, among all the people, only Ning Rongrong was the most lively. Gu Yi did not say much, and took out the refined pills from the soul guide. Using the subtle control of his own soul power, he placed 7 of the pills in front of several people. This is the pill I refined. It can improve cultivation and talent. If you are lucky, it may also transform your own martial soul. One sentence made several people excited instantly. Gu Yi never lied to them, and what he said was what he meant. Take it, I will protect you. The 7 people did not hesitate. This was a great thing that must not be missed. They swallowed the pills together. Sitting cross-legged began to refine the medicinal power. Not long after swallowing, their bodies began to turn red and their veins bulged. It was obvious that some of them could not bear the powerful effect of the medicine. Sure enough, Gu Yi had guessed this situation a long time ago. After all, their current strength was still too weak. Even if the main ability of this pill was to improve potential, improving soul power was only a side effect, and it was still not something that Zhu Zuqing and others could absorb. Although the 2 immortal herbs he selected were gentle in nature, the other herbs were not so simple, and their medicinal power was very terrifying. Gu Yi opened the energy field immediately, which allowed him to better grasp the power and be more accurate. Moreover, during the 1 month of refining the pill, his mental power was greatly improved, and his control power increased greatly, directly helping the 7 people absorb the medicinal effect at the same time. Dugu Yan, as the person with the highest cultivation, was the first to absorb it. The soul power, which had just reached level 43, was actually increased to level 48. Not only that, 4 of the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body were also opened. Even the speed of soul power was greatly improved. Doguyan looked at Guyi and was about to give him a kiss, but she realized that Guyi was still refining medicine for others, so she forced herself to hold back. However, she had already made up her mind that she would complete her wish tonight no matter what. Guyi had no idea of Doguyan's thoughts, and he helped them refine medicine seriously, while also carefully feeling the changes. The second person to finish was Oscar. As the first person to come into contact with martial arts, Oscar's starting point was much higher than others. His physical body was not inferior to that of ordinary beast martial spirit masters. He also directly upgraded from level 34 to level 40, and his 8 extraordinary meridians opened up the first 5 meridians, which was even faster than Doguyan. Now Oscar's training speed has long been comparable to that of combat soul masters. Martial arts are like this. The deeper you practice, the faster you accumulate power, especially for people like Guyi, whose meridians are connected to the sky and the earth, and whose innate full soul power cannot be caught up even if he rides 8 horses. They are not on the same level at all. What's more, his martial soul has reached the level of a god-level martial soul. No one in the world can match his cultivation speed. Even Qianrongxiu, who has awakened the innate level 20 soul power and has the same god-level martial soul as him, can't reach it. Then Zhu Zuqing reached level 38, and opened 3 of her 8 extraordinary meridians. Not only that, she, who was not outstanding in talent among the crowd, has now completely completed her transformation. Ma Hongjun reached level 39 and only needed the last chance to enter level 40. Ning Rongrong reached level 37. The most amazing thing is that Lin Qing reached level 30. Not only that, if the soul power in his body can be increased by 1 or 2 levels after absorbing the soul ring. Wang Yanran also reached level 28. Everyone has made great progress. Rong, your martial soul. Doguyan, who completed the refining first, was the first to notice the changes in Ning Rong. What happened to my martial soul? Ning Rong looked down at the small tower in her hand and found no changes, but it felt a little higher. A little higher? Ning Rong reacted and began to count her martial soul. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled when she counted to the 7th level. Her martial soul actually changed. As the descendant of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the future successor, Ning Rongrong knew that her martial soul's auxiliary ability was unparalleled in the world, but it also had a huge flaw, that is, it could never be upgraded to the level of the 80th level soul saint, and would always be trapped at the 17th level and unable to advance. This was also the eternal pain of their 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Now that her martial soul has been upgraded to the 9 treasures glazed tile tower, it means that from now on, their family can also pass down the 9 treasures glazed tile tower, and even have auxiliary soul masters at the level of titled Douluo. Ning Rongrong was trembling with excitement and had no idea what to say. He looked up at Guyi, his eyes filled with all kinds of emotions. He walked slowly towards him, as if he had done some decisions. Guyi also looked at her quietly, not knowing what Ning Rongrong wanted to do. Thank you, Guyi. Ning Rongrong looked up at Guyi and thanked him sincerely. Guyi nodded, it was nothing. Ning Rongrong was a little disappointed with Guyi's indifferent expression, her body instantly moved forward, and her little head stretched forward rapidly. Everyone opened their eyes wide, watching Ning Rongrong's crazy behavior, which was shocking, and at the same time, the two of them had complicated feelings. At the critical moment, Guyi did not follow Ning Rongrong's script, and tilted his head back to avoid the active kiss. What are you doing? This is in the academy, and I am your teacher. Guyi looked at Ning Rongrong and said righteously. I didn't expect this little girl to be so cunning and would do a surprise attack. Of course, she would not let her succeed. Ning Rongrong was stunned. She never dreamed that this would be the result. His whole face was red like a monkey's butt, and he even felt that everyone was laughing at him. It was so embarrassing. He couldn't stay any longer, so he used the shadowless flying technique to slip away. Brother Yi, you are a real man. Ma Hongjun couldn't imagine that the result would be like this. If it were him, he would be lucky not to take the initiative to attack, and he would never dodge. It's impossible. However, in this matter, Ma Hongjun also realized a very important thing. Only when he is strong, even if he doesn't take the initiative to pursue women, he can have a stunning beauty take the initiative to find them. Ma Hongjun finally understood why Gu Yi didn't take the initiative to find women for so many years. It turned out that he didn't need to. Okay, Zhu Zuqing, take a look at the May 11 Yeqian Huang Qi Xing A. 11 Chapter 140 Late Night Visit. After being possessed by the spirit, Zhu Zuqing's body looked even more slender, with curves that made people itch. More importantly, the aura of Zhu Zuqing was now a little colder than before. The only thing that could be felt was the change in aura, and there was basically no change in other things. Zuqing, what do you think? Gu Yi could only feel that Zhu Zuqing's aura was more in line with the netherworld and yin energy than before, and the same was true for other things. As the most intuitive feeler, Zhu Zuqing did not speak but moved her body. Moving around the crowd, her aura was like a ghost, as if she had turned into a black shadow, and her speed increased by more than twice. What a fast speed! Duke Yan, as the person with the highest cultivation among the seven, was also a little surprised by the speed shown by Zhu Zuqing. His cultivation was close to that of the Soul King, but he still felt that he was a little inferior in speed. It is conceivable how fast Zhu Zuqing is now. It should be more than just the speed enhancement. Although Gu Yi could not clearly feel the changes, he could still feel the more obvious netherworld power on Zhu Zuqing through the energy field. Well, I feel that the spirit is going further and further on the road of the netherworld, and it has made greater progress than when it absorbed the third spirit ring before, even. Zhu Zuqing's first spirit ring flashed, and the netherworld power spread from her body, making her look more ghostly. The spirit skills seem to have changed because of the evolution of the spirit. Zhu Zuqing's voice was full of excitement. From today on, she truly had the foundation to become a titled Douluo. Although the netherworld spirit cat can perform spirit fusion skills with the white tiger, this is a fusion skill completely dominated by the white tiger spirit. It's just because of one thing, the white tiger spirit is a top-level spirit, and the netherworld spirit cat is only a high-level spirit, which is inherently weaker. Now it can be regarded as a real transformation into a top-level spirit, not inferior to the spirits of other people present. However, the only drawback is that Zhu Zuqing will never be able to fuse her martial soul with Daimubai's in the future. Their essence has changed. The nether spirit cat, which has embarked on another path, will no longer be an accessory. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, right now. Okay, everyone go back and sort out your own cultivation. Although the refined pills will not make your foundation unstable, they are external forces after all, and you still need to master them well. Oscar and others also understood this truth and left here one after another. Duke Yan's beautiful eyes were flowing, and she looked at Gu Yi with a charming look and returned to her room. For tonight's action, she must go back and make good preparations. The Wang Yang Chun obtained from the auction has long been refined into her body and has the effect of Wang Yang Chun. Sometimes, excessive tonic can also become poison. Wang Yang Chun is such a poison. Gu Yi looked at the two remaining pills in the pill bottle and did not choose to take them. Now these pills are just to improve his cultivation. His talent is no longer something that can be improved by these pills. A euro. Shrek Academy. A figure covered in a black robe stood under a tree outside the academy, quietly looking at the entrance of the academy. It was unknown what he wanted to do, maybe to meet someone. In the academy, Xiao Wu had just driven away Tai Long who was pestering her. She was so annoyed that she wanted to eat some carrots, fresh carrots. Where did the third brother go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Xiao Wu can only go to buy carrots by herself now, which is too boring. There is also some resentment. After walking out of the academy, Xiao Wu went straight to the vegetable market, where there were her favorite fresh carrots. She did not notice that a black-robed figure dozens of meters away clenched his fists after seeing her come out, very excited. Wait for me, I will definitely come back. The black-robed man looked down at his body hidden under the black robe. It was full of scars, not a single good one, and even his entire right arm had no feeling. When the pink figure completely disappeared from sight, the black-robed man also walked to the other side very resolutely. The back figure contained a lot of things, including desolation, tragedy, endless hatred, and murderous aura. Xiao Wu seemed to feel something, and her jumping steps stopped. She turned around and saw nothing. Then she thought of the fresh carrots, and a smile appeared on her face again. Continue to jump towards the vegetable market. At night, before Gu Yi had time to go to Yuexuan, he was blocked in the room. Duke Yan, what do you want to talk to me about? It was the first time in such a long time that she came to see him so late. Gu Yi was a little confused. I just feel that the poison pill in my body is a little unstable, and I want to make it safer. Du Yan looked at Gu Yi miserably, as if there was really a problem with the poison pill. Gu Yi was shocked. The poison pill was Du Yan's cultivation. If there was really a problem, it must be a big deal. Come in quickly, I'll help you check it. This kind of thing can't be neglected. Du Yan, who walked in first, showed a triumphant expression when Gu Yi closed the door and turned his back to her. Before Gu Yi came over, she put away her expression and became as miserable and weak as before. Let me take a look first. Gu Yi carefully infiltrated his own mental power into it, sensing the situation of the poison pill, but did not find any problems. It was fine. Du Yan was not nervous, and let Gu Yi check it completely relaxed. Didn't she know if there was any problem? It was just an excuse. The poison pill is very stable, and there is no problem. Gu Yi did not notice any problems, and looked at Du Yan. It's really a little unstable. Do you want me to use my power and take a look? Before Gu Yi agreed, Du Yan jumped onto the bed and sat cross-legged beside the bed. Okay, then you try again. Gu Yi was also a little helpless, but still agreed to her, but he didn't know what Du Yan was going to do. Then why don't you come over quickly? How can you observe from so far away? Du Yan said with a little dissatisfaction in her delicate voice. Gu Yi walked over and squatted slightly. Du Yan was very satisfied with the current situation. I started. However, when saying these 4 words, one can hear that Du Yan's voice is still trembling slightly. Obviously a little nervous. After all, what she is going to do next is the most daring and crazy thing in her life. Gu Yi nodded, and now his sight is completely on Du Yan's abdomen. Only then did he realize that she was wearing something particularly cool and seductive today. Du Yan is 5 or 6 years older than Zhu Zuqing and other girls. Her body has long been developed and mature. In addition, she has absorbed 4 soul rings, which makes her more outstanding than ordinary girls, especially her pair of legs wearing purple stockings, which are simply unmatched. Martial spirits can bring some changes to people to a certain extent. Du Yan's legs are like this. They are straight and slender. Through the stockings, the slightly exposed white skin is a benefit for leg play. Chapter 141 The drug took effect. Tianwen Academy. Gu Yi's room. Du Yan was practicing the technique seriously, and the poison pill was not unstable at all. What she said before was just an excuse to delay Gu Yi. And the reason why she wanted to practice in front of Gu Yi was for this moment. The poison pill was very stable, and he understood this better than Du Yan. Gu Yi was not in a hurry, and looked at Du Yan quietly, wanting to see what she wanted to do. Although he could control his desires, if he didn't even have curiosity, would he still be a normal person? As Du Yan continued to practice, pink gas spread from her body, making the whole room smoky. Before he could react, Gu Yi felt a weight on his shoulders, and turned his head to see a pair of straight legs and stockings. Little brother, didn't you say you wanted to study your sister before? Now your sister is in front of you. Du Yan was also a little abnormal at this moment, with seductive eyes, rosy cheeks, and orchid-like breath. Extremely charming. Who? Gu Yi suddenly felt that his breathing became heavy. Looking at the pink gas spreading throughout the room, he finally understood what it was. Wang Yangchun, only Wang Yangchun can have such a powerful effect. And Wang Yangchun does not affect the spirit, but makes the body hot. Once the drug is too strong, even people with no desires can raise the flagpole. And looking at Du Yan's appearance, it is obvious that she has even calculated herself. As Wang Yang the user of spring has already been refined by Du Yan, and will not be affected as long as he does not want to. Now this situation is even more serious than his own. At this moment, Du Yan's body is completely filled with Wang Yangchun's poison. The key is that her consciousness is still very clear, but her body is out of control. Why are you doing this? Gu Yi looked at Du Yan, and did not expect her to be so radical, completely disregarding the consequences. I, Du Yan, want a man, even if I have to drug him, and I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. I don't know who it was that year, staring at my sister's legs. Looking at Gu Yi with a charming smile, he used his legs to bring Gu Yi down directly, and he also fell down. Gu Yi put his hands on both sides to support himself, not letting himself fall, and his old face blushed. After all, which man is not lustful, especially Du Yan's legs are really fragrant, and he looked at them a few more times, but left himself with a black history. As he continued to inhale the pink gas, Gu Yi's breathing became heavier and his eyes turned red. But his mind was still clear. This was the special poison of Wang Yangchun. Du Yan put her hands around Gu Yi's neck, stretched out her slender neck, and whispered a few words in his ear. "Tonight, sister is I 1/2 AE." Gu Yi's eyes widened, and he couldn't help it after all, and pressed down heavily. Not to mention that he had a good impression of Du Yan, even if he had no feelings, he couldn't bear it in this situation. Du Yan hugged Gu Yi, and a proud smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Even if you are 10,000 years of black ice, you have to be melted by me. Little brother, finally belongs to me." Then he was rolled by the waves. But when Gu Yi was enjoying himself here, he ignored that there was a woman who was practicing angrily less than a mile away. It was as if someone was deliberately playing a prank in the room, shaking the bed constantly, making the sparrows outside unable to sleep all night. The golden crow broke the dawn, the sun shone on the earth, and all things revived. Gu Yi, who had been enjoying himself all night, also sat up from the gentle land and looked at the extremely embarrassed room, which was really a bit aftertaste. Although Du Yan was still a little behind Tang Yuehua in temperament and figure, she also had something that Tang Yuehua did not have. The white and slender long legs were not as good as a fist's slim waist. And the boldness stimulated by the poison is not comparable to the shy Tang Yuehua. The surrounding environment is enough to explain everything. Especially the stockings and clothes that can no longer be worn thrown on the ground. Du Yan really gave him a different feeling. But he was comfortable, and Du Yan was tortured by him. Fortunately, Du Yan is about to become a soul king, and her resistance is much higher than Tang Yuehua. It is precisely because of this that she woke up not long after Gu Yi woke up. "Brother, sister can be said to have given herself to you for research without reservation. Don't forget sister in the future, oh." Du Yan touched Gu Yi charmingly and leaned on him. "Sister, have you forgotten that I am your dean now?" Gu Yi's words made Du Yan even more excited. "Yes, my dean brother." Du Yan kissed Gu Yi on the face, and finally became his woman. Gu Yi showed a helpless expression. This woman had no taboos and could tease him with anything. There was no way to refute it. It was really annoying. Gu Yi could only retaliate with action. Oddity. In the next few days, Gu Yi also gave one of the pills to Tang Yuehua. With her lower strength, she could not absorb the power of this pill at all. But who told them that they could practice synchronously before? Gu Yi could help her absorb the power of the medicine slowly, more easily, and even create a happy mood. Tang Yuehua's martial soul became more complete again. If it was just an empty ring before, it now has a sense of a crown. It can even directly attach to Tang Yuehua's head, which makes her temperament more noble. She is completely a queen who is graceful and elegant and the mother of the world. The noble domain has also become more powerful, not it is an auxiliary ability, and can even suppress the opponent's mental power. The soul power has reached the great threshold of level 20. Only one soul ring is needed to become a great soul master, and the mental power will be even stronger. Perhaps after this time, Tang Yuehua's martial soul will completely show its true form. The Ruyi ring now looks much better than before, and it is not much worse than the crown on Bibi Dong's head. I really don't know how perfect it will be after the complete transformation. At worst, it is a top-level martial soul, and the god-level martial soul is probably a little bit worse. During this period, Gu Yi didn't hear any news about Tang San, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. After all, he didn't see his body outside the poisonous miasma. It doesn't matter whether he is dead or alive. If he dares to provoke him again, it's just a matter of raising his hand to kill him. Yu Xiaogang surprised him a little. He actually quarreled with Shrek Academy, or quarreled with Shrek unilaterally. It is said that there were many spectators that day. I don't know where to find a way to restore the martial soul. Chapter 142 Angels and Evil. Sunset Forest. Gu Yi took Tang Yuehua to find the location of the second soul ring. The soul beast needed. Purple Spirit Wolf. This is also the soul beast that the Son of Luck obtained 10,000 years later. This is also a soul beast with spiritual attributes, with the ability of group weakness, which is very suitable for Tang Yuehua's martial soul that can exert spiritual power on a large scale. Gu Yi will naturally not give up such a good soul beast target. After all, soul beasts with spiritual attributes are rare, and it is still difficult to find a suitable soul beast with spiritual attributes. Purple Spirit Wolf completely fits Tang Yuehua's future plan. However, they are also lucky. They met this purple spirit wolf not long after entering the sunset forest. Its age is not more than 1,000 years. After all, no matter how much Tang Yuehua improves, she lives a pampered life in Yuexuan every day, and the most intense activity is to practice with Guyi. Although the body has improved to a certain extent under the transformation of the elixir, it is still insufficient. If you want to truly break the limit and absorb the 1,000-year soul ring, at least it is not possible now. The process of absorbing the soul ring is very easy and there are no problems. After studying soul beasts for so many years, Guyi would not mistake the age of soul beasts. This kind of thing would not happen to him. Tang Yuehua stood up and summoned her martial soul, but this time it did not float on her palm, but was worn on her head very autonomously. The original Ruyi ring was more gorgeous and exquisite, and even more magnificent than the phoenix crown. Second soul skill, group weakness. A burst of mental power passed through his body, and Guyi could feel that his speed, strength, and other abilities had decreased a lot. It was indeed this soul skill. Tang Yuehua really wanted to become a killer in the war, first a group excitement, and then a group weakness. But Tang Yuehua is probably weaker than Ning Rongrong now. After all, she is now just a vase, without any fighting ability at all. But Tang Yuehua does not need to fight. Tang Yuehua herself is also very satisfied with the current situation. She does not care whether she can have fighting ability or not. What she really cares about is being able to continue practicing. Now with your martial soul and the skills taught to you, your cultivation speed will not be bad. Yuehua, you don't have to worry about not being able to improve your soul power in the future. I haven't worried about it for a long time. After all, there is still EE1/4 C superscript 1. Tang Yuehua rarely said a love word. Guyi naturally understood what Tang Yuehua said, and couldn't help but smile. Since the last time he accompanied Tang Yuehua to hunt soul rings for a month, several people in Tianwen Academy have reached the bottleneck of cultivation. Although the elixir had been refined that day, the energy contained in it was not something that they, the great soul masters and soul masters, could completely absorb. After this period of cultivation, they would naturally reach the peak of cultivation. This is beyond doubt. However, this time Guyi did not take them to hunt soul rings, but let the new teacher take them. Teacher Zhao, they are left to you. Guyi looked at Xiao Wu and smiled. Don't worry, Lao Zhao, I will definitely bring them back safely. Xiao Wu and several teachers who were previously at Shrek Academy have resigned from Shrek Academy. Although they have a deep friendship with Flanders, Flanders' various behaviors in recent times have made them somewhat disgusted and disappointed. And their feelings for Guyi are also not low. They all watched Guyi grow up, and he is not inferior to Flanders in terms of emotions, and even slightly better. It is precisely because of this that they came to Guyi. It's just a change of place to live a retired life. Instead of staying in a place that makes them uncomfortable, it's better to come to a place that is more comfortable. Guyi didn't take them to hunt soul rings because he had his own plans. The first test of evil, he hasn't passed it until now. In the next period of time, he must comprehend and master the evil realm. Complete the first test as soon as possible. This is a relatively important thing for him. In the next month, he deliberately restrained his breath and turned himself into an ordinary person. He walked in the streets and alleys of the city every day without practicing, savoring the life of ordinary people. Gradually, he had a deeper understanding of evil, and his breath changed again and again. Sometimes hazy, sometimes clear, sometimes holy, sometimes evil. Finally, Guyi walked to Wuhan City and went to Wuhan Hall. To be more precise, he went to the Elder Hall and met the real top figure of the entire continent. Qian Daoliu. Junior, you are very good. Qian Daoliu looked at the young man who had been his concern for a long time, and was very satisfied and surprised. I didn't expect that he could grow to this point in just a few years, and even obtain the inheritance of the throne. Although Qian Daoliu could not inherit the throne of the angel, he had been carrying the power of the angel for so many years and could naturally feel the power of Guyi clearly and deeply. What did you do here? Qian Daoliu had some understanding of what Guyi was going to do, but he didn't understand why he came here. In fact, Guyi couldn't explain why he came here, but he had a feeling that maybe he could take the last step here. Completely comprehend the evil domain successfully. Can I see the angel statue? Although Qian Daoliu didn't know what Guyi wanted to do, he could still worship the angel statue. Come in. Guyi followed Qian Daoliu into the Elder Hall, which was very empty. The only thing that stood out was a huge six-winged angel statue standing in the middle of the hall. Just looking at it made him feel sacred and bright. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary soul masters, this angel statue only represented the faith of the Wuhan Hall and had no substantial power, but in his eyes, this angel statue was the brightest, warmest, and holiest, emitting the most selfless light energy. Gu Yi realized. The last piece of the puzzle to master the evil domain finally emerged. The essence of evil is the opposite of kindness, light, holiness, and all the best things. Yin produces yang, and yang produces yin. Only by understanding this can one truly master the evil realm. Gu Yi opened his hands wantonly, as if feeling the warmth and embrace brought by the light. At this moment, his body was relaxed to the extreme, completely defenseless. The evil realm was released. Qian Daolio was affected by something and instantly summoned the six-winged angel martial spirit. Gu Yi actually released this evil power in such a holy and bright place. This is a blasphemy against angels. No, how is this possible? Qian Daolio never thought that when his angelic aura came into contact with the evil realm, it was not like water and fire, but a feeling of fusion. Could it be that evil and light are one? Qian Daolio's own talent surpassed 99% of the people on the continent, otherwise he would not be able to cultivate to such a level. It's just that he was bound by the times and still couldn't escape the cage of thought. Chapter 143 The Second Test of Evil. Complete the first test of evil, reward each soul ring age increase 500 years, evil divine power affinity 5%. When he opened his eyes again, the black and white eyes seemed to contain the purest things in the world. Originally, because of all kinds of evil thoughts and the memories contained in the evil thoughts, his eyes and even his soul were greatly polluted. It was like an old man about to die. After everything was thoroughly understood, the pollution on the soul was completely washed away, and he turned back to the vigorous and full of vitality. Gu Yi was shocked, and the breath on his body was a little uncontrollable, and the soul rings appeared automatically. 6 soul rings kept emerging from bottom to top, surrounding Gu Yi. With the advent of a mysterious power, the originally dark yellow soul rings began to change and gradually transformed into purple. It also means that Gu Yi's first soul ring has completely become a 1000-year soul ring. Although Gu Yi is still far behind the cheater 10,000 years later, he has far surpassed the people of this era. Before Gu Yi felt the changes in himself, he heard a voice in his mind again. The second test of evil, obtain 200,000-year soul rings within 5 years. The evil God King in the God realm did not expect that Gu Yi's understanding was even more profound than he imagined. He can only say that he is a true genius. If he were not your successor, I would have wanted to pass on the throne to him just because this kid could understand that the end of evil is light. The good God King did not expect that the person chosen by evil would have such outstanding understanding. I have no objection, but he can only inherit one throne, otherwise I can share this successor with you. The evil God King also did not want to travel the starry sky alone, and they have known each other for so many years, and they really don't want to separate. They all have some sympathy for each other. Don't worry, I will definitely find a successor when your successor ascends to the God realm. The kind God King has made a decision in his heart. If he really can't find a suitable successor at that time, he will just find someone good to spread the throne of God. Anyway, they have to go together. How could the evil God King not see the thoughts of his friend who has been with him for so many years? They have been trapped in the God realm for too long, so long that he himself doesn't know how long he has been here. After experiencing the Dragon God rebellion, the depression of the God realm, and the era of the vacancy of gods, the people around him have changed again and again, and only the few great God Kings are still here. Although he is called the evil God King, he does not have too many desires, on the contrary, he is very plain. The evil known to the world is still too vulgar. Just like his subordinates, the Rakshasa God, although he follows the same path as him, one is just an ordinary first-level god, and the other is one of the supreme God Kings in the God realm, commanding the God realm. Efforts can determine the lower limit, talent can determine the upper limit, and only vision can break the limit of level. Gu Yi is such a person. In fact, everyone is wrong. Although Gu Yi has good talent and understanding, his vision is not innate, but is honed in the endless worldviews of his previous life. Even the high and mighty Supreme God King cannot compare to this. Some things cannot be brought by strength. Martial Soul Hall, Elder Hall. Qian Daolio looked at Gu Yi with some envy as his soul ring evolved. He had no chance to ascend to the throne of God in this life, but the thing he had been pursuing for a lifetime was right in front of him. How could he not envy him, Mew? However, as the only normal person in the angel family, Qian Daoliu's mentality can be said to have reached an unprecedented level. Naturally, he would not do anything to kill a genius, otherwise he would have wiped out Tang Hao at the beginning. Even if the 9 rings exploded at the same time, he would suppress them with one force. Sky invincibility is not a joke. Thank you for your help, senior. Gu Yi turned his head and looked at Qian Daoliu on the side. This old senior is still worthy of respect. This is just a matter of luck. I just brought you in. There is no other help. Qian Daoliu is not greedy for credit. But I think you will be in trouble soon. Qian Daoliu has already felt the approach of a breath. Gu Yi's mental power is even better than Qian Daoliu's now, so he naturally felt it. She already knows about Yu Xiaogang's affairs. You can leave now. I don't want this retirement home to be destroyed. Qian Daoliu kindly reminded Gu Yi before he left. Gu Yi just thought Qian Daoliu was a serious senior, but he turned around and showed a mischievous character. Gu Yi walked out of the elder hall and saw Bibi Dong coming towards him, followed by Gu Yi and Zhu. The elders came to the spirit hall, but they didn't send someone to inform us so that I can host a banquet for the elders. Bibi Dong was still so noble, like an unparalleled queen who was above the world. No need to host a banquet, I have something to do back in Tiandu City. Gu Yi really didn't want to face Bibi Dong now, mainly because this woman was too easy to explode, and he had also ruined Yu Xiaogang's cultivation. It would be troublesome if they fought again. In any case, please stay and have a simple meal, so that I can show my hospitality as a host. When Bibi Dong spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, and the 2 Douluo ghost and chrysanthemum behind her separated to the left and right. Obviously, if you don't stay, don't think about leaving. Gu Yi was really a little overwhelmed. With his current strength and the perfect evil domain, Bibi Dong might not be his opponent. After all, she is still affected by the power of the Rakshasa and cannot exert her full strength. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Bibi Dong showed a hint of pride. Even if you are gifted, you can only look at my face when you arrive at the spirit hall. A group of people came to the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong called back the 2 Douluo ghost and chrysanthemum, and then sat back on the exclusive Pope's chair. At this moment, only Gu Yi and Bibi Dong were left in the entire Pope's hall. Elder Gu, do you remember what you did? Sitting on the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong exudes a powerful majesty in her nobility. Her many years of status as a Pope have brought her majesty to its peak. Especially since her subordinates are all powerful soul masters, this is not comparable to Xingluo or Tiandu Empire. No matter how strong ordinary people are, their only role in war is to serve as cannon fodder and become miscellaneous soldiers who consume the soul power of the enemy's low-level soul masters. In the extraordinary world, there is no such thing as ordinary people killing powerful soul masters by numbers. This is impossible. A pressure is enough to make them unable to stand up. This also makes Bibi Dong the most powerful woman on Douluo continent. Supremely glorious, like an empress like Wu Zetian. Please speak clearly, Pope. Gu Yi was not affected at all. This was not as great as the impact of a gust of wind on him. Chapter 144 The Secret Room. Willfully abolishing the elder's cultivation, I think Elder Gu has not forgotten this. Here it comes. Gu Yi said secretly. If the Pope is talking about Yu Xiaogang, then there is no need to say more. This person has repeatedly provoked me and dared to come to my academy to act presumptuous. If I don't punish him, how will people in the world look at me? Gu Yi really couldn't figure out what Bibi Dong saw in Yu Xiaogang that made her so reluctant to let him go. Before Bibi Dong could speak, Gu Yi continued, if I have to give up my dignity to join the Spirit Hall, then from today on, I will no longer be a member of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes condensed, and such a rebellious act could make her a little angry. For many years, she had always been the one who did what she said, and she had developed a domineering and exclusive character. Gu Yi was completely challenging her bottom line, but thinking of the future and the evil god power in her body that still needed Gu Yi's help, Bibi Dong suppressed her anger. As long as someone was still useful to her, even if he offended her, she could bear not to kill him. Bibi Dong has been able to sit in the position of Pope for so long, not only relying on strength, but also relying on her extraordinary determination. She is able to suppress the desires in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have been able to endure until the last moment before attacking Kyungsunji and devouring his soul. Elder Gu, you are too serious. This emperor is just asking a routine question. Since Yu Xiaogang did not know the seriousness of the matter and offended the elder, he will not be punished. Bibi Dong smiled, and the aura condensed on her body dissipated. A little more easygoing. In that case, I can leave. Guyi looked at Bibi Dong, who was trapped in the position of Pope. There were very few people in the extraordinary world who could achieve this. Wait a minute, please help me channel the power of the evil god. I have been unable to suppress it recently. Bibi Dong completely forgot about her aggressive scene just now and requested. She is truly a queen, and her psychological quality is really strong. Guyi did not refuse. Helping Bibi Dong channel the power of the evil god was also a big gain for him. The evil god pearl in my mind has not absorbed such pure evil power for a long time. Guyi looked at the bead in his mind that had become somewhat transparent. There was a little doll sitting inside. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be what he looked like. As he continued to be baptized by evil thoughts and evil power, the evil god bead became purer and more powerful than when he first obtained it. Guyi even felt that when he became a god, this evil god bead, which was condensed by the evil thoughts of people in the world, would also transform into a divine weapon. The influence of the Rakshasa power on Bibi Dong can exactly promote the growth of the evil god pearl. Increasing one's own foundation can also make Bibi Dong, a woman, go crazy later. Why not do it? Okay, do you want to start now? Guyi took one step forward and came to Bibi Dong, only 1 meter away from her. What do you want to do? Bibi Dong was startled, thinking that Guyi was going to attack her, so she immediately became vigilant. Guyi's strength is not simple. If he really attacks her, he may be subdued. She can't use her full strength now. It is really difficult to inherit the Rakshasa position. In fact, the inheritance of the divine throne is not that difficult, at least not for Bibi Dong. He is the second owner of twin martial souls on Douluo continent. Not only that, he also overcame the shortcomings of twin martial soul cultivation and became a 99 level titled Douluo. All this shows that her talent is not weaker than anyone else, at least not inferior to Jiandaoliu and others. The inheritance of the divine throne can be completed naturally, and the test can be slowly completed to ascend to the divine world. It's a pity that she inherited the position of evil god, which is a great test for ordinary people, let alone Bibi Dong, who is full of hatred and hate in her heart. It is simply as difficult as climbing to the sky. What else can I do? Of course, I can help you channel the power of evil. Guyi is no longer as serious as before, and his mind has transformed into a young man. He is not as mature as before, but he has a bit of youthful spirit. I have to say that this woman is perfect. This is the Pope's palace, it cannot be here. Follow me. What Wuhan Temple believes in is the angel god, and angels represent light and holiness. Bibi Dong didn't want the people below to know that the revered Pope actually had the most evil aura in the world. This was a huge blow to Her Majesty. Even if these people outside are her subordinates, she doesn't want to be exposed. Bibi Dong walked sideways from the Pope's chair. Guyi walked directly beside her without falling behind at all. Bibi Dong glanced at him and continued walking forward without saying anything. I will endure it. When you are no longer useful, I will make you become the Jiwang. Guyi couldn't feel the evil thoughts emanating from Bibi Dong, but if she didn't fully unleash her strength now, she would most likely not be her opponent, so she didn't have to worry about it at all. As his strength continues to improve, the gap between Bibi Dong and himself will only get wider, not narrower. There are still many areas where he can continue to improve, but Bibi Dong has long been stuck at level 99, unable to make any progress. Following Bibi Dong all the way to a gorgeous palace, Bibi Dong first called all the servants back, and then warned everyone not to go near this place, and then walked in. Here it is. As soon as Guyi walked in the door, he smelled a wisp of fragrance, which smelled very good. My bedroom. Bibi Dong didn't hesitate at all and answered. Before Guyi could take a few more glances, she was called away by Bibi Dong. Come with me. Bibi Dong opened a secret door and walked in head-on. The secret room? Guyi didn't expect that Bibi Dong would create a secret room in her dormitory. Shouldn't she have a shadow? Or should this be the place where Qian Sunji once imprisoned her? He dared to bring a man into the secret room. In short, this woman is really a cruel person, and I really have to be careful with her. Guyi restrained his thoughts and followed Bibi Dong into the secret room. After walking for less than half a minute, Bibi Dong stopped. All Guyi could see was a stone bed, which was very simple. No one will disturb us here. Restrictions have been set up around her, and the breath cannot be transmitted. It is precisely in this place that she can unleash the power of evil unscrupulously. While Bibi Dong was speaking, a trace of purple-black lines appeared on her face, which looked extremely terrifying. Behind her, a shadow of a martial spirit appeared, a terrifying-looking soul-eating spider king. 8 terrifying spider legs danced behind her. If this scene were if she is seen by the members of the spirit hall who believe in angels outside, they will definitely kill her as a fallen spirit master. Ready, I can't hold on any longer. Bibi Dong panted, her eyes were a little evil, and she looked very painful. Chapter 145 Close-fitting Pope's clothes. Hurry up hurry up. Deep in the Pope's bedroom, a very evil woman screamed in pain, with purple and black lines crawling all over her body. Not only did it not destroy her beauty, but it looked a bit more devilishly seductive. Gu Yi seemed not to hear Bibi Dong's screams, and stood quietly in place, watching Bibi Dong who was about to be controlled by the power of the Rakshasa. They had only met a few times, and Bibi Dong had threatened him several times. Don't you have a temper? If you want me to help you, then bear the pain first. Bibi Dong was so overwhelmed by the power of the Rakshasa that she couldn't concentrate at all, let alone scold Gu Yi. It took a lot of effort for her to be able to speak. The power of the evil god continued to spread, spreading from the ground to Gu Yi little by little. Such a strong resentment. Gu Yi also received the evil thoughts from Bibi Dong at this moment. This kind of extreme hatred is also very rare. The little Gu Yi in the evil god pearl showed a happy expression, very satisfied with this extreme emotion. The reason why Bibi Dong is still alive and can still lead the spirit hall is that the hatred in her heart supports her. Destroying the spirit hall and destroying the angel clan is her lifelong goal. Even Yu Xiaogang must be ranked behind this. For a woman, what Kyungsunji did to her destroyed the 2 most important things in her life. One is a lifetime of chastity. The other is the man she loves most. The only thing that brought her was a child who made her extremely ashamed. Whenever she saw Qianrongxiu, she would think of that unbearable night. The evil thoughts in Bibi Dong were constantly absorbed, and the evil god Pearl's demon seeds were not rejected, eating them in big mouthfuls. Finally, before Bibi Dong was about to be completely swallowed by the Rakshasa power, Gu Yi still started the evil domain and began to absorb the overflowing evil power and the evil god power attached to it. If before passing the first test of the evil god king, Gu Yi would have to be careful when absorbing these evil god powers, but now not only has he mastered the evil domain to perfection, but more importantly, his affinity for evil has also increased. The evil god king is originally the upper god of the Rakshasa god. Even if it is only 5%, it is enough to absorb these Rakshasa powers. Now helping Bibi Dong to clear the evil power is not a hard job for him, but a lucrative job that can help the evil god Pearl to further improve. Bibi Dong gradually regained consciousness and knew that Gu Yi was deliberately torturing her, but she had no way to stop him. Who told her to ask Gu Yi for help? However, Bibi Dong made a note of it in her heart, and she would give it back to Gu Yi when the time came, so that he could also try this feeling. Thinking of the scene of torturing Gu Yi in the future, Bibi Dong's depression was relieved a lot. Now she just needs to be patient, just like she had to endure not to expose her murderous intentions, so that she could devour Kyungsunji in the end. It's the same now. Gu Yi looked at Bibi Dong at this moment without moving his eyes, just looking at her. She is really beautiful. Bibi Dong also noticed that Gu Yi's eyes were always on her, and she was a little annoyed. She looked down and shouted in a hurry. Close your eyes. It turned out that when she was resisting the evil power and the power of the Rakshasa, her well-fitting papal robe had been soaked with sweat and tightly attached to this graceful body. The papal robe was originally designed to fit the body very well. Now it was like being naked in front of Gu Yi. Although he could not see anything, he could see everything. Gu Yi did not feel embarrassed at all and turned around. Even Tang Yuehua could not match her perfect figure. She was worthy of being called a woman who could make people's 3 views follow her 5 senses in her previous life. Gu Yi suddenly felt jealous of Kyungsunji. Bibi Dong looked at Gu Yi who turned around, murderous aura flowing in her eyes, and even soul power had condensed in her hands. Her body was actually seen by this kid, even Xiaogang had never seen it. Bibi Dong did not want to worry about anything anymore. She just wanted to devour this person who peeped at her body and turn it into her own power. How could Gu Yi not feel it? Her body had long been alert. Once Bibi Dong took action, she would not tolerate her. Even if there was a fight, there would be no problem at all. After weighing the pros and cons, Bibi Dong put away her murderous aura, her soul power disappeared, and at the same time put on a piece of clothing to ensure that she would not expose any spring light, which made Gu Yi turn around. Forget everything you just saw, otherwise, even if you fall into the evil, I will kill you. Gu Yi chuckled and replied, Yes, Your Holiness. Even though Bibi Dong was angry, she couldn't kill Gu Yi. Watch your eyes next. Although Bibi Dong was angry, she was still reluctant to give up. With Gu Yi, she could control the power of Rakshasa without worrying about falling into evil. If she could trap this person here for a year or two, Bibi Dong was even confident that she could completely control the power of Rakshasa. Then Bibi Dong tried a few more times, but still made no progress. Wait, even if you continue like this, it will be useless, even if you succeed. It is not you who controls the throne, but the throne that controls you. If you can't see through it, how can you control it all? Gu Yi couldn't help but remind her, because if she continued like this, Bibi Dong would soon have a mental breakdown. Although the power of the evil god could be absorbed by him, the impact on the spirit could not be resolved at all, it was solid. I am afraid that even if Gu Yi completely absorbed the power of the evil god she emitted, Bibi Dong would become a madman. What a ruthless person! Bibi Dong can stand at such a high position, I am afraid that she is more serious in cultivation than anyone else. This time, because of his existence, she completely let go to cultivate. Bibi Dong cheered up, I know what I am doing, you just need to say that you will absorb the power of the evil god for me. Don't be stubborn, you can't succeed. Gu Yi directly released the evil domain, completely covering Bibi Dong in it. Ah! Bibi Dong screamed, and the domain that originally made her feel comfortable suddenly became hot, as if it was out of place. She even felt like she was about to be melted in it. But if she felt it carefully, it was the same energy as her body, and it was also an evil force. If you can't turn your heart to the light, you will only go further and further away. Bibi Dong had to admit that the boy in front of her had walked ahead of her, even far away. How to do it? Bibi Dong asked like a student, and her heart to kill Gu Yi became heavier and heavier. It depends on whether you can let go of the hatred in your heart. What Gu Yi said about letting go is not forgiveness, but a kind of indifference, a kind of normal mind. Only with such a mentality can one control the power of evil. Chapter 146 Illusion? Reality? Although Gu Yi's words were very straightforward, some things, even if they were crushed, could not be swallowed when fed into the mouth. This kind of thing cannot be understood by words and deeds. What is needed is to understand. It's like Gu Yi clearly has thousands of ways to become stronger in his mind, but there is a huge difference between knowing and doing. After trying, Bibi Dong still couldn't do what Gu Yi said, and even thought that he was playing tricks on her again. Forget it, look into my eyes. Gu Yi looked at Bibi Dong who still wanted to continue trying, and she couldn't bear it anymore. Such efficiency was too slow, and it was just a waste of time. Since she couldn't see through it herself, let me help you. Bibi Dong subconsciously looked up at Gu Yi's eyes. The eyes were like a whirlpool, as if they could suck people's souls into them. Before she could say anything, she felt that her consciousness fell into a special place. The next moment. Donger, what are you doing? Bibi Dong looked at the man walking in front of her in a trance, and subconsciously took a step back. Kyung Sunji? Bibi Dong understood that she was trapped in an illusion. Kyung Sunji had been devoured by her long ago, and even his soul was gone. How could he appear in front of her? The only explanation was that she was in an illusion now, but even in an illusion, this scumbag would still die. Bibi Dong gathered her soul power and attacked Kyung Sunji directly. Donger, what are you doing? Do you want to have a practical teaching with the teacher? Kyung Sunji grabbed Bibi Dong's hand and looked at the apprentice gently. How is it possible? Bibi Dong looked at Kyung Sunji who easily blocked her attack, revealing incredible thoughts. At this moment, she realized that she only had the cultivation level of a soul saint. Kyung Sunji also let go of her hand at this moment. Donger, practice well and don't be influenced by any questionable people. After Kyung Sun ran away, Bibi Dong fell into confusion. There was no doubt that this was definitely an illusion, but Bibi Dong didn't understand why it felt so real. It was completely different from the feeling of being trapped in the inner demon before. Bibi Dong burst out the power in her body, and even if she used all her strength, there was still no change. She couldn't find the power beyond the soul saint in her body. Gu Yi, have you had enough fun? Let me go quickly. Bibi Dong shouted to the sky. All of this was done by Gu Yi. But except for her own echo, she could not hear anything. No response. No movement. No change. Bibi Dong thought of many ways, but could not find a way out. It seemed as if this was a real world. If she had not been able to feel the incompatibility of this world, she would have thought that the previous 10 years of Pope career were a dream, and she had not been violated by that damn scum. Since she had come, she would make the best of it. Since she could not find a way out, Bibi Dong was not in a hurry. Perhaps in this illusion, she could get along well with Xiaogang again for a while. This period of time might be her happiest time. With a teacher who loves her, a lover who moves her heart, a noble status, and perfection, it seemed like a fake. Bibi Dong also came to the library of the Spirit Hall, where Yu Xiaogang stayed the longest. It was also one of the reasons why I like him. Elegant, well-read, and with a lovely martial soul. Xiaogang. Bibi Dong stood at the door, looking at the man she had been thinking about, who was looking down at a book. There was already a layer of mist in her eyes. This is what she wanted, just looking at him like this is good enough. Bibi Dong thought to herself. Donger, why are you here? You are so beautiful at this time. The excited Bibi Dong didn't notice that the man in front of her was a little different. Guyi looked at the girl version of Bibi Dong in front of her. Except for the lack of mature charm and majesty of the Pope, her appearance was no less than her future self. She has been good-looking since she was a child. Don't worry, I have practiced well today. Bibi Dong smiled at Yu Xiaogang, but it disappeared in an instant. Fake is fake after all. Bibi Dong just chatted with Yu Xiaogang for a few words and left. Perhaps just a few glances from a distance is enough. Bibi Dong is a very proud woman, how could she need false satisfaction? On the contrary, she is more motivated. Guyi, who transformed into Yu Xiaogang, showed his true form. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong's character is still good, but she is trapped by two demons in her heart and cannot get out. As time goes by, Bibi Dong still practices as usual every day, and talks to the young Yu Xiaogang. If her training had not been ineffective, she would have really thought this was the real world. Bibi Dong estimated the time. According to past experience, today was the time for her to tell that scumbag that she wanted to leave the Spirit Hall with Yu Xiaogang. She would also suffer the greatest humiliation in her life. But she was helpless. Even now, there was no chance. Could it be that all Guyi had to do was to let herself be humiliated again so that she could master the power of Rakshasa? Even so, she didn't want to. Even if it meant death, she didn't want to experience it again. Bibi Dong couldn't think of it. Donger, you disappoint me so much. Before Bibi Dong could say anything, she heard Kyungsunji's voice. Why is the plot different? Before she could react, she was knocked unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying on the stone bed she had been on before, and moved subconsciously. Her hands and feet were trapped by chains, and she looked at the figure standing in the shadows. The figure walked out of the darkness. It was not Kyungsunji as she thought, but Guyi. What do you want to do, Guyi? Bibi Dong struggled, causing the chains to clang, but it was useless. At this moment, she couldn't even use a little bit of her cultivation. She could feel but couldn't use it, just like an ordinary person. But the touch from under her was absolutely real and reliable. This is not an illusion. What do I want to do? Guyi changed his face, with madness, greed, and evil, as if all the evil in the world could be seen from his face. Your Highness, you have suffered a loss in the secret room once, why don't you learn your lesson? Guyi frivolously hooked her snow-white chin, approached her and took a deep breath in ecstasy. Well, you are worthy of being the Pope. You are so calm even when you are afraid. Get out, stay away from me. Bibi Dong struggled to get rid of Guyi's hand with her head, and looked at Guyi with a pair of ruthless eyes. You'd better kill me, otherwise, even if I die, I will cut you into pieces. Bibi Dong was still tough, showing no fear at all. Don't hold on, the emotions of fear and helplessness are about to fill the entire secret room. Guyi walked around Bibi Dong with a smile on his face, admiring her fear. Chapter 147 Crushing and Recasting. Every step she took made Bibi Dong feel like she was replaying the scene, as if Guyi would pounce on her like a man-eating beast and take away everything. Bibi Dong shed a line of tears. She was not as strong as she thought. She could not control herself when facing such a thing. Have you had enough fun? This is the Spirit Hall. If you do something treasonous to the Pope, only death will await you. Bibi Dong was like a drowning person at this moment. She would hold on to even a little hope. Pope? Even if Tang Hao killed the Pope more than a decade ago, he was still alive and well. Although Gu Yi knew that Kingsunji was not killed by Tang Hao, what he had to do at this moment was to completely destroy Bibi Dong's hope. Life for death, with extreme despair, can stimulate a truly strong mind. The hatred in her heart continued to grow. Why did she always encounter such things? Bibi Dong's soul repeatedly asked this question. You are too weak, just because you are too weak and too naive. Gu Yi's voice pulled Bibi Dong back. This directly awakened Bibi Dong. Yes, it was because she was too weak. If she had invincible strength, who could let herself fall into such a situation? Power, I need power. A powerful force gradually emerged from Bibi Dong's body. Gu Yi knew that this belonged to the Rakshasa god's power. But he did not stop, but continued. Bibi Dong, look who I am. Bibi Dong suddenly heard a familiar voice, and subconsciously turned her head to look at Gu Yi. But she saw Yu Xiaogang. How about it, do you like this look? Facing Yu Xiaogang's face, Bibi Dong became even more angry, even surpassing the fear just now. If you don't like it, then I'll change another one. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang changed to Kingsunji. What Gu Yi wanted was to push Bibi Dong to the limit, and then change back to his own face, slowly walking towards Bibi Dong. The expression on his face was extremely obscene. The right hand slowly approached and stretched towards Bibi Dong's clothes little by little. At this moment, Bibi Dong's hatred for Gu Yi had reached its peak, surpassing Kingsunji who had once defiled her. Hate reached its peak, relying on hatred and anger. He broke through the seal cast by Gu Yi, and the power of Rakshasa instantly covered his whole body, and his cultivation was restored. Just as she was about to attack, the whole picture broke, and Gu Yi was torn into pieces. She also returned to her previous position, and Gu Yi stood quietly not far away. The situation was exactly the same as before she fell into the illusion. Remember this feeling. Gu Yi's voice came again, but it was no longer as evil as before, and became very rare and calm. Before Bibi Dong could do anything, the Rakshasa power went out of control again. Alas! Gu Yi sighed lightly, and the evil field unfolded again, sucking away the Rakshasa power that was running wild on her body. Bibi Dong calmed down and raised her head. What happened just now, you'd better explain it clearly. She was completely fooled around, and she couldn't tell what was going on at all. As you can see, helping you control the Rakshasa power, your situation doesn't work with conventional methods, this is a special method. Bibi Dong restrained the murderous aura in her eyes, but her heart was boiling with murderous aura, and she couldn't forget the previous scene at all. Okay, I should go. Gu Yi ran out of the secret room like he was escaping and disappeared in front of Bibi Dong. How did you know this? Bibi Dong shouted, but didn't get any answer. She quickly chased after him, but there was no trace of Gu Yi. Your Excellency the Pope, Yu Xiaogang wants to see you. Bibi Dong subconsciously arranged her headdress and clothes to make herself look decent. Bibi Dong actually ignored the name Yu Xiaogang and why there was a maid near her bedroom. Before entering the bedroom, she strictly prohibited anyone from entering or leaving. After sitting on the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong summoned Yu Xiaogang. Elder Yu, what are you doing here again? Bibi Dong looked at the much older Yu Xiaogang below, and instantly recalled Yu Xiaogang in the illusion, and couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Donger, do we still have a chance? Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. What did you say? After so many years and so many things, she still kept the sincere feelings in her heart. Donger, do you know that I still love you deeply? If your teacher hadn't separated us, we should have been together for a lifetime. Bibi Dong is not the innocent girl she was a dozen or 20 years ago. She still has feelings for Yu Xiaogang in the depths of her soul, but she can still suppress them. It is not so easy to sit firmly on the position of the Pope. Elder Yu, the past is like smoke, don't mention it again. Bibi Dong suppressed her emotions and coldly rejected Yu Xiaogang's proposal, and continued, Elder Yu, if you have nothing else to do, please leave. Yu Xiaogang sighed in disappointment. There is one more thing. Your Highness, you are the only one who has overcome the disadvantages of twin martial spirits. I have an apprentice who also has twin martial spirits. Can you tell me how to practice? A master of the spirit master world, known as the first master of martial spirit theory knowledge, would actually come to another person for help because of martial spirits. Isn't this a great irony? Really? Let you cultivate a genius to fight against our Wuhan Hall. Bibi Dong's heart was cold. Your Highness? Changes really fast. No, the disciples I trained will not be enemies of the Spirit Hall. I swear in the name of the Master. Tell me who he is. Bibi Dong leaned back in the chair and looked at Yu Xiaogang lazily. His name is Tang San, his spirit is blue silver grass and a hammer. Not only that, the third spirit ring is absorbed beyond the spirit ring age. He is talented and respects his teacher very much. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. The surname is Tang, and the spirit is still blue silver grass and hammer. Elder Yu, you don't think I'm so stupid that I can't guess who he is from? Yu Xiaogang was embarrassed. Bibi Dong, our friendship over the years is not as good as a secret method. Yu Xiaogang did not respond directly, his eyes were red, and he was very disappointed. Raising a tiger to harm, these 4 words will never appear in my dictionary. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, which also meant that she and Yu Xiaogang were completely separated. Yu Xiaogang turned and left. Bibi Dong, you are still so ruthless. If my disciple Shu is injured because of this, I will completely destroy the spirit hall that you cherish so much at all costs. Before leaving, Yu Xiaogang left a few cruel words and disappeared from Bibi Dong's sight. Ruthless? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Bibi Dong stood up and laughed wildly, which was somewhat sad and evil. The Rakshasa power in her body kept overflowing, and she didn't care where she was. Bibi Dong was completely out of control. Chapter 148 Broken Heart. In one day, Bibi Dong suffered 2 direct attacks on her heart, especially when she suffered all this under the condition of excessive mental consumption. The damage to her heart was far greater than any other time, especially when she spent some time with the young Yu Xiaogang in the illusion. The saddest thing between people is comparison. Yu Xiaogang in the illusion and in reality are completely different. Bibi Dong's heart was broken now, and she didn't care at all. The Rakshasa power was vented wantonly. The picture was broken again, and the gorgeous Pope's palace disappeared inch by inch. Such a big hatred, such a deep resentment. Gu Yi, who was supposed to leave, appeared in front of Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong returned to the previous secret room. Gu Yi looked at Bibi Dong who had completely lost her consciousness. As expected, Qiang Sunji and Yu Xiaogang were her Achilles' heel. As long as she came into contact with these 2 people, no matter how strong her will was, she could not control the power of Rakshasa. This was not something that could be accomplished by will alone. Will and hard work might allow a person to climb to an unprecedented peak, but Bibi Dong went in the wrong direction from the beginning. The peak of mastering the power of the gods was not in front of hard work, but in the opposite direction. If you don't understand the flaws, it will be useless 1,000 times. Choice is greater than persistence and hard work. Kill you, kill you. Bibi Dong didn't care about the current situation at all. The power of Rakshasa had completely invaded her. It's time to end. Gu Yi activated the evil domain with all his strength. Not only that, this kind of magic was also running crazily. At this moment, Gu Yi completely turned into a small black hole. All the evil energy could not escape and was completely converging towards him. Although the power of the Rakshasa god is strong, his status is completely useless in front of the evil god king. This kind of power that has not comprehended the truth is naturally suppressed by Gu Yi. Even if he only has 5% evil affinity now, it is not something that the Rakshasa god can resist. At least the power in Bibi Dong is not enough to make him fail. After 1 stick of incense, the evil power in Bibi Dong was transferred to the evil god pearl in Gu Yi's mind, and the little Gu Yi in it fell into the pearl with his eyes closed as if he was full. He still has to digest it slowly, but Gu Yi can feel that the evil god pearl is obviously much stronger than before. Gu Yi looked at Bibi Dong. Now she has completely lost her previous spirit and spirit. Her eyes can't be described as lifeless, but empty. As if nothing exists. This is her current state. After 2 consecutive great sorrows, Bibi Dong's psychological defense line, which was not strong to begin with, has long been shattered. If no one wakes her up now, she might stay in this state of stupidity for the rest of her life. But this is his purpose. Bibi Dong has too many things in her heart, such as being violated, being forced to separate from her lover, and giving birth to an evil child. These things have long burdened her mind, and it is too difficult to clear them. All Gu Yi can think of is to break her mind and make these things no longer exist. But this is just an experiment. If it fails, it doesn't matter. After all, there is no Bibi Dong in the spirit hall, and some things are easier to handle. But he still hopes that this experiment will succeed. After all, she is a miserable person. Bibi Dong, wake up! Gu Yi walked up and stretched out his hand to shake her shoulder, but Bibi Dong subconsciously dodged. Hey! Gu Yi didn't expect Bibi Dong to avoid men in this situation. It seems that the previous stimulation was too great. The woman was able to withstand 2 violations, although Gu Yi did not succeed. But the psychological shadow left behind is quite large. Bibi Dong, wake up! Don't forget that your idea is not complete yet. The Wuhan Empire is still waiting for the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire. Are you really willing to give up like this? Bibi Dong's eyebrows trembled slightly, and she seemed to be struggling. And don't forget that you still have a disciple. If you die, no one can protect Hulina anymore. You don't want her future to end the same as yours, do you? Gu Yi continued to stimulate Bibi Dong, and the effect was constantly improving. Bibi Dong's body kept trembling, and her eyes had a hint of charm. She was about to wake up. One last spark was missing. Such a perfect body, I'm afraid no man can bear it. I'll taste it first later, after all, I've never experienced the taste of the Pope. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Bibi Dong burst out with amazing aura. This time, without the restraint of the Rakshasa power, Bibi Dong's level 99 soul power was fully displayed. No more restraints. When she cultivates her second martial soul to the extreme, no soul master will be her opponent. Even Gu Yi now feels a little oppressive. This is the highest strength that can be achieved on Douluo continent. Besides the gods, he is the strongest. Especially since Bibi Dong has 2 martial souls, even Qian Daoliu may not be able to beat her. This seat, I will sentence you to death now. Bibi Dong looked at Gu Yi fiercely. At this moment, she was very sure that this was the real world. Everything she had experienced before was illusory in a bubble. Bibi Dong, you are a bit ungrateful. I helped you a lot, and you just thank me like this. Gu Yi blocked an attack from Bibi Dong and stepped back. His arm was numb. The quality of soul power is still a distance away. It seems that he must think of a way. He put this matter in his heart and recalled the illusion he had just constructed. What Bibi Dong sank into was not just 1 or 2 illusions, but 3 illusions. In order to construct this triple illusion, he consumed a lot of his mental power, and in order to suppress Bibi Dong's strength, he used the original energy field to the extreme. Go to hell, disgusting scum! Bibi Dong roared angrily. The third soul ring flashed. A deep purple spider web spewed out, enveloping Gu Yi with a purple poisonous gas, and quickly spread in the air. Gu Yi knew that he must not be trapped by these spider webs, otherwise he would die miserably. Neither the poisonous gas above nor the tough spider web could be touched. Bibi Dong's 2 martial souls are both top-grade martial souls, the emperor among spiders. The toxins contained in them are not the half-baked toxins in Tang San's blue-silver grass. Gu Yi did not intend to entangle with Bibi Dong anymore. Bibi Dong, I won't eat anymore, bye. Gu Yi dodged the spider web at a very fast speed, and then disappeared in front of Bibi Dong, saying with a smile. This time he really left. Bibi Dong did not chase him, but instead retracted her martial soul, and even the soul power on her body. He looked at the place where Gu Yi disappeared with a complicated expression, and then recovered his spirit. But now Gu Yi could not expect that although his idea was successful, he overlooked one point. As the leader of all this, Bibi Dong might fall into another deeper vortex. Chapter 149 follow. Tiandu City. After leaving the Wuhan Hall, Gu Yi went directly back to the academy. After all, these people now still need someone with absolute strength to take charge. But Ning Fengzi came again. Master Ning, is there anything else? Gu Yi did not want to deal with such a deep-minded person. After the dust was wiped off his mind, he had long become a young man. Naturally, he did not want to do anything roundabout. It was too troublesome. Ning Fengzi, who had seen countless people, was also shocked when he saw Gu Yi again. Eyes, as a window to the soul, can reflect many things. The former Gu Yi was like a young man who had experienced the world and was deep and could not be seen through, but now he still could not be seen through. But there was only openness and purity in those eyes. He had only seen this kind of look twice so far, once on Gu Yi's apprentice Wang Yanran, and once on Gu Yi. What on earth could change a person to such an extent? Let's be frank. I want to buy the elixir in your hand. You can choose from the treasure house of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. God knows how shocked and envious he was when Ning Rongrong went home to show him the 9 treasures glazed tile tower. The shackles of level 80 made him very regretful. He had never expected his martial soul to evolve again, so naturally he had no idea. But now, a living example was in front of him. And it only took 1 elixir to do all this. How could Ning Fengzi not be tempted, especially after hearing that Gu Yi had distributed elixirs to all 7 people? Even as the dean and teacher. Now Gu Yi's efforts far exceeded this scope. Even Ning Fengzi couldn't see through Gu Yi. This young man's ideas are so wild and illogical. It's impossible to guess what he wants to do. Sorry, I have other uses for the pills, so I can't sell them. Gu Yi naturally didn't want to give away the only remaining pills so easily, because Ning Fengzi could not compare to this one pill. Can't we discuss it again? Ning Fengzi still didn't give up. If their 7 treasures glazed tile sect could have 2 martial spirit owners of the 9 treasures glazed tile tower, their position in the Soul Master world would be stable. With their current auxiliary ability, they are already the best in the world. If they can cultivate to the level of titled Douluo, that ability will be unprecedented and surpass all auxiliary martial spirits. No Soul Master can resist the temptation of a sudden increase in strength. No discussion, even I can't make this kind of pill. The medicinal materials used to make the pill are unique in the world. It's possible to make the same pill again after 10,000 years. Gu Yi shook his head. There are still many unused immortal herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but Gu Yi couldn't think of any other immortal herbs that could help the 7 treasures glazed tower evolve. Besides, he is so busy now that he has no time to help Ning Fengzi refine pills. In that case, please accept this card, Dean Gu. I'll trouble you to teach my daughter during this period of time. Gu Yi did not refuse and accepted it calmly. After all, there are still many places that need money. Ning Fengzi smiled when he saw the card that Gu Yi put away. At least they are still on good terms now, and they are not opponents, or enemies. After all, the spirit hall is not the same as them. This is a point that most sects have confirmed. The spirit hall now has the strength to dominate. If these weak sects do not unite, they will eventually be divided and disintegrated. The happiest person when Gu Yi comes back is undoubtedly Yu Yuan. After tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, he separated from his lover. The feeling of missing him has been surging for a long time. On the night of his return, Yu Yuan used a move that shocked Gu Yi. Especially when she took out ice from the soul guide, Gu Yi could only take a deep breath and had nothing to say. €. At dawn, he woke up in a pile of tattered clothes. Gu Yi walked out of the room after blocking the spring light that leaked out because of getting up. He took a long breath, looked at the scorching sun rising higher and higher in the sky, and felt a lot of emotions. This world is so good. Time soon came to the morning class, and Gu Yi also knew what soul skills Oscar and others had obtained. Oscar obtained it from the 8,000-year-old pink lady, far exceeding the maximum age of the 4th soul ring mentioned by the master. The soul skills obtained are also stronger than those in the original book. Lin Qing used the 3,500-year-old Tianqing bamboo as the 3rd soul ring. She listened to Gu Yi's words very much and was completely improving the vitality and toughness of her martial soul. Especially in the past few days, she has been constantly absorbing the breath of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Her martial soul seems to have taken on some of the majesty of the Emperor, and it is easier to absorb plant-type soul beasts. The martial soul is also growing step by step. However, compared with the growth of the previous 2 people, Ma Hongjun can be regarded as the most amazing. Ma Hongjun's 4th soul ring was not randomly selected, but the soul beast designated by Gu Yi. Not only that, his 4th soul ring is also 10,000 years old, just like Gu Yi. Nirvana Fire Phoenix. Yes, it is the soul beast hunted by his 5th soul ring. Now it is Ma Hongjun's turn. Only after this Nirvana can Ma Hongjun be considered to have truly transformed. The effect of elixirs will not be that great. Although the evil fire phoenix carries the name of the phoenix, its bloodline is not pure. After the first 3 evolutions, plus the power of elixirs, it is only one step away from the final step. After absorbing the Nirvana Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun's martial soul can be considered to have truly established the name of the phoenix. Not only that, the evil fire and phoenix flames in the martial soul have produced a mysterious fusion, which makes the temperature of his flames rise again. Today, Ma Hongjun is a well-deserved master second only to Yu Yuan. The soul power also surpassed Oscar for the first time, reaching the terrifying level of level 43. Brother Yi, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Ma Hongjun was deeply moved. If it weren't for Gu Yi's training, teaching, and selecting soul beasts, he would probably only be able to linger in brothels in the future. Besides, he was not a rich kid, so if he went to brothels, he could only go to the lowest. They had heard about what happened yesterday. They all knew that the pills Gu Yi gave them were very valuable, but they had no idea how valuable they were. But Ning Fengzi's words explained everything. You can choose from the 7 treasures glazed tile sex treasury. This means that as long as Gu Yi is willing, it would be no problem even if he emptied the 7 treasures glazed tile sex treasury. As the richest sect in the world, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect has countless rare treasures in its treasury, and even the soul bones known as the Blood River treasure probably exist. It is conceivable how valuable the pills Gu Yi gave them are. Fatty, what nonsense are you talking about? If you don't follow Brother Yi, where are you going? Perhaps because he felt the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Oscar teased Ma Hongjun. Chapter 150 Condensing Soul Core. Tianwen Academy. Since returning from the Spirit Hall, Gu Yi has begun to deduce how to increase his strength faster. After fighting with Bibi Dong, he found that he still had some gaps with the real 99 level peak Douluo. Especially for someone like Bibi Dong who has twin spirits, the gap is probably even greater. This research took 3 months. Fortunately, Tianwen Academy has gradually been on the right track during this period of time, so even if he rarely appears in front of people, there will be no problems. In 3 months, his soul power has only increased by 1 level, reaching level 68. For other people, this speed can be considered extremely fast, but the improvement of soul power is basically useless for him. After all, if he relies on his own soul power to fight, at best he is just the strength of soul Douluo. However, after this period of research, Gu Yi also has some new ideas. Zhou Tian Liu He Jing, if you only focus on improving your control and use of the power of heaven and earth after practicing it to this level, it will basically not work. The world is vast and contains endless power. Even if you can master all the power, it is not your own power after all. If you go to a place where you can't mobilize the power of heaven and earth, or if the enemy attacks you in a flash, how can you resist, block? Only when the power of heaven and earth belongs to oneself can one truly reach the state of I am the only one who survives even if heaven and earth are destroyed. Gu Yi understands better than anyone that in the Douluo continent, a special place of this level, it is simply impossible to have a powerful soul power beyond the level. Even if he has the Zhoutian Liu He Sutra, he can't do it. However, Gu Yi also has an idea. The way of energy, since it is impossible to achieve quantity, then work hard to improve the quality. The meridians that have completely become a god-level martial soul, the soul power cultivated has already surpassed ordinary martial souls in quality, but to meet his requirements, there is still a long way to go. No matter how powerful the martial soul is, it is impossible to cross the barrier of the titled Douluo. The god-level martial soul can't do it either. If you want to condense your own power and produce stronger soul power, the only way Gu Yi can think of is to condense the soul power into a solid, and the power of such soul power can definitely be greatly improved. However, the difficulty can be imagined and it is definitely not that easy to do. Especially the soul power cultivated by his Zhoutian Liu He Jing is simply inclusive. It is very difficult to condense such soul power into a solid. However, if it can be successfully improved, it will be unprecedented. Gu Yi knows 2 methods of condensing soul cores. One is the method practiced by humans 10,000 years later. This method is similar to the external alchemy practice studied by Taoism in the previous life. 1 golden elixir is swallowed into the stomach, and my life is determined by me. Based on its own soul power, it is controlled by mental power to rotate and compress outside the body, and solid soul power is condensed by the essence of heaven and earth. Finally, it is attracted into the body. Another method is the method of soul beasts to cultivate soul cores. The most critical representative is Ditian, a super soul beast that has survived for 800,000 years. All of his soul power is condensed into a black hole, causing space collapse and attracting a large amount of essence of heaven and earth to condense in the body. Once the battle begins, it can burst out with amazing combat power. Compared with these 2 methods, Gu Yi is more inclined to the method practiced by Ditian. It is completely to control the power of heaven and earth with his own power. With the original energy field, he can freely manipulate all the elemental energies within the field. The power of space is also an elemental energy, and naturally it can be controlled by him. Even the power of time is also an element, but he can't touch it at all with his current strength. But compared with other elemental energies, this level of element is more difficult to control and figure out. Guyi has not done any research so far. Compared with the other evil field, the things contained in the original energy field are more extensive and more profound. Perhaps he can imitate De Tian's method to create black hole soul power in his body. However, Guyi plans to condense the soul core first. After all, there is not much conflict between the two. Besides, the soul core is also not weak, especially after the condensation of the 3 soul cores. After all, the characters represented by the 2 methods finally won as humans. It is enough to show that the soul core is very powerful. Before practicing, Guyi arranged the affairs of the academy properly. After all, he didn't know how long this retreat would take. Everything was unknown. The retreat location was not the academy, but the sunset forest, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Not only was the heaven and earth energy extremely rich here, but Dugubo also existed. There was basically no need to worry about safety. This retreat was not an ordinary one. If it was disturbed, it might cause extremely serious consequences. Guyi would naturally not make such a low-level mistake. When he came to the familiar place again, Guyi found that the cultivation of the Blue Silver King had improved a lot, and even the vitality that he had forcibly taken away before was more vigorous. It seems that its cultivation has been smoother during this period. Although the Soul Beast clan attaches great importance to bloodline, there is a chance to improve their own bloodline. But this seems to be a little different for the Blue Silver Grass clan. They don't need opportunities, they only need to practice slowly to get closer to a higher bloodline. Guyi just glanced at it and moved his eyes away. Unless this Blue Silver King transformed into Blue Silver Emperor, he might be able to look at it with a higher regard. What's more, with the original energy field, it is the perfect restrainer of all elemental attacks. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Guyi also began to run the soul power in his body in his palm, and gradually formed a soul power vortex under the control of mental power. As he continued to input soul power, the speed of the vortex became faster and faster. Until the soul power vortex became stable, Guyi began to do 2 things at the same time. While controlling the stability of the soul power vortex, he absorbed the essence of heaven and earth into the vortex. With his current mental power, even if it is not unparalleled in the world, there are few opponents. It is still very easy to achieve this step. With the influx of heaven and earth essence, the soul power vortex became a little unstable. These situations were all within Guyi's expectations. Using powerful mental power to reconcile the 2 forces and stabilize the vortex. In this process in the middle, Guyi actually had the mind to feel the changes in it. This vortex is like a funnel, constantly filtering out impurities and making it purer. With the continuous injection of soul power, the breath created by the entire vortex at this time is also stronger. The Blue Silver King and Dugubo, one of the 2 people of Binghuo, both felt this powerful breath. And as they continued to absorb the power of heaven and earth, the vitality of heaven and earth in the eyes of the entire Binghuo Lianjian gathered towards the hut. Even Dugubo felt that his soul power was being pulled by a force. However, this attraction still couldn't shake his power. The same is true for the Blue Silver King.